The bustling cityscape of Incheon stretches out under a clear sky, a vibrant metropolis against a backdrop of distant mountains, setting the stage for a tale of power and intrigue. Within this city, a formidable organization dominates. We are introduced to Taesan, the second-in-command of the Waryong Association, a man exuding quiet authority as he adjusts his tie. Taesan confronts Kang Han-jail, demanding to know his purpose with a stern gaze. Kang Han-jail, composed and professional, presents a document declaring his identity as a prosecutor from the Incheon District Prosecutor's Office, currently executing a warrant. Taesan dismisses the official paperwork with a wave, accusing Kang Han-jail of judging people based on appearance and harassing innocent citizens. A smirk plays on Taesan's lips as he labels Kang Han-jail's actions as nothing more than an abuse of power. Kang Han-jail maintains his composure, asserting that his actions are necessary due to suspected corruption and demands compliance with public authority. Taesan lets out a scoff, boasting that if he were truly corrupt he wouldn't have lasted this long. He then notes Kang Han-jail's fearlessness, acknowledging his guts. Kang Han-jail, with a subtle smirk, questions Taesan's archaic way of addressing him and formally introduces himself as Prosecutor Kang Han-jail from the Incheon District Prosecutor's Office, implying they will meet often. Later that night, a white car speeds down a dark road, its headlights cutting through the oppressive gloom. Inside, the driver, a man with blonde hair, asks Taesan if his somber mood is due to the day's events, then casually suggests they go for a drink. Taesan, seated in the back, dismisses the idea, stating he has a bad feeling and today is not the day for it. The driver, with a concerned expression, remarks on Taesan's unlucky words just as a blinding flash of light engulfs them. The car is instantly consumed by a violent explosion, debris and fire erupting in a catastrophic blast. Amidst the smoldering wreckage, the driver's voice weakly calls out, checking if Taesan, his Kyung, is conscious. Taesan, disoriented and injured, struggles to identify the driver, murmuring JJ Ho. With a surge of anguish, Taesan recognizes his companion and screams Jae-ho as the car continues to burn around them. Taesan, battered but determined, shouts to Jae-ho that he will get him out, urging him to just hang in there as the inferno rages. Jae-ho, trapped and unable to move his legs, delivers a heartbreaking plea to Taesan, telling him he must survive. Taesan vehemently rejects Jae-ho's words, insisting he hold on a little longer, then recalls the truck driver who caused the crash. Jae-ho reveals the chilling detail: he saw the truck driver exit his vehicle, check on them, and then flee the scene. Grim realization settles between them. Taesan, looking into Jae-ho's eyes, confirms their shared understanding: this was no accident. With his last breath, Jae-ho implores Taesan to seek revenge as Taesan screams his name in a final, desperate cry. Some time later, a modern hospital building stands under the morning sun, a stark contrast to the previous night's devastation. He awakens in a hospital bed, disoriented and confused, questioning his whereabouts and wondering if he miraculously survived. A nurse quietly pushes a cart down the hospital corridor, approaching Kang Han-jail's room. He struggles to speak, his throat parched, desperately asking for water. The nurse reacts with a start, her eyes wide with shock at the patient's sudden awakening. He looks down at his body, utterly bewildered by how thin he has become, a stark contrast to his previous physique. Gazing out the window, he observes the changing leaves, realizing that at least 3 months must have passed. He attempts to stand, his bare feet tentatively touching the cold floor, signaling his first step since the accident. He examines his hands and face, bewildered by the absence of scars and the unfamiliar smoothness of his skin. As he moves suddenly, a doctor warns him that abrupt movements can be dangerous for a recovering patient. He catches his reflection, a moment of profound and unsettling realization dawning upon him. Staring at his reflection, Taesan, in Kang Han-jail's body, questions the unfamiliar face. The doctors, recognizing the body as Prosecutor Kang Han-jail's, exclaim in shock. Taesan then screams, demanding to be released, desperate to find his own body. Initial shock slowly gives way to a quiet moment, the sterile hospital room bathed in the soft glow of dawn. Kang Han-jail, now calmer, apologizes for his earlier outburst. The doctor reassures him, acknowledging his long coma. Kang Han-jail asserts his composure, claiming he's fine now, unaware the doctor secretly considers him a potential psychiatric case. Doctor probes, asking Kang Han-jail if he recalls any details about the accident that landed him in the hospital. Kang Han-jail admits his memory remains blank, prompting the doctor to calmly advise patients, stating memories often return gradually. Kang Han-jail presses for details about the accident, but the doctor hesitates, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. The scene flashes to a gruesome image of a body plummeting from a great height, impacting a tree before hitting the sidewalk, a detail the doctor explains as having potentially lessened the fatal blow. Doctor concludes his explanation, stating that the impact with the tree was the reason Kang Han-jail miraculously survived the fall. Kang Han-jail's sharp gaze narrows, his thoughts betraying suspicion that the doctor is deliberately concealing crucial information. Kang Han-jail challenges the doctor's narrative, pointing out that a fall from a high-rise is rarely an accident and demands to know the true cause. The doctor stammers, caught off guard. With a firm gaze, Kang Han-jail insists the doctor be honest, assuring him it's safe to reveal the truth. The doctor, finally relenting, reveals that a detective had visited while Kang Han-jail was still unconscious, hinting at a more complex situation. Kang Han-jail's eyes widen in disbelief, the revelation of a detective's involvement clearly shaking him. A confident image of Kang Han-jail in his prosecutor's suit flashes as the narrator questions if this is the man the detective was investigating. Kang Han-jail's hand clenches tightly, a surge of adrenaline as he voices his chilling suspicion. Was this an attempted murder? The doctor grimly explains that the authorities dismissed any notion of murder, revealing the devastating discovery of a suicide note. Kang Han-jail's mind races, realizing the critical flaw in the investigation. A suicide note can be easily fabricated, a tool for manipulation. A chilling thought solidifies in Kang Han-jail's mind. Someone meticulously orchestrated this, not just to get rid of him but to frame it as suicide. He wonders if the original Kang Han-jail also had enemies seeking his demise. The doctor, sensing Kang Han-jail's agitation, advises him to rest and avoid overexertion for now. Despite the doctor's advice, Kang Han-jail's resolve hardens. His primary objective remains clear: he must find his original body. In a wheelchair, Kang Han-jail approaches a nurse, asking if she recognizes him. She identifies him as patient Kang Bareun, noting his unique name, then questions why he's out of bed. Kang Han-jail directly asks the nurse if a patient named Taesan is admitted, startling her with his specific inquiry. Kang Han-jail fabricates a story, claiming a friend told him Taesan was in the same ICU and that they knew each other, prompting the nurse to ask about their connection. The nurse's expression shifts to one of deep concern, her voice trailing off as she struggles to deliver difficult news. The narrative shifts to a grim scene describing Taesan's original body, showing only occasional movements before succumbing to complete unconsciousness. The scene blurs into a disorienting view of a funeral hall, the somber atmosphere implying the worst as the narration reveals that Taesan's funeral is currently underway. The devastating news causes Kang Han-jail to reel back, the wheelchair tipping violently as he struggles to process the impossible truth. Driven by a desperate denial, Kang Han-jail scrambles out of the fallen wheelchair, his legs pumping furiously as he races towards the funeral hall. He races down the long, empty hallway, the gravity of the situation fueling his frantic sprint. He arrives, greeted by the stark reality of his own funeral portrait surrounded by a sea of white chrysanthemums. Staring at the portrait of his former self, Taesan, now in Kang Han-jail's body, Riley observes that he wasn't particularly handsome in his previous life. A flashback ignites, showing Taesan's original body in a brutal brawl, reminding him of a life forged through countless crises, unafraid of any confrontation. A hand lands on Kang Han-jail's shoulder, a voice questioning his presence and identity, pulling him back to the harsh present. Grip on Kang Han-jail's hospital gown is tight, fueled by a desperate panic. Byung-jin's voice cracks as he demands to know what happened to Jae-ho, but Kang Han-jail can only stare back in stunned silence. Byung-jin's eyes are wide with disbelief, questioning the strange behavior of the man before him. But Kang Han-jail doesn't care about his own identity, his only focus is whether Jae-ho is still alive. The tension drains from Byung-jin's body, replaced by a hollow grief. He looks away, his voice a mere whisper as he reveals the crushing truth: Jae-ho's funeral ended long ago. The news hits Kang Han-jail like a physical blow. Tears well up in his eyes as the weight of the loss sinks in. Even Jae-ho couldn't make it out alive. A framed photograph sits amidst a sea of white funeral flowers. It's a reminder of a man who was once a source of immense pride, now reduced to a silent memory. In the solemn atmosphere of the funeral hall, the two men sit in silence. Byung-jin breaks the quiet, wondering if the connection between them and their fallen brother was truly as deep as it felt. They share a meal in the empty hall, surrounded by the remnants of the ceremony. Byung-jin reflects on their past, admitting they weren't always close, but they were bound by the battles they fought together. A haunting image of a man covered in bandages and hooked to an oxygen tank flashes through Kang Han-jail's mind. He realizes his soul must have migrated to this new body while his old one clung to life for that final, agonizing month. Sipping his drink, Kang Han-jail looks at Byung-jin with a new perspective. He notes that Byung-jin was the only one who stayed loyal until the very end, yet he's suddenly speaking with such informal boldness. Byung-jin offers a small, knowing smirk. He reminds Kang Han-jail that he was the one who dropped the formalities first, asking if he expects the respect due to a prosecutor even at death's door. Kang Han-jail chuckles softly, accepting the change in their dynamic. As they both grow older and the world shifts around them, formalities seem like a distant concern. Byung-jin stands before the altar, his back to the room. He curses the name Park Jung-sung, revealing that the traitor moved instantly after the accident to snatch up their men like a vulture waiting for a kill. His face contorts with a cold, murderous resolve. Byung-jin vows that he will be the one to personally end the life of the man who betrayed them. Kang Han-jail watches him, his mind racing. He knows that if Byung-jin acts alone, it will only lead to more disaster. The revenge must be orchestrated by his own hand. Byung-jin snaps, his anger boiling over. He screams that their brother was murdered after suffering immensely and he won't take orders on how to handle his vengeance from a stranger. Rage collapses into despair as Byung-jin clutches his head, his voice breaking. He would give anything, do anything, just to have his brother back among the living. Kang Hanjail realizes he is the only one who can pull Byung-jin out of this darkness. He wonders if Byung-jin will believe the truth, but deep down, he knows their bond is strong enough for recognition. Byung-jin stares at the table, his spirit crushed. He dismisses Kang Hanjail's interference, not realizing that the man he mourns is sitting right across from him. Kang Hanjail leans forward, his voice steady and heavy with significance. He asks Byung-jin if he truly doesn't recognize him, leaving the younger man confused. A spectral shadow of a massive, powerful man looms behind the prosecutor's frail frame. Kang Hanjail speaks the words that change everything. "It's me. I'm Taesan." Byung-jin's face twists in a mix of shock and fury. He thinks it's a sick joke, a cruel mockery of his grief, and his hand goes for the weapon hidden in his suit. In a blur of motion, Byung-jin draws a knife, but Kang Hanjail catches his wrist with practiced ease. He barks a command that echoes the past. "Didn't I tell you not to pull a weapon without my permission?" Byung-jin freezes, the knife trembling in his hand. That specific reprimand, that tone of authority, it's something only Jae-ho and Taesan could possibly know. The memory of Taesan's broad back fills the air. He had always told Byung-jin that he needed a brother by his side, not just another skilled swordsman. Kang Hanjail smiles, a genuine, brotherly expression. He teases Byung-jin about being a handful since childhood, even bringing up an embarrassing secret about holes in his underwear. The realization finally shatters Byung-jin's defenses. Tears stream down his face as he looks at the prosecutor, finally seeing the soul of his brother within. He asks in a trembling voice if it's truly him. Kang Hanjail admits he doesn't fully understand the mechanics of it himself. All he knows is that when he finally opened his eyes, he was trapped in this unfamiliar body. Vision of the car crash returns, the fire, the twisted metal. Taesan had tried with everything he had to save Jae-ho, and the guilt of failing still weighs heavily on his soul. Byung-jin bows his head low, his gratitude overflowing. He tells his brother that he knows he stayed with Jae-ho until the very end, and he is simply thankful that Taesan has returned to him. But the reunion is short-lived as Kang Hanjail's expression hardens. He makes it clear the revenge for their fallen brother belongs to him alone. Byung-jin protests, unwilling to let his brother face the danger alone. He can't bear the thought of returning to an organization that has lost its heart and its leader. Pouring a final drink, Kang Hanjail reaffirms his path. He will use this new life and this new body to dismantle those who destroyed their family piece by piece. He lays out the plan as they look toward the city skyline. Byung-jin must return to the organization and take Taesan's place, acting as his eyes and ears to prevent Director Park from seizing total control. The silhouettes of the gang stand behind him as Byung-jin accepts his mission. With a determined smile, he pledges his loyalty once more, promising to handle everything as instructed. Back in the present, Byung-jin straightens up as he hears approaching footsteps. He announces that the patient has arrived exactly as scheduled. In the sterile hospital corridor, the nurse and a suited official watch as Kang Hanjail is wheeled out. The game has changed, and the prosecutor is no longer the man they think he is. An associate rushes up to Kang Hanjail in the hallway, his face a mask of concern as he demands to know where the prosecutor has been hiding. Kang Hanjail stares back, his mind racing as he tries to identify the stranger. He keeps his cool, simply stating he needed air to escape the suffocating hospital room. The associate isn't buying it, noting that a simple walk shouldn't have taken this long. Kang Hanjail plays it off, feigning he lost track of time. Suddenly, the man leans in and sniffs the air, his eyes narrowing. He detects the unmistakable scent of alcohol on the supposedly recovering patient. Caught in the act, Kang Hanjail admits to having a few drinks, claiming the weight of being confined to a hospital bed finally got to him. The associate is baffled. Kang Hanjail had no money or cards on him, yet he managed to find a funeral home nearby and drink with the mourners just for the company. Irritated by the constant questioning, Kang Hanjail snaps back, asking if the man is going to keep nagging him like a worried father. The associate sighs, urging him not to be so harsh. He reveals that the chairman was deeply worried and even visited the hospital in secret while Kang Hanjail was still in a coma. Mention of a chairman sends a jolt of confusion through Kang Hanjail's mind. The associate reminds him that despite his reluctance, he is still part of that family. Fearing that he might expose his true identity if the conversation continues, Kang Hanjail cuts it short, claiming he needs to rest. With a dismissive wave, the associate tells him to forget it and focus on his recovery before heading out. Silence returns to the sterile room. The empty bed stands as a reminder of the life that was nearly lost. On the nightstand, a smartphone lies dormant, a gateway to the secrets of the man whose body he now inhabits. Staring into the mirror, Kang Hanjail evaluates his new reflection. He notes the sleek, handsome features and the potential for strength with a bit of training. He contemplates his situation, realizing that while he didn't choose this life, he has to make the most of the cards he's been dealt. Silent apology escapes his thoughts for the original Kang Hanjail. Fate has intertwined them, and he vows to make good use of this second chance. He recalls the image of the prosecutor's lifeless form. There is no way a man like that would have committed suicide. Something much darker was at play. In exchange for this body, he makes a solemn promise to uncover the truth behind the prosecutor's death and bring the real killers to justice. A sharp knock at the door breaks his concentration, signaling the arrival of a new visitor. A man in a sharp suit enters, reporting that the funeral went smoothly. Kang Hanjao listens intently, trying to piece together the current state of affairs. Satisfied with the report, Kang Hanjao shifts the focus to work, his voice steady and authoritative as he asks for an update on their operations. The man reveals he has successfully persuaded the chairman and taken control of the redevelopment project, a major win for their side. However, the association is currently in shambles. A man named Director Park has been poaching their people, causing chaos within the ranks. Man adds that Director Park's latest business venture is highly suspicious, hinting at a potential vulnerability they can exploit. A dark smirk plays on Kang Hanjao's lips. He already has an idea of what Director Park is up to. The suspicion is confirmed: drugs, a dangerous game that usually ends in blood and betrayal. Before they can discuss the details, the door handle turns once more, signaling an unexpected arrival. A woman bursts into the room with a joyful cry, calling out to her uncle as she rushes toward Kang Hanjao. Kang Hanjao is caught off guard. He quickly identifies her as Jo Hyun-young, the daughter of the deceased eldest son of the family. He greets her formally, but Jo Hyun-young is immediately offended, asking why he's being so stiff and if he's angry with her. He apologizes for being late and mentions the risk she's taking by visiting him, fearing what Grandpa would do if he found out. As she wipes away a tear, Kang Hanjao wonders about her true intentions. Is she truly not interested in using him as a pawn in the corporate succession battle? Suddenly, a strange sense of déjà vu washes over him, a feeling that he has encountered this woman somewhere before. A memory flashes. Is she the girl from his dreams? If this is a fragment of the original prosecutor's past, then their connection goes far deeper than he ever imagined. Memory fades, leaving Kang Hanjao to consider the implications of his past. An external observation suggests that Prosecutor Kang and she are not as close as one might assume, while an internal voice reveals a strategic patience, waiting for the opportune moment to act. A comforting voice breaks the silence, offering a tin of delightful cookies. Cheer up, Bareun, the voice encourages, a gentle gesture in a tense situation. Kang Hanjao sits, observing the cookie tin. The female companion, though unseen, states she brought his favorite cookies. Yet Kang Hanjao internally questions, does Prosecutor Kang like such childish snacks? The female companion, with an eager glint in her eyes, urges him to try it quickly. Kang Hanjao, arms crossed, reluctantly decides, out of courtesy, let's eat just one. With a hesitant crunch, Kang Hanjao takes a bite, the sound echoing the surprise of the moment. A jolt of unexpected flavor hits Kang Hanjao, his eyes widening in pure astonishment as he processes the taste. He exclaims internally. The female companion, her back to the viewer, asks Kang Hanjao, how is it? Do you feel better after eating? Kang Hanjao devours the cookies with unexpected fervor, his internal thoughts declaring, this is definitely Prosecutor Kang's taste. Delicious. It's good. The female companion, taken aback by his enthusiasm, gently urges him to eat slowly. Holding Kang Hanjao's hand, the female companion expresses her ambition. No one expects anything from us, but I want to surprise those people. Kang Hanjao offers a hesitant yes. His mind, however, questions her true motives. Is she trying to win me over to her side by creating a friendly relationship? The female companion checks her wrist, noting time has flown. I should go now. With a warm smile and a wave, the female companion bids farewell. Bareun, let's meet again next time. Kang Hanjao, shirtless and radiating confidence, wipes his brow with a towel, showcasing his impressive physique after a workout. A confident, almost mischievous smile plays on Kang Hanjao's lips, sweat still glistening on his skin. The camera sweeps across a meticulously organized walk-in closet, showcasing an array of suits, folded clothes, and neatly arranged accessories. A drawer slides open, revealing an immaculate collection of ties, each perfectly folded and compartmentalized. Kang Hanjao stands before a full-length mirror, meticulously adjusting his tie, his reflection a sharp image of professional readiness. Catching his own reflection, Kang Hanjao can't help but think, is this a prosecutor or a celebrity? A smirk playing on his lips. Kang Hanjao gazes at his reflection, which seems to speak back, congratulating him on his reinstatement as Prosecutor Kang Bareun and urging him to work well together. Camera zoom out to reveal the imposing facade of the Incheon District Prosecutor's office. The narrator informs us that according to BMJin's information, Kang Hanjao is assigned to Criminal Division 3 and his first task is to report to the Chief Prosecutor's office in room 501. The elevator indicator flashes 5F as Kang Hanjao ascends to his destination. Standing before the door to room 501, Kang Hanjao takes a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm. It's best to speak as little as possible and be careful. With a soft click, Kang Hanjao turns the doorknob, preparing to step into his new office. A sharp rap against the door frame announces Kang Hanjao's presence. Criminal Division 3 Chief Jang Jinho looks up from his desk with a welcoming smile, greeting Kang Hanjao, a Prosecutor Kang. You've come to work. Criminal Division 3 Chief Jang Jinho, observing Kang Hanjao, remarks on his improved condition. Oh, you seem to be in better shape than before, then warmly invites him, sit down, sit down. Kang Hanjao replies that he feels much better after taking a rest and apologizes for any worry he may have caused. The narrator reveals Kang Hanjail's past struggle. Normally, he was secretly treating depression. Hectic work had led him to neglect his medication, worsening his health and causing bad thoughts to flow without him even realizing it. This context makes his application for reinstatement seem natural. Criminal Division 3 Chief Jang Jinho, with a firm but understanding demeanor, reassures Kang Hanjail that these days, it's not a big deal to receive psychiatric treatment, urging him to make sure to get treated well. He emphasizes that losing talent like yours would be a big loss for the company. The chief's words hang in the air, a corporate euphemism that Kang Hanjail internally dismisses, noting the stark similarity between calling a prosecutor's office a company and the language of criminal organizations. Criminal Division 3 Chief Jang Jinho continues, emphasizing how much everyone struggled without Kang Hanjail during his absence. Criminal Division 3 Chief Jang Jinho specifically mentions the prosecutor on Soyoung had a particularly hard time. Kang Hanjail, his back to us, offers a simple, non-committal "is that so?" in response. Criminal Division 3 Chief Jang Jinho then advises Kang Hanjail that it's best not to delve into the true reasons for his long leave, explaining that for the sake of both Kang Hanjail and the company, he officially stated it was for health reasons. He subtly warns Kang Hanjail to be careful with his words. The scene shifts, focusing on a simple yet official door sign clearly marking 506 Prosecutor's Office, Kang Hanjail's new domain. Kang Hanjail stands within the office, observing his surroundings. He confirms his location, realizing this must be Prosecutor Kang's office. A new figure, Prosecutor Seo Dongwook of Criminal Division 4, approaches Kang Hanjail from behind, playfully chiding him for ignoring a colleague he hasn't seen in a while. Prosecutor Seo Dongwook continues, asserting that Kang Hanjail is truly heartless. Kang Hanjail, however, is internally puzzled, wondering who this person is, as he wasn't on any list of colleagues he was given. From an overhead perspective, Prosecutor Seo Dongwook cheerfully remarks that it's been a long time and he didn't properly see Kang Hanjail before. Kang Hanjail, maintaining his composed demeanor, apologizes, admitting that he spoke hastily. Prosecutor Seo Dongwook places a hand on Kang Hanjail's shoulder, expressing his surprise at Kang Hanjail's return, as he thought they wouldn't see each other again. Leaning in, Prosecutor Seo Dongwook advises Kang Hanjail to take it easy from now on, suggesting he's too absorbed in his work. Kang Hanjail calmly replies, "Yes, I understand." Prosecutor Seo Dongwook is taken aback by this sudden obedience, recalling Kang Hanjail's usual dismissive attitude towards others. With a slight push of Prosecutor Seo Dongwook's hand, Kang Hanjail states that if he's done speaking, he'll enter his office. As Kang Hanjail turns to open his office door, Prosecutor Seo Dongwook watches, confirming his suspicion. Old habits die hard. Inside the office, a male colleague wearing a cap and a female colleague greet Kang Hanjail, asking if he has arrived, their expressions a mix of surprise and welcome. Kang Hanjail bows deeply, apologizing for the trouble during his absence. The female colleague reassures him, glad he's back and healthy, while the male colleague adds that they are a team, after all. Sharp focus on Kang Hanjail's eye, as his thoughts identify the male colleague as Team Leader Lee Hungreal. A system prompt details Team Leader Lee Hungreal's character, kind, meddlesome, and a shield for Kang Hanjail within the organization. It also notes his exceptional report writing skills, surpassing the average prosecutor. Kang Hanjail asks Team Leader Lee Hungreal if they could speak privately for a moment. Team Leader Lee Hungreal readily agrees, confirming his understanding. From an aerial view, Kang Hanjail leans in, beginning his confidential disclosure to Team Leader Lee Hungreal, prefacing it with, "I'm only telling you this, but..." Kang Hanjail confesses, scratching his head with a slight smile, that he lost some of his memory due to an accident. Correcting himself with a sheepish grin, Kang Hanjail clarifies, "Not some, I forgot everything." The camera pulls back to an exterior shot of the building under a bright sky, as Team Leader Lee Hungreal's stunned "yes" echoes, processing Kang Hanjail's revelation. Returning to the private conversation, Kang Hanjail reiterates his confidential disclosure, "I'm only telling you this, but..." Kang Hanjail repeats his confession, stating he lost some of his memory due to an accident, then quickly corrects himself, "Not some, I forgot everything." Kang Hanjail continues his explanation, revealing that memory issues are an aftereffect of his accident. He kept it a secret because revealing it could complicate his reinstatement. Team Leader Lee Hungreal, visibly distressed and sweating, suggests that instead of forcing his reinstatement, Kang Hanjail should perhaps rest more. Kang Hanjail's expression hardens as he firmly states, "That's not really an option for me." Kang Hanjail probes further, asking Team Leader Lee Hungreal if he showed any signs of being suicidal. Team Leader Lee Hungreal hesitantly replies that there weren't any, but then drops a bombshell, but a suicide note was found. Team Leader Lee Hungreal reacts with shock and anger, demanding, "What do you mean by that?" Kang Hanjail calmly responds that he can't go into details yet. Kang Hanjail then asks if Team Leader Lee Hungreal noticed anything odd about him or his surroundings. While a colleague exits in the background, Team Leader Lee Hungreal ponders, musing that it seemed Kang Hanjail was investigating something. The camera pans to a messy living room, as Team Leader Lee Hungreal's internal thoughts connect the dots, wondering if the disarray at Kang Hanjail's place was caused by someone he was secretly investigating. Team leader Lee Hungryul looks at Kang Hanjail with deep concern, asking, "But how much of your memory is missing?" Kang Hanjail's eyes hold a distant look as he reveals the extent of his amnesia. "Most of it. I don't remember anything about my work either." The scene shifts to an expansive aerial view of a large, modern hospital building, its helipad visible on the roof, suggesting a place of critical care and recovery. New character Choi Jin-woo, a young man in a suit, extends his hand with a polite smile, introducing himself. "Hello, my name is Choi Jin-woo." From an overhead perspective, team leader Lee Hungryul introduces Choi Jin-woo, the trainee he mentioned, to Kang Hanjail. Kang Hanjail observes Choi Jin-woo, noting his youth. He internally muses that while there's a certain depth in his eyes that fits his age, surviving as a prosecutor with such a youthful appearance won't be easy. Kang Hanjail's disdain for inefficiency is palpable as he declares his intense dislike for wasting time, proudly asserting his rapid success in the bar exam. Close-up reveals Kang Hanjail's smug, condescending smirk as he delivers a dismissive, almost arrogant remark. His calm facade shatters, replaced by a furious expression as a dark, oppressive aura flares around him. Kang Hanjail sternly addresses Prosecutor Choi, making it clear he despises those who rely solely on academic prowess and warns him against feigned friendliness. Prosecutor Choi recoils, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, utterly intimidated by Kang Hanjail's sudden, furious outburst. The scene emphasizes the stark power imbalance, with a visibly shaken Prosecutor Choi dwarfed by Kang Hanjail's imposing presence. As their intense conversation continues over an exterior shot of the office building, Prosecutor Choi nervously questions what he should do. Kang Hanjail's voice carries, advising him to work harder and drastically improve his image, to which Prosecutor Choi meekly agrees to redouble his efforts. The focus shifts to Kang Hanjail's desk, cluttered with case files and office supplies, highlighting the overwhelming workload awaiting him. Kang Hanjail holds a complex document, admitting his complete inability to comprehend its intricate details. He resigns himself, believing team leader Lee will somehow untangle the mess. Sharp knock echoes, pulling Kang Hanjail from his frustrated thoughts. He grants permission for entry, his eyes fixed on the door. The office door slowly creaks open, signaling the arrival of a new presence into Kang Hanjail's workspace. Prosecutor An, a competent female prosecutor, stands at the threshold, formally greeting Kang Hanjail upon her arrival. Kang Hanjail acknowledges Prosecutor An, expressing his gratitude for her efforts in handling cases during his absence. From an overhead perspective, Prosecutor An walks towards Kang Hanjail's desk, humbly dismissing his thanks as she approaches. She presents Kang Hanjail with a folder, explaining that she managed all ongoing cases and requests he review them for any discrepancies before confirmation. Kang Hanjail takes the documents, a visible groan escaping him as he struggles to make sense of the complex information, rubbing his temple in frustration. Prosecutor An observes Kang Hanjail, noting his unusual lack of glasses, a detail she recalls he previously couldn't work without. Kang Hanjail, still off-screen, commends Prosecutor An for her excellent work and requests her continued assistance, to which she promptly agrees. Prosecutor An's measured footsteps echo as she turns and walks away from Kang Hanjail's desk. She strides purposefully down the office hallway, her footsteps firm and resolute, a determined expression on her face. 2 days ago, the scene repeats, with the same question and answer, highlighting Kang Hanjail's prolonged absence from the office. Prosecutor An's mounting frustration boils over, a dark aura radiating from her as she internally questions why Kang Hanjail is roaming around so much if he isn't fully recovered. Driven by her exasperation, Prosecutor An bursts into the hallway, urgently calling out for Kang Hanjail amidst a surge of speed lines. Printer whirs in the background, signaling activity and mundane office work within the quiet space. The whirring continues, creating an atmosphere of quiet productivity, contrasting with the impending confrontation. The source of the sound is revealed. Kang Hanjail is sound asleep at his desk, head down, while Prosecutor An stands over him, a dark, unsettling aura surrounding her. Prosecutor An's hand decisively presses a button on the phone, a sharp click echoing in the quiet office, signaling her intent. Kang Hanjail jolts awake with a startled cry as Prosecutor An's sarcastic greeting cuts through the silence, asking if he'd slept well. A bewildered Kang Hanjail asks when she entered, to which Prosecutor An calmly replies that he was sleeping so soundly he didn't even notice her arrival. Prosecutor An presents the case records she managed, explaining that while she will handle the report writing, Kang Hanjail, as the lead, should be generally aware of their contents. Kang Hanjail takes the folder, his expression shifting to one of clear annoyance, muttering his disdain for the nuisance of the work. Prosecutor An, visibly shocked and angered by his remark, begins to retort, but Kang Hanjail's demeanor suddenly changes. He beams, enthusiastically suggesting they go together to some implied destination. The junior prosecutor, still reeling from Kang Hanjail's unexpected suggestion, attempts to ask him about the progress of a task he was assigned. Kang Hanjail listens, his expression unreadable as he offers a non-committal acknowledging the junior prosecutor. He beams, clearly having received praise, and exclaims in delight, "Good, as expected, you're skilled, let's proceed as is." A small Yahoo bubble appears next to him. The junior prosecutor's visible satisfaction catches the attention of Prosecutor On, who observes him with a stern, disapproving gaze, her arms crossed. Prosecutor On steps forward, demanding the papers from the junior prosecutor, stating her need to confirm if Kang Han-jail had properly reviewed them himself. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she reads, realizing the implications. She murmurs, recalling how she took on most of the cases to accommodate Kang Han-jail while the major ones were handed to him as the more experienced prosecutor. Junior prosecutor, oblivious to her growing frustration, smugly reveals that Kang Han-jail had passed even those major cases onto him, a mere trainee, claiming he had done well. Prosecutor On's patience snaps, a vein visibly throbbing at her temple as the weight of Kang Han-jail's audacity truly hits her. Her exasperation echoes as the scene shifts, revealing the exterior of a bustling office building under a vibrant, almost ethereal sky. As cars navigate the city streets at dusk, Kang Han-jail's thoughts drift to Prosecutor On, wondering if her astuteness would allow her to catch on to his schemes. Kang Han-jail, deep in thought within the car, muses that Prosecutor On isn't catching on yet but fears she might notice his true intentions if he's scheming against Prosecutor Kang. He considers the possibility of simply being honest. Dismissing the idea, Kang Han-jail decides against honesty, reasoning that widespread knowledge would serve no purpose. He resolves to hold on as long as possible, preferring to reveal his plans only when the time is right. The driver, seemingly responding to Kang Han-jail's unspoken thoughts, reassures him that he will make the right decision. Simultaneously, a system notification flashes, requesting backup near Yonsu Dizio World. Driver, now focused, grabs a walkie-talkie and urgently demands an update on the situation in the vicinity. An aerial view reveals an apartment building, the target of an impending seizure. A report details a standoff. The occupants are aware and actively destroying evidence, rendering the current police presence insufficient. Kang Han-jail, listening intently, identifies the operation as internet gambling. The driver, surprised by his deduction, confirms it, adding that the police have been tracking the center for a long time. The digital world of online gambling flashes across the screen, revealing details about Director Park, who established overseas servers and operated numerous offices hidden within Incheon's residential areas. A cunning smile plays on Kang Han-jail's lips as he confidently states that reaching the location would be easy, announcing his immediate departure. The scene shifts to a table laden with alcohol as a report reveals Director Park was nicknamed Ju Bayan due to the Chinese character for alcohol in his name. He is a regular at a house managed by Taesan. Traditional wada cards lie scattered across a green table, symbolizing the deeper financial woes of Director Park, who reportedly resorted to private loans for large sums. The scene transitions to a bright, modern apartment complex, hinting at a new location or a shift in the investigation. An older man, holding a cup, reflects on Kang Han-jail's unexpected request. He had initially assumed it was about debt collection, but to his surprise, Kang Han-jail wanted him for tutoring. The tutor, still processing, wonders about this young man. Meanwhile, Kang Han-jail, with his arm in a sling, internally questions the older man's connection to Kim Beomjin. From an overhead perspective, the tutor, Kang Han-jail, and a third man are seen in a living room. The tutor probes, asking if Kang Han-jail is preparing for law school and how he knows the third man. Kang Han-jail, his expression firm, reminds the tutor that his generous payment for tutoring comes with a strict condition of confidentiality, questioning why he would then need to disclose personal details. The tutor, momentarily flustered, acknowledges Kang Han-jail's point with a nervous laugh, understanding the implications of the confidentiality agreement. Regaining his composure, the tutor suggests they begin the lesson, proposing to start with the fundamental elements of crimes. Kang Han-jail, looking skeptical, questions why they aren't directly learning about crimes like murder and robbery. The tutor clarifies, stating those are specifics and they first need to cover general theory. The tutor observes Kang Han-jail, surprised by his quick understanding despite his initial skepticism. He notes that while Kang Han-jail is incredibly smart, it's startling how little he sometimes knows, like a blank slate absorbing information to a frightening degree. A stack of law books sits on the table as the tutor's thoughts linger on Kang Han-jail, pondering what kind of person he truly is. As Kang Han-jail reads intently, the tutor studies him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. He feels he has seen those eyes and that expression somewhere before. Leaning closer, the tutor intently questions Kang Han-jail, asking why he is doing that, his expression serious and probing. The tutor's face contorts in shock, clutching papers as a sudden realization hits him. He recognizes Kang Han-jail's manner of speaking and wonders if he is related to Taesan. Back at the modern apartment complex, Kang Han-jail's inner monologue expresses satisfaction with their progress, a confident as he declares it's time to delve into the legality of matters. The scene ends abruptly on a door sign clearly labeling Prosecutor On's office, suggesting a return to her perspective or an upcoming confrontation. Stepping into Prosecutor On's office, Kang Han-jail, his arms still in a cast, is immediately greeted with a question about his unexpected visit. He simply presents a report, asking her to review it. Prosecutor On, examining the document, notes the difficulty Kang Han-jail must have faced writing it with his injured hand, a hint of concern in her expression. Kang Han-jail casually demonstrates his cast, pointing out that his fingertips remain free, implying it wasn't as restrictive as it looked. He presses on, asking if she found anything unusual in the report, to which prosecutor on replies that everything appears normal, dismissing any concerns. With a confident smile, Kang Han-jail assures her there will be no further trouble from him, vowing to fulfill his duties as a prosecutor. Prosecutor on stares, a look of utter bewilderment crossing her face as she processes his words and demeanor. As the camera pulls back to reveal the imposing prosecutor's office building, Prosecutor On's internal thoughts echo her suspicion. Kang Han-jail is acting incredibly strange. Meanwhile, Kang Han-jail informs his team leader that Prosecutor On found nothing amiss with his report. The team leader congratulates him, believing his memory is largely restored. Kang Han-jail admits his memory isn't fully back, but the team leader, optimistic, declares it's only a matter of time until he's completely recovered. Team leader expresses his relief that Kang Han-jail's difficult period is over, stating he'll now handle basic tasks alone. Kang Han-jail, however, feels a bittersweet pang, missing their shared secret. Kang Han-jail clarifies that the team leader will still need to assist him, prompting a hopeful inquiry from the team leader about their continued partnership. The two share a high five, a gesture of renewed camaraderie despite Kang Han-jail's cast. A sudden, sharp expression of pain or surprise flashes across the team leader's face, hinting at the impact of the high five. Team leader, concerned, asks if Kang Han-jail's hand is hurting after the impact. Kang Han-jail dismisses the concern, playfully bumping the team leader's arm with his cast. The team leader warns him against further injury, fearing a relapse. Kang Han-jail internally notes the team leader probably felt the impact more than he did. The team leader, despite the pain, resolves not to show it, having initiated the high five. Team leader sighs, reflecting on his growing closeness with Kang Han-jail, while Kang Han-jail simply responds with a puzzled yes. The team leader admits he initially perceived Kang Han-jail as stern and distant, but now realizes he misjudged him, appreciating his newfound openness. He then wonders if Kang Han-jail was a robot, given his reputation for lacking human warmth. Kang Han-jail reassures the team leader, explaining that the case they're discussing is still ongoing. The team leader is startled, surprised it hasn't concluded yet. Kang Han-jail absorbs this information, a thoughtful expression on his face. Team leader elaborates, noting the case has loopholes that are only visible to those close to the chief prosecutor, hinting at potential complications for outsiders. He urges Kang Han-jail to at least identify the department handling the case. Kang Han-jail agrees, then asks for details about the case itself. A chilling flashback or an ominous system overlay appears as the case is revealed, a traffic accident resulting in manslaughter due to occupational negligence. The scene shifts to an aerial view of the city, showing the vast urban landscape. Back in a hospital, a doctor stares at X-rays in disbelief, questioning how such rapid healing could occur in just 10 days. Kang Han-jail, noticing the doctor's distress, asks what's wrong. The doctor, flustered, dismisses it, asking for a moment to compose himself. The doctor points to the X-rays, explaining one was taken at the time of the fracture, the other today, revealing that the bone is now completely healed. Overwhelmed, the doctor speculates about a machine error or computing issue, insisting that such rapid healing is impossible, concluding it must not have been a fracture to begin with. Kang Han-jail, with a knowing smile, confirms the injury was real but asserts that since it's healed cleanly, everything is fine. Team leader's voiceover explains that the traffic accident case Kang Han-jail inquired about, which he believed had moved to trial, is still with the investigating department. He continues, noting that despite the case not being overly complicated, the investigating prosecutor is taking it all the way to trial. Kang Han-jail asks for the investigating prosecutor's identity. The team leader reveals it's prosecutor Seo Dong-wook from Criminal Division 4, warning Kang Han-jail that he wasn't someone he was particularly close with, making the situation potentially difficult. Kang Han-jail points out that he wasn't particularly close with any other prosecutor either, to which the team leader reluctantly agrees, acknowledging the awkward truth. Kang Han-jail falls into deep thought, contemplating the implications of needing to sweet-talk a prosecutor. The sharp glint in his eyes, Kang Han-jail decides that manipulation is well within his wheelhouse. He sets his sights on prosecutor Seo Dong-wook, ready to play the game. The city glows under the night sky as the trap is set. A voice praises Kang Han-jail, surprised to find the usually strict prosecutor so approachable and easy to talk to. Over a lavish dinner, the two men share a moment of feigned camaraderie. Seo Dong-wook admits he felt a connection from the moment they first met. Seo Dong-wook eyes Kang Han-jail's attire, noting the expensive Prada suit and asking if his family is well off. It's a subtle probe into his status. Playing along, Kang Han-jail offers to gift him a suit sometime. The bribe is accepted with a greedy laugh, the bait officially taken. The atmosphere shifts as Kang Han-jail pivots to business. He mentions a specific case Seo Dong-wook is handling, expressing a sudden, deep interest in the records. Seo Dong-wook pauses mid-bite, his curiosity piqued but his guard still low. He casually asks what case could possibly interest a man like Kang Han-jail. Mention of the Shinheungdong intersection traffic accident causes the room to go cold. 2 lives lost to a drowsy truck driver, a case that should be routine. Suddenly, Seo Dong-wook slams the table, his face contorted in rage. He accuses Kang Han-jail of having an ulterior motive for the meeting from the very start. The mask of friendship shatters. Seo Dongwook screams about his career being ruined, pointing a trembling finger at the man he once thought was an ally. Declaring he won't touch the dirty food, Seo Dongwook storms out of the room. The sudden outburst is more telling than any confession could ever be. Kang Hanjail watches him leave, noting the extreme shift in attitude. The moment the case was mentioned, the guilty conscience took over. A cold smirk plays on Kang Hanjail's lips. The smell of corruption is thick in the air, and he's just found the trail he was looking for. In a dimly lit interrogation room, a suspect named Lee Kyungmuk sits under the harsh glare of a spotlight, looking entirely unbothered by his situation. A junior prosecutor slams his hands onto the table, demanding to know if Lee Kyungmuk assaulted his wife. The pressure is mounting, but the suspect remains stoic. Junior screams, asking how someone could beat another person for 3 hours straight. He demands a straight answer, his patience wearing thin. Lee Kyungmuk scoffs, mocking the prosecutor's youth. He asks if he's just a trainee, completely dismissing the authority standing before him. The insult hits home, and the junior prosecutor seethes with rage, his jaw clenched as he struggles to maintain his professional composure. He bellows at the suspect, asking if he thinks this is a joke. The tension in the room is at a breaking point. Heavy footsteps echo as Kang Hanjail enters the room. His presence is immediate and suffocating, signaling that the games are over. Lee Kyungmuk looks up, his smug expression faltering for just a second as he meets the cold gaze of the senior prosecutor. Without a word, Kang Hanjail reaches out and grabs the suspect by the collar, the sudden movement catching everyone off guard. He hoists the man out of his chair with terrifying strength. The sound of the impact echoes through the small room as the suspect gasps for air. Lee Kyungmuk chokes out a protest, asking if it's legal for a prosecutor to assault people. He threatens to have Kang Hanjail stripped of his title. Kang Hanjail leans in close, his voice a low, dangerous growl. He dares the man to file a complaint, showing zero fear of the consequences. He tells the suspect that even a judge would consider it a public service to rid the world of trash like him. The intimidation is absolute. Terrified, Lee Kyungmuk asks if he's being threatened. Kang Hanjail simply replies with a cold no, his grip tightening. The title card flashes, a grim reminder of the thin line between justice and vengeance in the world of the law. The scene shifts back to the investigation. Lee Kyungmuk admits to hitting her but tries to downplay the duration, claiming it wasn't for 3 hours straight. The junior prosecutor counters with a witness report. The caller was certain about the time frame, having heard the assault for the entire 3-hour window. Lee Kyungmuk scoffs, blaming his wife for throwing a fit and making it sound worse than it actually was. He casually explains that he hit her once in the heat of the moment, and when she wouldn't stop screaming, he hit her again to shut her up. As the junior types the confession, Lee Kyungmuk insists he only used his palm, trying to make the violence seem minor. Kang Hanjail leans in, his eyes narrowing. He questions how 2 simple slaps could result in a medical report detailing 4 weeks of severe injury. He slams the table with thunderous force, calling the suspect out on his lies. He demands the truth, and he won't stop until he gets it. The suspect's voice trembles as he begins to crack, admitting that in the heat of the moment he simply reached for the nearest object to strike her. The lead prosecutor stands firm, his arms crossed as he looms over the interrogation. He demands to know exactly what that object was, leaving no room for evasion. The answer is chillingly mundane, a simple beer mug transformed into a weapon in an instant of rage. The lead prosecutor's expression remains cold. He explains that using a tool to inflict injury elevates the charge to aggravated assault, and with the suspect's prior record, a heavy sentence is inevitable. Satisfied with the progress, the lead prosecutor prepares to depart, acknowledging the hard work of the junior officer handling the paperwork. In the next room, another suspect pleads for leniency, hoping his wife's forgiveness will stop the trial. But the law isn't that simple when violence is involved. The prosecutor reminds him that this was no minor scuffle. This was aggravated assault, and the only way forward is through sincere cooperation and genuine remorse. Watching from the observation deck, the team leader confirms he saw the exchange. The lead prosecutor instructs him to secure every piece of evidence possible to lock the case down. Suddenly, a shadow looms behind him. A female prosecutor appears, her presence radiating a cold, judgmental aura that catches the lead prosecutor off guard. She wastes no time criticizing his methods, noting that he was the first to use force again today during what should have been a standard interrogation. The team leader slips away, leaving them to their dispute. He knows that sweet-talking won't work on suspects like these, but the female prosecutor clearly disagrees. The female prosecutor leans in, her voice sharp. She lectures him that a prosecutor's true job is to extract a confession through pressure and logic, never through the use of force. The female prosecutor suggests that the lead prosecutor step back and simply observe for a while, letting the team leader take the reins. Defeated for now, he simply mutters his understanding. Despite the criticism, the junior officers are in awe of him. They praise the way he subdued the suspect, calling his presence incredibly powerful. The female prosecutor looks on, her frustration mounting. She can see the influence the lead prosecutor has, and it clearly bothers her professional sensibilities. The focus shifts to a new case. The suspect is being grilled about stolen appliances. The prosecution has already confirmed the items belonged to the store. Junior prosecutor slams his hands down, demanding that the suspect stop the denials and admit to the embezzlement. The suspect remains unfazed, even mocking the setup. He points at the one-way glass, joking about the magic mirrors he's seen in TV dramas. The list of stolen goods is extensive: a fridge, a microwave, a fan, and a stove. The lead prosecutor and the female prosecutor watch the interrogation closely, sensing the tension rising. The suspect begins to taunt the young prosecutor, claiming he's only acting tough because of his age. He dismissively compares him to a younger brother. His voice drops as he mentions a brother he lost contact with long ago. He wonders aloud if his brother would be the same age as the man across from him now. The junior prosecutor has had enough. He screams at the suspect to stop changing the subject, the sound of his outburst echoing through the room. He reminds the suspect that he is here for a crime, not a vacation, and demands a straight answer on the embezzlement charges. Seeing the interrogation fall apart, the lead prosecutor decides to intervene. He tells the female prosecutor that the junior is too agitated and that he's going in to take over. Outside, the sky turns a deep orange as evening falls. The female prosecutor's words about violence not being the solution ring in the air, but the lead prosecutor has his own way of doing things. The lead prosecutor sits down calmly with the suspect. Instead of shouting, he asks to hear more about the brother the suspect mentioned earlier. The suspect is suspicious, asking why a prosecutor would care. The lead prosecutor simply replies that he's curious, keeping his tone level and non-threatening. When the suspect refuses to talk, the lead prosecutor doesn't push. He tells him to only share when he feels ready, showing a surprising amount of patience. Checking his watch, the lead prosecutor realizes how late it's become. He orders 2 bowls of hot soup, deciding that a meal might be the best way to break the ice. The suspect begins to eat, shoveling the food into his mouth with desperate speed as the lead prosecutor watches in silence. He notes that the man must have been starving. He observes that even if you aren't hungry now, a long history of deprivation makes you eat as if every meal is your last. Spoon stops mid-air. The atmosphere in the room shifts from interrogation to something far more personal. The suspect looks up, his eyes narrowing. He asks how a high-ranking prosecutor could possibly understand the feeling of true hunger. A faint, knowing smile touches the lead prosecutor's lips. He admits that he knows because he's lived through those exact same desperate times himself. He closes his eyes for a moment, the memories of his own past surfacing. For the first time, the suspect sees him not as an enemy but as someone who truly understands. Back in the observation room, the female prosecutor and the junior are stunned. An hour has passed in total silence, and they can't fathom what kind of game the lead prosecutor is playing. Back in the observation room, the female prosecutor and the junior are still stunned. An hour has passed in total silence, and they can't fathom what kind of game Kang Bareun is playing. The junior prosecutor asks the female prosecutor if she's leaving, but she resolves to stay and watch a bit longer. Outside, the sky glows with the fading light of day, signaling the prolonged duration of the intense interrogation. Inside, the female prosecutor, arms crossed, questions if the situation remains unchanged. The junior prosecutor, sensing a shift, replies that it looks like things are finally about to begin. Young Taesu sits across from Kang Bareun, his posture tense, the silence in the interrogation room thick with anticipation. Finally, Young Taesu exhales, the dam breaking. He begins to recount his past, revealing that his younger brother was taken by their mother, who believed Young Taesu was old enough to manage on his own. Kang Bareun listens intently as Young Taesu continues, explaining how he left home right after, burdened by the responsibility of an older sibling, yet unable to protect his brother. A haunting image of a young boy standing alone on a street flashes, illustrating Young Taesu's deep-seated worry that his brother might have endured the same hardships he did. Young Taesu's face contorts in pain as he reveals this is the first time he's ever spoken of his past. He questions who would listen to someone like him, recalling how no one believed him even when he stole to survive. Hunched over, Young Taesu expresses his deep-seated cynicism. He feels that no matter how unjust his situation, no one would ever truly believe him. His resignation is palpable as he concludes that if no one will believe him anyway, it's better to simply remain silent, for he expects nothing less. Kang Bareun stands firm, his gaze unwavering. He declares that if one feels wronged, they should speak up, even if no one listens. This time, he assures Young Taesu he will listen, urging him to share his full story. Young Taesu looks up, his eyes wide with surprise, a flicker of hope igniting in his weary expression. With a sudden surge of emotion, Young Taesu begins to speak again, this time about the boss, describing him as a genuinely good person. A flashback reveals Young Taesu in a store, holding a microwave, explaining how he initially asked permission before taking anything, then simply took things with permission, always feeling guilty and avoiding anything too valuable. Back in the observation room, the female prosecutor and the junior prosecutor react with surprise as Young Taesu's story takes an unexpected turn, questioning why the boss would suddenly sue him. The flashback continues, painted with a red tint of betrayal. Young Taesu recounts how a mismatch in accounts led his boss to suspect him. Though it was the boss's mistake, his attitude changed drastically after that. A legal complaint form appears, symbolizing the formal accusation. Young Taesu insists that despite the complaint, his boss had explicitly granted permission for him to take the items. Kang Hanjil listens intently, his expression thoughtful, as young Taesu laments that the police, blinded by his past, refuse to believe his side of the story. The interrogation concludes. Kang Hanjil turns as a colleague enters, asking if he was still interrogating. Kang Hanjil replies that it just ended. Leaning on the table, Kang Hanjil instructs his team leader to verify if permission was indeed granted at the store and, if so, to inform the accuser that it could constitute a false accusation. Outside, the city lights twinkle in the night as the team leader acknowledges the order, confirming his understanding. Back in the office, the female prosecutor and the junior prosecutor bow deeply to Kang Hanjil, a silent acknowledgement of his impressive work. The junior prosecutor praises Kang Hanjil's hard work while the female prosecutor, still processing the events, mentally wonders if she should bow too. Both prosecutors remain in a deep bow, their respect for Kang Hanjil evident after witnessing his unique interrogation methods. Kang Hanjil stands, a subtle, knowing smile gracing his lips, clearly satisfied with the outcome of the interrogation. A new visitor arrives, a man in a cap carrying a box, asking a prosecutor if he is Mr. Kim Seondong. The prosecutor confirms his identity and asks if Kang Hanjil is in. Kim Seondong, the man previously interrogated, bows deeply, apologizing for his past actions. The prosecutor, holding the box, assures him it's alright, that he had his reasons, and the prosecutors will understand. Kang Hanjil, entering the room, expresses surprise at seeing Kim Seondong, who then reveals he came to deliver a gift. Kang Hanjil playfully questions why Kim Seondong brought a gift, suggesting he should have bought something tasty instead. Kim Seondong clarifies that the gift is his thanks for being cleared of charges. Kang Hanjil, with a chuckle, asks if he's certain he doesn't want to file a false accusation charge against his former boss. Kang Hanjil accepts the gift, promising to enjoy it as Kim Seondong bows and prepares to depart. A satisfied smile plays on Kang Hanjil's face as Kim Seondong leaves, reflecting on a case well handled. Kim Seondong pauses, glancing at the orange box, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He reflects on Kang Hanjil's words about speaking up against injustice. He feels he can now live with his head held high, resolved to work hard and eventually search for his younger sibling. Kim Seondong, noticing Kang Hanjil's pained expression while reading a document, teasingly asks if the prosecutor is crying. Kang Hanjil, exasperated, complains about the terrible handwriting he can't decipher. The heavy atmosphere of the office finally breaks when a suggestion for a team dinner is made. It's time to welcome the new prosecutor and celebrate a long-awaited return. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, the team gathers at a local grill house, the scent of charcoal filling the air. Around the table, the sizzle of meat provides a rhythmic backdrop to the evening's festivities. For a moment, the stress of the courtroom feels worlds away. Leaning forward with genuine curiosity, a colleague asks the question on everyone's mind: how does Kang Hanjil get suspects to crack so easily in the interrogation room? Kang Hanjil takes a bite, his expression calm. He explains that it isn't magic. After seeing so many different types of people, you simply learn how to handle them. He continues, noting that if you watch them closely enough, you eventually get a sense of the right approach for each individual. His colleagues are floored, jokingly calling him a human truth serum as the high-quality beef continues to sizzle on the stone grill. The drinks flow as freely as the compliments. They insist that suspects spill everything the moment Kang Hanjil shows his face. Noticing the excessive praise, Kang Hanjil looks at Prosecutor Choi and asks if he's already had too much to drink. The colleague, Jin Woo, waves off the formality. He suggests that since they are off duty, they should drop the titles and just speak casually. The table is laden with traditional side dishes, a feast fit for a team that has been working themselves to the bone. Feeling bold from the alcohol, Jin Woo asks if he can take it a step further and call Kang Hanjil young. Kang Hanjil winces internally, thinking that if he'd married his first love, he could have a son this age. He firmly draws the line at senior. From above, the gathering looks like a picture of unity. The team consensus is clear: Kang Hanjil is truly a prosecutor among prosecutors. One of the juniors gets emotional, praising how Kang Hanjil doesn't just point out mistakes but allows them to find the answers themselves. He feels respected, treated like a peer rather than a subordinate. It's a leadership style that has clearly won over the entire division. The meat continues to cook, the sound of it sizzling on the grill punctuating the high praise being heaped upon their lead prosecutor. Prosecutor on watches the scene, her thoughts drifting. She remembers a time when Kang Hanjil was a great prosecutor but perhaps not a great person. She studies him closely, noting that the very air around him seems to have shifted recently, becoming warmer and more approachable. In her mind, she compares the cold, half-hearted man he used to be with the man standing before her. It seems the accident helped him find his human side. Kang Hanjil returns to his seat, catching the tail end of the conversation. He asks what could possibly have everyone so worked up. With a mischievous grin, one of them admits they were talking behind his back, specifically about how much of a good prosecutor he has become. Kang Hanjil raises an eyebrow, swirling his drink. He poses a philosophical question to the group: what exactly makes a good prosecutor? Sentiment is unanimous. A boss who values efficiency and work-life balance is a hero in any office, especially a legal one. Kang Hanjiao offers a rare, genuine smile. He promises to keep their feedback in mind as they move forward with their current cases. Prosecutor On speaks up, her voice steady. To her, a good prosecutor is simply someone who still believes in the concept of justice. Table falls into a stunned silence. The idealism of her statement stands in stark contrast to the cynical reality of their daily grind. The tension breaks as they burst into laughter, teasing her for being such a textbook prosecutor in this day and age. Turning the spotlight back on him, they ask Kang Hanjiao for his definitive take on the matter. He thinks back to his past self. A good prosecutor should scare the hell out of bad guys. He admits he was never afraid, but his persistence was certainly a pain. He concludes that in that sense, Kang was a decent prosecutor. His colleagues immediately seize on his use of the third person, teasing him for self-moification. Confused by the modern slang, Kang Hanjiao looks at the empty bottles, wondering what on earth mo is supposed to mean. Regardless of the terminology, the glasses are raised high. A toast is called for the unity and success of Criminal Division 3. As the night ends, Kang Hanjiao makes a swift escape into a taxi, firmly rejecting the drunk pleas for a second round. Some things never change. Kang Hanjiao lets out a tired sigh, perhaps reflecting on the unchanging nature of his demanding life. But his moment of peace is abruptly broken as something catches his eye, drawing a surprised huh from him. The source of his surprise becomes clear. A group of well-dressed men, seemingly leaving a traditional establishment, are gathered outside. A luxury car speeds away, leaving them behind. Among them, the Incheon District Prosecutor General Woo Hyun-ju and the First Deputy Chief Prosecutor are clearly visible, their faces flushed, suggesting a night of heavy drinking and perhaps questionable camaraderie. A grim smirk plays on Kang Hanjiao's lips as he recognizes the familiar face of Seo Dongwook, the very prosecutor who handled that suspicious traffic accident case. A chilling realization dawns on him. Kang Hanjiao's mind races, picturing the shadowy figures of influence surrounding Young Taisu. He's holding on to this thread, is that right? He muses, understanding the depth of the conspiracy. Under the silent, watchful gaze of the city's night sky, Kang Hanjiao's investigation truly begins. So, he contemplates, the implications of his discovery weighing heavily. In a hushed conversation, a subordinate listens intently to Kang Hanjiao's findings. Are you saying that the one holding on to that case is the Incheon District Prosecutor General? He asks, his voice laced with disbelief. Kang Hanjiao, leaning forward, asserts that Seo Dongwook undoubtedly possesses inside information. His subordinate then raises a critical question. Do you think there was an exchange between Director Park Jung-seong and the Prosecutor General? Subordinate ponders, admitting he can't be entirely sure but confidently states that the Prosecutor General is certainly someone who can be lobbied. He then deduces that any attempt to cover up the case would undoubtedly involve approaching the Prosecutor General directly. Kang Hanjiao, with a determined gaze, asks his subordinate if he should delve deeper into the matter, implying a direct investigation into the Prosecutor General. His subordinate, clearly alarmed, asks, "What, are you going to hang him up by his ankles?" Kang Hanjiao's resolute reply echoes back, "If necessary, I will." But the subordinate cautions him, warning that messing with someone at the Prosecutor General level will complicate things. Mysterious man, with a chilling smile and eyes that gleam with sinister intent, appears. But Prosecutor Seo Dongwook is a different story, he states, hinting at a separate, perhaps more vulnerable, target. Under the full moon, a skeletal structure of a building stands tall. Suddenly, muffled sounds of struggle, ugh and urg, pierce the night, hinting at a confrontation within. Suddenly, a figure plummets through the air, bound and helpless. It's Seo Dongwook, letting out a desperate arg, as he falls, caught in a rapid, violent abduction. Seo Dongwook, now slumped on the ground, glares up at his masked captor. He defiantly warns, "You think you'll get away with kidnapping a prosecutor? I've got your face memorized." The masked man simply scoffs, "This is your first time being kidnapped, so you don't know, right?" Masked man's eyes bore into Seo Dongwook, his voice a cold warning, "You shouldn't look at my face too closely. If you remember my face, you'll have to die, you know." Seo Dongwook visibly trembles, a choked coo escaping his lips as the chilling threat sinks in. Now fully masked, the enigmatic figure leans in, his single visible eye glinting with menace. "Prosecutor Seo Dongwook, let's have a chat," he proposes, the implied threat hanging heavy in the air. Masked man reiterates his demand, his gaze unwavering. "Prosecutor Seo Dongwook, let's have a chat." Seo Dongwook, tears streaming down his face, listens as the masked man promises to let him go easy if he cooperates. The captor presses further, "There must be a case you've recently received a request about." The masked man's eyes narrow as he adds, "There must have been instructions from higher up." His words confirm his deep understanding of the corrupt network Seo Dongwook is entangled in. Seeing Seo Dongwook's desperate reaction, the masked man smirks, "Seems like you remember." He pushes for the crucial information, "Just tell me who made what request." Masked man reiterates his offer, promising to release Seo Dongwook immediately upon receiving the information. But Seo Dongwook, trembling, weakly denies, I don't know what you're talking about." With a chilling calm, the masked man slips on a glove. "If you really can't remember," he warns, his voice cold, "I'll have to help you recall." The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. The masked man brandishes a sharp knife, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Despite the clear danger, Seo Dongwook desperately pleads, "It's true. I don't know anything about who made the request." Without hesitation the masked man swings the knife, a blur of cold steel cutting through the air. Blood-curdling Aya escapes Seo Dongwook's lips as he recoils in terror, the sharp blade narrowly missing him or inflicting a superficial wound. The masked man looks down at the screaming Seo Dongwook dismissively stating, "Don't exaggerate. We haven't even started yet." His words promise a brutal interrogation. The masked man's gloved hand clamps down on Seo Dongwook's arm, a firm grip that leaves no room for escape. As the knife hovers menacingly close to Seo Dongwook's hand, he cries out, "It's true. I don't know anything." His voice is raw with desperation and fear. The masked man tilts his head slightly, his masked face unreadable, as he calmly questions Seo Dongwook's desperate plea. "Really?" he asks, his tone implying he doesn't believe a word, leaving Seo Dongwook's fate hanging in the balance. Seo Dongwook, his hand pressed against the cold blade, screams in agony and fear, immediately retracting his defiance. "Wait, I'll tell you everything," he cries out, desperate to save himself. The narrator reveals that the suspect in question had been peculiar from the start, unlike most people who are shocked and distressed by fatal accidents. The suspect remained unerringly calm throughout the entire investigation, a detail that immediately raised suspicion. Initially it was assumed the suspect had powerful backing given instructions from above which led to the case being left alone, but Kang Hanjaol, observing Young Taesu, wonders why he is so calm. The masked man dismisses Seo Dongwook's information as not particularly nutritious. He then states he will believe Seo Dongwook and let him go, instructing him to continue his current activities. The knife clatters away as the masked man orders Seo Dongwook to stay close to the prosecutor general and uncover who truly ordered the hit. He warns Seo Dongwook that they will be watching him, demanding constant vigilance. Seo Dongwook, visibly shaken, questions why the assailant didn't hide his face. The masked man reveals he had planned to kill Seo Dongwook but has merely postponed it. He coldly states that his group does not hesitate to slit throats when they decide to kill. He advises Seo Dongwook to be careful as they might change their minds at any moment. Seo Dongwook nervously agrees. "Oh, of course." A colleague asks Kang Hanjaol if he's heading to court as Kang Hanjaol opens a door. Kang Hanjaol, looking surprised, responds that he has a trial. He then internally wonders about the other person's sudden good shape. Kang Hanjaol internally questions when this colleague got into such good shape, noticing his changed physique. A thought bubble appears, connecting Kang Hanjaol's curiosity about the Shinhyung-dong intersection case with the image of the masked man, making him wonder if there's a link between them. Kang Hanjaol dismisses the thought, noting that the masked man's way of speaking is completely different from his colleagues. His colleague then addresses Kang Hanjaol, asking why he inquired about the Shinhyung-dong case. Kang Hanjaol explains that the suspect he was investigating died in that accident, making him suspicious about whether it was truly a simple accident. His colleague asks if that's the case, then jokingly asks if Kang Hanjaol will show him the case files. Kang Hanjaol retorts, "Are you crazy?" Colleague insists that Kang Hanjaol can access all records after the trial anyway, so he should just show him now. The scene shifts to a door labeled 801 Prosecutor's Office as a voice calls out for the Prosecutor General. Woo Hyun-ju, the Prosecutor General, greets Prosecutor Seo Dongwook and asks what he needs. Seo Dongwook states he's there about the traffic accident case Woo Hyun-ju had instructed him to handle and he's on his way to court for the sentencing hearing. Seo Dongwook informs Woo Hyun-ju that the defendant won't appeal and he won't either, so the verdict should be finalized soon. Woo Hyun-ju nods, commending him and asking him to see it through to the end. Seo Dongwook asks Woo Hyun-ju why he's so curious about the case, then cautiously explains his reasoning. If someone is important enough for the Prosecutor General to step in, they must be quite remarkable. Seo Dongwook continues, suggesting it might be good to casually get to know such a person. Woo Hyun-ju listens, an unreadable expression on his face. Woo Hyun-ju laughs, asking if Seo Dongwook wants to make connections with whoever it is and if he's planning to run for office once he takes off his robe. Seo Dongwook muses about running for office, noting it's likely someone from political circles. He chuckles softly. An unidentified man on the phone questions if it's a politician, then adds that there's a high possibility they're a former prosecutor as well. Kang Hanjaol ponders, thinking it was Director Park Jung-seong who ordered it, or at least someone from the organization. He considers having his team look into it but then decisively states, "No, I'll go myself." A prisoner, Young Taesu, asks, "Yes, who are you?" as Kang Hanjaol, now in a suit, appears in a thought bubble behind him. Kang Hanjaol introduces himself as Prosecutor Kang Hanjaol from the Incheon District Prosecutor's Office, facing Young Taesu with a determined expression. Young Taesu questions what this is about. Kang Hanjaol states he'd like to hear the details of the traffic accident case. Kang Hanjaol observes that Young Taesu seems quite at ease for someone who killed a person. Young Taesu, looking troubled, notes that Yeoju Prison has nice facilities, implying he has protection. The masked man's image appears again and Kang Hanjaol recalls the statement, "It's a hard place to get into," which reinforces the idea that Young Taesu has powerful backing. Young Taesu then says he came here knowing quite a bit already and tells Kang Hanjaol to sit down. Kang Hanjaol reveals his leverage. He could reopen the investigation on this case, then directly asks Young Taesu to tell him who ordered the hit. Young Taesan nervously deflects, claiming he just dozed off. Kang Hanjail, with a calm smile, assures him he can keep everything, he just needs a name. 7 days pass, and the quiet facade of Yeoju prison is shattered by a grim discovery. A death has occurred within the walls of the correctional facility, sending ripples through the legal world. The first deputy chief prosecutor enters the office with urgent news. The case has been dumped onto their department, and an autopsy is already underway. He urges Kang Hanjail to head down to the prison where Lee Dae-won was being held. Kang Hanjail looks up, his sharp eyes narrowing as he processes the information. He immediately asks for the identity of the deceased, his mind already racing through the implications. Confirmation comes swiftly, it's Lee Dae-won. Kang Hanjail doesn't waste a second, demanding to know the official cause of death for the man who was central to his investigation. The initial report is chilling. While they are waiting for the full autopsy results, the scene suggests that Lee Dae-won took his own life by hanging. Kang Hanjail repeats the word suicide with a heavy dose of skepticism. Inside the sterile morgue, the team examines the body. The first deputy chief prosecutor points out the strangulation marks around the neck, noting that the marks match the prison uniform cloth recovered from the scene. The medical examiner points to the petechiae in the eyes, a classic sign of asphyxiation. He believes the evidence is clear, it's a textbook suicide, and he sees no further need for a full autopsy. Kang Hanjail isn't buying it. He asks if there's even a slight possibility of homicide. The doctor admits that while the probability is low, it's never entirely impossible in these environments. Doctor explains that such deaths can be meticulously disguised as suicides. To be absolutely certain, a deep dive autopsy is the only way forward, despite the extra trouble it causes. As he leaves the room, he is met by a distraught woman. She is frantic, desperately asking what has happened to her son, her voice cracking with grief. Kang Hanjail stops, his expression softening slightly as he asks if she is Lee Dae-won's mother. The weight of the situation begins to settle in the hallway. He asks her to sit down so they can talk. He gently breaks the news that the initial examination points towards suicide, but the mother immediately recoils, insisting that it simply can't be true. While she weeps, Kang Hanjail searches for clues. He asks if anything unusual happened after the traffic accident case, trying to find a thread that links Lee Dae-won's death to a larger conspiracy. The mother recalls that Lee Dae-won was always worried about her failing health. She mentions a certain Dr. Koo who frequently checked on her, a detail that Lee Dae-won found comforting. Kang Hanjail's ears perk up at the name. Dr. Koo, he repeats. The mother confirms that he has been taking care of them for a long time, identifying him as Koo Juntae. Realization hits Kang Hanjail like a freight train. He asks if she means Mayor Koo Juntae of Incheon. The image of the powerful politician at a podium flashes in his mind as she confirms the identity. Mayor Koo Juntae, a man with a polished and friendly public image, dismisses the situation. He claims that from his perspective it was just a simple traffic accident and questions why Kang Hanjail is so obsessed with the case. A dark, murderous intent flares in Kang Hanjail's eyes. He thinks to himself with cold fury, that victim is me, you bastard. The connection between the mayor and his own past trauma is now undeniable. Kang Hanjail senses a cover-up in motion. If someone is trying this hard to hide the truth, it means there is something incredibly fishy going on behind the scenes of the city's administration. Mayor Koo Juntae leans back, asking what Lee Dae-won was even being investigated for. Kang Hanjail reveals it was for reconstruction fraud, where he was posing as a construction CEO. The mayor maintains his innocent act, claiming he has no idea who that is. He challenges Kang Hanjail, asking what possible motive there could have been for someone to kill a man like that. Kang Hanjail doesn't flinch. He counters by saying he doesn't know either, but he's certain that Mayor Koo would be the one with the answers. A smug, condescending smirk plays on the mayor's lips. He seems amused by the young prosecutor's tenacity, as if he's watching a child play a game he's already won. Kang Hanjail explains that as a former prosecutor, the mayor should understand that a motive is just background. What truly matters is the simple fact that an incident occurred. He continues his philosophical pressure, stating that human motives are complex and rarely boil down to a single reason. Labels are just something people apply after the fact to make sense of the chaos. With a chilling calmness, Kang Hanjail declares that he hasn't lost interest in the mayor. He warns him to be careful, as he will be watching his every move from now on. He reaches for the door handle to leave, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. But before he can exit, the mayor's voice stops him cold. The mayor's face is partially obscured by shadow as he asks a pointed question. Haven't we met before? The air in the room turns ice cold. He suggests they must have crossed paths somewhere, noting that Kang Hanjail is his junior in the profession. Kang Hanjail stares back, wondering if this is a test or a genuine recognition. The door slams shut with a heavy thud, leaving the mayor alone in his office. The confrontation has ended, but the real war has only just begun. Mayor Koo Juntae lets out a dark chuckle. You really don't remember, do you? He whispers to the empty room, his eyes glinting with a secret knowledge that spells danger for our protagonist. The scene shifts to a modern apartment building under the morning sun. Life goes on for the city, unaware of the legal storm brewing in the shadows. A breaking news headline flashes across the screen. Mayor Koo Juntae is officially suspected of giving preferential treatment to the Incheon Medical Center. The public pressure is mounting. Kang Hanjail sits in his home scrolling through the news on his phone. He knows the media won't sit still now that blood is in the water. The pieces are moving and the endgame is finally in sight. Kang Hanjail sits in his home scrolling through the news on his phone, observing the public's outrage at what they perceive as clickbait journalism. Comments flood in, ranging from frustration over misleading titles to fervent support for Mayor Koo Juntae. Internally, Kang Hanjail curses the lack of substance in the reports, noting how the media deliberately emphasized only a heartwarming story to deflect from any real suspicion. Kang Hanjail answers a call. His chief informs him that he needs to return to work immediately as his presence is requested. The slight smirk, Kang Hanjail confirms he will be in tomorrow, clearly having a plan in motion. Bursting into the office, Kang Hanjail immediately confronts Prosecutor Seo, demanding to know if he truly intends to close the case in such a manner. Prosecutor Seo, looking startled, stammers a question, feigning ignorance about which case Kang Hanjail is referring to. Kang Hanjail clarifies, naming the Yeonsadong Internet Gambling Center case, as Prosecutor Seo looks increasingly uncomfortable glancing at the incriminating images on his screen. Prosecutor Seo asserts that the investigation has been sufficient, challenging Kang Hanjail to state the problem, while Kang Hanjail's voice from off-panel warns that further digging could severely damage Park Jung-seong's business. Kang Hanjail presses the issue, arguing that a thorough interrogation of those caught could lead to the mastermind of other centers, but Prosecutor Seo dismissively states that nothing more can be extracted due to their cell-like structure and feigned ignorance. Kang Hanjail challenges Prosecutor Seo's credulity, questioning if he'll simply accept their claims of ignorance, but Prosecutor Seo, exasperated, declares he's done all he can and orders Kang Hanjail to leave. Undeterred, Kang Hanjail declares his intention to take Song Il-kwon, the distressed man in the background, with him for further questioning. As Prosecutor Seo angrily accuses Kang Hanjail of meddling in his case, Kang Hanjail calmly retorts that he isn't investigating the gambling den but something entirely different. As Prosecutor Seo's voice from off-panel asks what else he could possibly be investigating, Kang Hanjail's eyes glow ominously and he delivers a chilling answer: attempted murder. The scene shifts to a control room, revealing multiple monitors, a sound mixer, and several hard drives, hinting at the technical nature of the ongoing investigation. Kang Hanjail's voice cuts through the tension, reminding Song Il-kwon of his previous suspended sentence for the same offense, as the man looks visibly anxious under the harsh interrogation lights. Kang Hanjail leans back, a predatory smile on his face, observing that Song Il-kwon must have enjoyed getting off lightly before, but this time, with his prior record, he will be labeled a habitual offender. Kang Hanjail's gaze sharpens as he lays out his offer: provide crucial information about other gambling centers or their mastermind, and he will consider a reduced sentence, even another suspended sentence if the intel is valuable enough. Song Il-kwon, now sweating profusely, insists he has already divulged everything to the other prosecutor. Kang Hanjail observes Song Il-kwon, internally noting that the man clearly hasn't grasped the gravity of his situation, while a silent figure stands behind him. From above, Kang Hanjail's voice echoes, a chilling warning that Song Il-kwon shouldn't expect to escape so easily. Kang Hanjail's expression hardens as he challenges Song Il-kwon, questioning if he feels no remorse for his crimes, having only sucked money from behind a monitor. Kang Hanjail's voice cuts through, reminding Song Il-kwon of the countless lives he has ruined, images of despairing victims flashing across the screen as he declares his unwavering resolve to keep Song Il-kwon in prison. Song Il-kwon's face contorts in terror as Kang Hanjail's voice promises to keep him until useful information is provided, threatening to levy another charge against him if the gambling den investigation yields nothing further. Song Il-kwon's panicked voice asks what something else means, and the hexagonal bubble dramatically reveals Kang Hanjail's chilling response: attempted murder. Song Il-kwon erupts in disbelief, vehemently denying the absurd accusation, but Kang Hanjail calmly reminds him of the incident during his arrest when he grabbed Kang Hanjail and attempted to jump. Kang Hanjail muses on the danger if they had fallen together, while Song Il-kwon furiously retorts, accusing Kang Hanjail of being the one who grabbed him. Kang Hanjail simply smiles, refuting Song Il-kwon's claim and stating that all the investigators witnessed the event. Kang Hanjail's voice asserts that during their struggle, Song Il-kwon grabbed him and jumped, a statement visually supported by the man in headphones giving a confident thumbs up. Song Il-kwon's voice vehemently denies jumping or intending to die, questioning who could die from a third-floor fall, but Kang Hanjail's voice sharply retorts that a headfirst landing would be 100% fatal. Completely defeated, Song Il-kwon can only utter a bewildered question, asking why Kang Hanjail is pursuing him so relentlessly. Song Il-kwon's internal thoughts accuse Kang Hanjail of trying to frame him, while Kang Hanjail dismissively tells him to just keep denying it, prompting Song Il-kwon to question if this man is truly a prosecutor. Song Il-kwon's voice from off-panel reveals that the gambling operation is run by gangsters. Simultaneously, the mastermind, a man with a cane, sits calmly, internally contemplating his next move. Kang Hanjail smiles, reassuring Song Il-kwon that he's not the only one being questioned, and further stating his intention to pretend to call in others for additional questioning, a calculated move. Song Il-kwan's face is etched with pure terror as Kang Han-jaol's voice presents a stark ultimatum: face a long sentence for attempted murder and running a gambling den, or get off lightly with just the gambling charge, a choice Kang Han-jaol mockingly calls too easy. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the exterior of a bustling commercial building as an enraged voice from off-panel curses the bastards, signaling an imminent raid. A muscular man shouts, "Be block it," but is immediately struck in the face as the command, "It's a raid. Get out of the way," rings out, confirming the chaotic start of the operation. Target of this sudden, chaotic operation is none other than CEO Young Taesu, as his nameplate starkly confirms. Kang Han-jaol observes the unfolding chaos, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he remarks, well, you're doing everything you can. In a sudden flashback, Kang Han-jaol, in his female form, walks alone under the pouring night rain, lamenting, "Why does it have to rain at night?" Her eyes widen in sudden alarm as a dark, hooded figure emerges from the shadows, illuminated by a lone street lamp. The imposing silhouette of the mysterious figure steadily advances, its heavy footsteps echoing in the downpour as it approaches Kang Han-jaol. Kang Han-jaol watches nervously as the figure continues to walk past her, a wave of unease washing over her. A relieved smile crosses her face as she internally notes, "It was just a passerby. I got nervous for nothing." Yet, a lingering suspicion causes her to glance back, questioning, why is he dressed so darkly? Suddenly, a glowing hand lunges from the darkness, initiating a brutal and unexpected attack. Shifting back to the present, Kang Han-jaol's voice rings out across the city, jovially greeting someone with, "Ah, dog nose. Long time no see." Kang Han-jaol, flexing his arm, confidently asks his unseen interlocutor, "Are you calling Park Jung-seong?" Young Taesu, visibly panicked, shouts into his phone, demanding, "What? Who are you?" before hastily declaring, "This is a crackdown. I'm hanging up." Kang Han-jaol stands tall in Young Taesu's office, responding to the CEO's frantic question of, "Who are you? Do you know me?" with a firm declaration, "I'm the prosecutor here to arrest you." Kang Han-jaol issues a stern warning, informing the terrified Young Taesu that the building is surrounded and to don't try anything funny and come quietly. Cornered and desperate, Young Taesu brandishes a small knife, his voice trembling as he warns, "Don't come any closer." Kang Han-jaol, clearly exasperated by the resistance, rubs his forehead and states, "Don't struggle. We're both tired." An ally shouts a frantic warning to Kang Han-jaol, urging him to prosecutor, "Step back. He has a knife." Young Taesu lets out a desperate scream, lunging forward with the knife, forcing Kang Han-jaol to narrowly evade the attack, his shirt tearing from the close call. Young Taesu continues his desperate, screaming assault, wildly swinging the knife. Kang Han-jaol's eyes sharpen in surprise as his enhanced senses activate, allowing him to perceive the knife's trajectory with perfect clarity, noting, "What the? I can see each movement clearly." With his newfound clarity, Kang Han-jaol effortlessly counters the attack, remarking on how the direction it's coming from is so obvious. A confident smirk spreads across Kang Han-jaol's face as he acknowledges his extraordinary abilities, stating, "I've died and come back to life, so I shouldn't be surprised." Kang Han-jaol delivers a swift, powerful kick, sending Young Taesu sprawling across the office floor. With precise, overwhelming force, Kang Han-jaol seizes Young Taesu's arm, disarming him as the knife clatters to the floor amidst Young Taesu's pained scream. An ally rushes forward, anxiously questioning Kang Han-jaol, "Prosecutor, did you get stabbed? We need to stop the bleeding quickly." Despite his torn shirt, Kang Han-jaol's skin beneath glows with an ethereal light, completely unharmed, showcasing his incredible resilience and swift recovery. The man examining Kang Han-jaol exclaims that it's strange, despite the visible blood on his torn shirt, no wound can be found on Kang Han-jaol's body, showcasing his incredible resilience and swift recovery. City lights glimmer as night falls, revealing a towering corporate building against the dark sky. Kneeling before Chairman Lee Woonbi, Director Park Jung-seong reports that the ringleader and several centers were simultaneously raided, forcing them to shut down the server and evacuate all other locations for the time being. Chairman Lee Woonbi, holding a cigar, remarks that if this was an official crackdown, Prosecutor General Woo Hyun-ju would have contacted them in advance. Director Park Jung-seong explains that Prosecutor General Woo Hyun-ju seemed unaware, suggesting Criminal Division 3 conducted a secret investigation on their own. Chairman Lee Woonbi then demands to know who is in charge of this operation. Director Park Jung-seong reveals the prosecutor in charge is Kang Bareun, causing Chairman Lee Woonbi to react with a shocked, questioning murmur of Kang Bareun. Director Park Jung-seong asks if Chairman Lee Woonbi knows the name, to which Chairman Lee Woonbi replies with a terse no. Director Park Jung-seong apologizes, admitting that his carelessness led to their organization being exposed. He assures Chairman Lee Woonbi that he will reorganize everything once the situation calms down to prevent any further disruption to their business. Chairman Lee Woonbi cuts him off, stating that it's enough and that side of their operations can be put on hold for a while. Chairman Lee Woonbi commands them to focus on the new business, promising to start distribution as soon as the sales organization is fully established. Director Park Jung-seong acknowledges the order with a firm "understood, boss." As Director Park Jung-seong exits the room, another man, Kim Byung-jin, stands observing from a distance. The man in the red suit aggressively questions why Kim Beomjin is eavesdropping like a rat, to which Kim Beomjin calmly replies that he was just about to go in, asserting that director Park Jung-seong isn't the only one with business with chairman Lee Woong-bi. The red suit man glares at Kim Beomjin, his face contorted in rage, and insults him, asking if he's become too big for his britches. Kim Beomjin, with a confident smirk, taunts the red suit man, asking if he's still feeling cocky after all the gambling operations he managed fell into the hands of the prosecution, expressing surprise at his nerve to face chairman Lee Woong-bi. The red suit man's fury intensifies, his voice laced with menace as he questions if Kim Beomjin thinks he can do whatever he wants now that he's taken him Taesan's place, threatening him by asking if he wishes to die. Kim Beomjin's expression hardens as he warns the red suit man not to casually use brother Taesan's name. Kim Beomjin's eyes narrow, reflecting a dangerous glint. As he walks away, the red suit man mutters that a newborn puppy knows no fear of a tiger, warning Kim Beomjin to just wait. Kim Beomjin watches them leave, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. Back at the prosecutor's office, it's revealed that an excuse was made, claiming the blood was from Dog Nose cutting himself while resisting, a story believed by those who weren't at the scene. However, breaking Dog Nose's wrist became a significant problem, leading to higher-ups questioning whether excessive force was used. Prosecutor on greets Kang Han-jail, who then asks what brings her to his office. Prosecutor on states she would like some advice on a case she's working on. Kang Han-jail inquires about the nature of the case, and Prosecutor on explains it's a murder investigation that has reached a dead end due to a lack of evidence. She expresses her desire to catch the culprit but fears she might have overlooked something. Prosecutor on acknowledges Kang Han-jail's busy schedule but would be grateful if he could review the case. Body, she recounts, was discovered in an irrigation canal complicated by early rainfall. Prosecutor on adds that the victim's home is a remote countryside house, prompting Kang Han-jail to ask about nearby CCTV footage. Prosecutor on observes Kang Han-jail's thoughtful expression and asks if something is bothering him. Prosecutor on reveals her suspicion that the taxi driver is the strongest suspect. Despite having no prior convictions, he was a suspect in a similar case in the past. She explains that DNA testing technology was insufficient to find evidence back then, but if it were now, he would have undoubtedly been found guilty. However, the statute of limitations has expired, making prosecution impossible even with a confession. Kang Han-jail abruptly stands and declares, "Let's go," startling Prosecutor on, who asks, "Pardon, where to?" Kang Han-jail clarifies they are going to see the suspect, asserting that merely reviewing records all day won't give them a true feel for the case. Their destination, a sprawling taxi depot bathed in the morning sun, the air hummed with the quiet anticipation of a confrontation. Inside a sparse, functional office, a water cooler and cabinets filled with supplies hinted at a place of waiting and routine. Kang Han-jail and his female colleague stood, observing the lone figure already seated at a simple table, the air thick with unspoken tension. The seated man, taxi driver Song Chun-mo, faced them, his eyes heavy with a weary, almost haunted look. Dark, ethereal tendrils seemed to writhe around him, an ominous visual manifestation of his inner state. Kang Han-jail's gaze was sharp, dissecting the man before him. He internally mused, "This is completely." A subtle, almost cynical smile played on Kang Han-jail's lips as his thoughts solidified. Not human, but a beast. Leaning in, Kang Han-jail whispered to his female colleague, a chilling certainty in his voice. He guaranteed that Song Chun-mo, the bastard, was responsible for at least one of the crimes, be it this case or a previous one. Turning back to the suspect, Kang Han-jail began the interrogation, offering a polite but firm apology for interrupting Song Chun-mo's busy schedule before stating his need for information. Kang Han-jail pressed, asking where Song Chun-mo went after dropping off the victim. The taxi driver claimed he drove around looking for passengers but finding none, slowly headed home. Song Chun-mo continued his alibi, stating there were no passengers on the way home either, so he simply went inside and slept. Kang Han-jail acknowledged the CCTV footage confirmed the taxi's return near Song Chun-mo's house. However, he noted that the timing of the footage could also align with the estimated time of death, suggesting Song Chun-mo might have been finishing the crime before rushing home. With a direct gaze, Kang Han-jail requested permission to inspect the taxi itself. Song Chun-mo, seemingly cooperative, granted permission with a simple, "Sure, go ahead." Kang Han-jail moved swiftly, opening the taxi door and stepping inside, while Song Chun-mo and the female colleague watched. Inside the vehicle, Kang Han-jail scanned the interior, a thoughtful escaping his lips. His brow furrowed in suspicion. He found it strange, despite being a taxi used by many people, it was impeccably clean. The back seat was spotless, prompting Kang Han-jail to wonder how it was possible for there to be not a single hair or fingerprint. Exiting the vehicle, Kang Han-jail commented on the car's extreme cleanliness. Song Chun-mo calmly replied that as a business vehicle, he made an effort to keep it clean. Kang Han-jail's expression hardened as he directly asked if Song Chun-mo had washed the car on the day of the incident. Song Chun-mo, with a subtle smirk, claimed he washed it early the next morning because it had rained heavily, making the car dirty. A confident smile spread across Kang Han-jail's face as he revealed his knowledge. Song Chun-mo had also been investigated for a rape and murder case in the past. Song Chun-mo, visibly annoyed, retorted that the previous case was investigated long ago and he had been cleared of all charges. Kang Han-jail maintained his confident demeanor, stating there was nothing to hide. Song Chun-mo's gaze grew calculating as he internally considered the statute of limitations, believing he wouldn't be punished even if he discussed the past incident. A dark, intense visual effect underscored the sinister turn in Song Chun-mo's thoughts. Song Chun-mo's face twisted into a truly grotesque, malevolent grin, his eyes glinting with a terrifying darkness. The beast within was revealed. Kang Han-jail, his face etched with disgust and grim determination, declared that Song Chun-mo was dying to brag about his past crimes, cementing his conviction that this bastard was undeniably a murderer. Song Chun-mo, now openly hostile, challenged Kang Han-jail. He questioned if he looked stupid enough to admit to killing, knowing it would lead to him being labeled a murderer and implicated in the current case. He continued his tirade, accusing Kang Han-jail of seeing through his intentions and suggesting prosecutors were merely desperate to meet quotas. Kang Han-jail, with a confident smirk and crossed arms, dismissed the accusation. He stated he didn't know or care about other prosecutors' motivations. His female colleague, her expression firm, added her own conviction. She confessed that while she didn't desire to catch all bad guys, looking at Song Chun-mo, she truly wanted to catch and lock him up. With a casual wave and a chilling smile, Kang Han-jail declared his intent, promising to use any means necessary to apprehend Song Chun-mo. His colleague voiced concern, asking if provoking Song Chun-mo might lead him to destroy evidence. Kang Han-jail dismissed it, asserting the suspect had likely already purged everything possible and was not the type to confess. Kang Han-jail, his eyes glowing red with fierce resolve, snapped his fingers. He announced it was time to stop wasting time and seek other methods of investigation. The bright sky with scattered clouds offered a brief, serene interlude, signifying a shift in the narrative. Sunlight streamed through an office window, illuminating a simple vase on a desk, setting a quiet, reflective tone. Back in the office, the female colleague and another male colleague sat amidst a sea of documents, tirelessly reviewing records. The female colleague let out a frustrated sigh, rubbing her temples, the weight of the investigation pressing down on her. Her thoughts echoed her weariness. No matter how much she looked, there was no useful information. Was it truly impossible to find anything? Kang Han-jail muses, a deep frown etched on his face as he continues to scrutinize the meager evidence. He observes a crucial detail in the photograph. The victim's foot is adorned with only a single sock. Prosecutor explains that while the victim's shoes were recovered with the body, the other sock was never found. Due to heavy rain that dawn, they suspect it might have been washed away. A single piece of evidence, a stark Polaroid, is laid carefully onto a desk overflowing with case files. Kang Han-jail insists they search for even the smallest clue, then asks if they can visit the victim's home immediately. Prosecutor confirms she will contact the family. Their investigation leads them to a secluded, opulent residence, the victim's home, shrouded by dense foliage. Kang Han-jail offers his condolences to the victim's heartbroken mother, thanking her for her cooperation during this difficult time. The mother's face is etched with profound grief and exhaustion, the weight of her loss palpable. Prosecutor politely inquires about the location of Kim Na-yeon's room, seeking to gather more information. The two prosecutors move with purpose, their steps echoing the gravity of their task as they head deeper into the victim's home. Kang Han-jail pushes open the door, revealing a brightly lit room, a stark contrast to the somber mood outside. The room's desk holds a computer, a calendar, and a small, innocent stuffed rabbit, remnants of a life cut short. A pristine bed and a simple nightstand complete the scene, offering no immediate clues to the tragedy. As Kang Han-jail meticulously searches a drawer, prosecutor questions his objective, wondering what he hopes to find. Kang Han-jail explains their need to investigate alternative motives, in case Song Chun-mo isn't the true culprit. He instructs prosecutor to specifically look for diaries or photo albums. Both prosecutors diligently comb through the room, leaving no stone unturned in their desperate search for hidden insights. Prosecutor expresses her growing frustration, noting that nothing useful has surfaced. She questions if the police would have already secured any evidence if it existed. Her thoughts echoed her weariness. No matter how much she looked, there was no useful information. Was it truly impossible to find anything? She feels like they are just wasting precious time. Kang Han-jail announces there's nothing more to find and suggests they leave, prompting a surprised huh from prosecutor As they prepare to depart, Kang Han-jail observes the victim's mother, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs as she clutches a framed photograph. Kang Han-jail gently places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, offering a solemn promise that they will definitely catch the culprit. With a renewed resolve, Kang Han-jail strides away, leaving the grieving mother and prosecutor behind, his determination unwavering. On the winding roads, a strategy is discussed. Are they suggesting an arrest on separate charges? The response indicates that detaining him, even on different grounds, would be ideal. Prosecutor presses Young Tae-soo, advising him it's better to admit manipulation than deny it. Young Tae-soo confidently retorts that manipulating meters is impossible these days. Young Tae-soo, with a dismissive smirk, tells prosecutor she doesn't need to pretend to interrogate him, knowing they're just holding him while searching for evidence. He declares they won't find anything and she should give up. As frustration flickers in Prosecutor On's eyes, young Taisu continues, remarking that she is quite beautiful when he looks at her like this. Enraged by his audacity, Prosecutor On slams her hands onto the table, ordering him to watch his eyes, shut up, and simply answer the questions. Suddenly, a breakthrough. News arrives that the victim's missing belongings, specifically the crucial second sock, have been found in the taxi. The news sends a ripple of shock through the room. The prosecutor is here. We found the victim's belongings in the taxi. Kang Hanjaol enters the interrogation room, his gaze fixed on Young Taisu, a silent challenge in his eyes. Kang Hanjaol demands to know the exact location of the discovery, wondering why the police hadn't found it earlier. The answer: it was hidden in a difficult-to-discover gap between the back seats. Holding the crucial evidence, Kang Hanjaol stares down Young Taisu, who now crumbles under the weight of this damning discovery, his smug facade shattered. The crucial piece of evidence, a single sock, was almost missed. Prosecutor On So-young reflects, if Prosecutor Kang hadn't mentioned seeing something faintly between the seats, I wouldn't have noticed. Prosecutor On So-young's eyes widen in disbelief, a soft, shocked whisper escaping her lips, no way. Kang Hanjaol holds the peculiar evidence, his gaze fixed on it as he observes, there's only one sock. Mr. Song Chunamo explodes in a fit of rage, his face contorted with disbelief and fury. That's impossible. There's no way it could have been found there, he screams. His frantic accusations fill the air, revealing a desperate attempt to deny the undeniable. I threw it in the waterway with the rest. Why is it in my car? This is a conspiracy. It's fabricated, he rages. Mr. Song Chunamo, trembling with fear and fury, points his finger, accusing Kang Hanjaol directly. That bastard, it must be that prosecutor bastard's doing. He did this. He said he'd do anything to put. Mr. Song Chunamo completely loses control, letting out a guttural scream of ARGH as he lunges forward, overturning the table. As the situation spirals into chaos, Prosecutor On So-young quickly reaches for assistance, exclaiming, I'll call for help. Male colleague attempts to de-escalate the volatile situation, urging the agitated Mr. Song Chunamo, calm down, Mr. Song Chunamo. Still seething with unbridled fury, Mr. Song Chunamo's eyes burn with a murderous intent as he demands, where is that bastard? Kang Hanjaol stands composed in the doorway, observing the chaotic aftermath. With a subtle smirk, he coolly remarks, he's made a real mess of things. Mr. Song Chunamo's furious gaze finally locks onto Kang Hanjaol, a silent, explosive confrontation hanging in the air. It was you did this? Mr. Song Chunamo roars, launching himself at Kang Hanjaol in a desperate, furious assault. A surge of potent purple energy crackles around Kang Hanjaol's outstretched hand, anticipating the incoming attack. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, Kang Hanjaol effortlessly intercepts Mr. Song Chunamo's lunge, his grip firm and unyielding. Mr. Song Chunamo's face drains of color, sweat beading on his brow as he gasps, oh, this is really. The full, overwhelming power of Kang Hanjaol registers. From the background, Prosecutor On So-young watches with growing alarm, her mind racing with urgent concern. How should I handle this? Her concern boiling over, Prosecutor On So-young cries out, a desperate plea echoing through the room. Prosecutor Kang, stop. Kang Hanjaol simply hums in response, a subtle hum, escaping his lips as he acknowledges her intervention. Kang Hanjaol, now in complete control, recites the formal warning, you have the right to an attorney and the right to remain silent. Even subdued on the floor, Mr. Song Chunamo defiantly retorts, you corrupt prosecutor bastard, I won't let you get away with this. Kang Hanjaol's voice cuts through the defiance, a chilling warning delivered with unwavering authority, if you don't shut up, I'll add obstruction of justice to your charges. Dark, menacing smile spreads across Kang Hanjaol's face as he delivers a chilling internal thought, you should be grateful I didn't kill you. The purple aura hints at his hidden capabilities. In a lighter, almost playful moment, Kang Hanjaol acknowledges the successful apprehension, stating, good job catching the culprit. Well done. Prosecutor On So-young responds, yes, thank you, before Kang Hanjaol declares, I'll be going now. The bright, sterile light of the prosecutor's office casts long shadows, marking a brief moment of respite after the intense interrogation. Prosecutor On So-young sits at her desk, sighing deeply, clearly overwhelmed by the day's dramatic and unsettling events. Colleagues approach with concern. The first deputy chief prosecutor asks, are you alright? You must have been shocked. Prosecutor On So-young replies, who wouldn't be shocked in that situation? Her hands clasped together, Prosecutor On So-young remains deep in thought, processing the disturbing details and implications of the case. The male colleague covers his mouth, visibly shaken as he reflects on the victim's final, desperate act. The victim must have been desperate to reveal the truth, even as she was being strangled to death, to hide her sock like that. Thinking about how she must have felt. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignites in Prosecutor On So-young's eyes. Gazing at the image of the single sock, she states with conviction, that's not it. Driven by her newfound conviction, Prosecutor On So-young rises from her desk, a renewed sense of purpose now guiding her actions. Informing her colleagues of her departure, Prosecutor On So-young announces, I'm going out for a bit. Her male colleague observes her departure, noting, Prosecutor On seems to have been quite shaken. As the golden light of dusk bathes the landscape, an elegant house stands nestled amidst lush greenery, a new destination for the unfolding investigation. A hesitant voice from within queries, "Who is it?" Prosecutor On So-young confidently introduces herself. "I'm Prosecutor On So-young from the Incheon District Prosecutor's Office. The one who came before." Apologizing for her tardiness, Prosecutor On So-young says, "Sorry for being late." The other woman, her back to the camera, admits, "I get anxious when someone visits while I'm alone." The host, still partially obscured, prompts her guest, "So, what brings you here this time?" Prosecutor On So-young hesitates, beginning, "Well." Prosecutor On So-young's expression shows a moment of profound hesitation as she struggles to articulate the delicate reason for her visit. Prosecutor On So-young recounts the initial findings, painting a grim picture of the official narrative. It was the taxi driver who was initially suspected. The evidence is solid and he's confessed, so there shouldn't be any problem getting a guilty verdict. The scene shifts to a lone, hooded figure in the rain, representing the confessed culprit. The victim's mother, her face etched with a mix of sorrow and nascent relief, hears the news, acknowledging it offers little true comfort. It might not be much comfort, but still. Her voice cracks, confessing the immense burden lifted from her heart. "No, you don't know how relieved I am that they caught my Yun's killer." She reveals her deepest fear. "I was worried that her death would go unsolved and the culprit would never be caught." From a wider perspective, the victim's mother kneels, offering humble hospitality to the visiting prosecutor. "You came all this way to tell me the news, and I don't even have anything to offer. Let me get some refreshments." But the prosecutor, her own thoughts swirling, gently declines. "That's not necessary." A sharp zoom in on the prosecutor's eye, betraying a flicker of apprehension. Her heart pounds with a silent rhythm. The closed door of her apartment stands as a silent barrier, yet the rhythmic thump-thump echoes the turmoil within her. Alone in her room, the prosecutor stands lost in thought, the unspoken thump-thump of her conscience a persistent drumbeat. Chilling zoom in reveals Kang Hanjaol's hand reaching into a drawer, retrieving a small, white item, a sock. The prosecutor's eyes widen in horror as the image of the sock in the drawer flashes through her mind, the thump-thump now a frantic pulse. A sinister smile plays on Kang Hanjaol's lips as he holds up the fabricated evidence, the sock, a silent testament to his dark deed. Prosecutor clutches the phantom sock, her expression a mask of pure horror as the full weight of the fabrication crashes down. Kang Hanjaol emerges from the shadows, his smile widening into a chilling, predatory grin, a true monster revealed beneath the facade. Tears stream down the prosecutor's face as she whispers in disbelief, "This can't be fabricating evidence to punish someone." The innocent sock becomes a symbol of corruption as her thoughts echo, lacks moral integrity and respect for the law. They become an uncontrollable, powerful force. Tears blur her vision as the prosecutor grapples with the impossible choice. If Kang's evidence fabrication is revealed, the supporting evidence will disappear and Song Chunimo might be released as not guilty. Kneeling in despair, the prosecutor's silent plea echoes, "What should I do?" The victim's mother reappears in the doorway, calling out, "Prosecutor." Startled, the prosecutor quickly composes herself, fabricating an excuse. I was just thinking about paying respects to Ms. Kim Na-yeon. I'm sorry." Unaware of the prosecutor's internal battle, the victim's mother clasps her hands, her voice filled with heartfelt gratitude. "It's all right. Thank you for caring so much as if it were your own case. I'm truly grateful." The camera pulls back, revealing the quiet, unassuming residential area bathed in the soft glow of the night. Inside, the prosecutor lies sleepless on her bed, while the single, stark white sock on the floor remains a haunting reminder of her moral quandary. A chilling close-up on the lone sock, a silent accusation in the dimly lit room. Her eyes, wide and filled with despair, fixate on the sock, its innocent barrier design a stark contrast to her profound distress. With a sudden, decisive motion, her hand reaches out, snatching the incriminating sock from the floor. In the sterile light of the bathroom, she holds the sock and a pair of scissors, preparing to sever the last tangible link to the fabricated truth. With a final, decisive snip, the prosecutor disposes of the evidence, her internal voice heavy with resignation. Now the evidence of Prosecutor Kang's fabrication is gone. I'm an accomplice too. The shredded pieces of the sock swirl in the toilet bowl, a grim reflection of her shattered ideals. The Kang Bareun I knew wasn't this kind of person, she laments silently. Lying prone on her bed, her mind races, haunted by the question, when did he become such a monster? Her tear-filled eyes reflect profound despair as she wonders, what could have broken him like this? Now, I just don't know anymore. The scene shifts dramatically to a sophisticated bar, bathed in dim, ambient light, where patrons mingle amidst the clinking of glasses. Two men approach a lone woman from behind, one politely inquiring, "Are you waiting for someone?" Back to them, the woman's expression remains unseen, while in the background, another man grins, observing the interaction. From across the room, Kang Hanjaol watches the scene unfold, his gaze fixed on the woman at the bar, his footsteps silent. A new figure, radiating confidence, approaches with a charming smile, apologizing, "Sorry, did you wait long?" A soft smile graces Kang Hanjaol's lips, a silent welcome for the newcomer. Kang Hanjaol, elegantly dressed in her captivating female form, sits poised at the bar, her presence commanding attention. With a playful wink, Kang Hanjaol greets him flirtatiously, "I missed you." Kang Hanjaol raises her wine glass, her mischievous wink highlighting her alluring charm, a subtle sparkle in her eye. Morning sun illuminates a towering, modern office building, its windows reflecting the clear blue sky, signaling a return to the professional world. Kang Hanjail stands tall, files in hand. He states he is there to deliver case files and asks for prosecutor John Yunji. The worker points toward a desk where someone is slumped over. The target of his search is fast asleep, drooling on her desk amidst a mountain of paperwork, a stark contrast to the professional atmosphere of the building. Suddenly, she bolts upright with a startled eek. Her hair is a mess and her eyes are wide with shock as she realizes she is no longer alone. She scrambles to compose herself, clearly disoriented by the sudden wake-up call, while Kang Hanjail looks on with a calm, unbothered expression. Kang Hanjail introduces himself as being from Criminal Division 3. He explains he has brought the files for the Siaknam-dong murder case, catching her off guard. He leans in slightly, his presence commanding. The gravity of the case he is handing over is reflected in his sharp, unwavering gaze. John Yunji quickly wipes her face, trying to regain a shred of dignity before diving into the high-profile case files. She acknowledges the notoriety of the Siaknam-dong case, sighing that Kang Hanjail has brought her quite a headache to deal with. Kang Hanjail explains that he has charged the suspects as co-principals and reinforced the evidence as much as possible. He requests a heavy sentence. His voice is cold and clinical. He wants justice served with maximum impact, leaving no room for the defendants to escape their fate. John Yunji assures him not to worry. Given the public outrage, she intends to seek the death penalty and promises to follow up if she has any questions. As Kang Hanjail prepares to leave, she calls out to him. She mentions hearing about his investigation into the taxi driver murder case with prosecutor Un So-young. She asks if there was anything particularly troublesome about it. Kang Hanjail pauses, simply stating they just reviewed the case together without much fuss. A sly, knowing smile spreads across John Yunji's face. She finds his response interesting, her eyes gleaming with hidden curiosity. She remarks that the case was indeed troublesome. Even though the evidence was clear and a confession was obtained, things were not as simple as they seemed. In court, the defendant was disruptive, claiming the prosecutor fabricated evidence. Despite the confession, the lawyer's insistence could have made the trial difficult. Kang Hanjail listens, his expression unreadable. He knows that in the world of law, a sharp hunch can be just as dangerous as a smoking gun. He reflects on the victim's final act, hiding a sock to reveal the truth even while she was being murdered. It was a tragic but vital piece of evidence. John Yunji admits she finds the defendant's claim of fabricated evidence more convincing than the official theory, challenging Kang Hanjail's logic. Night falls over the city, the lights of the towering apartment complexes flickering like distant stars as the day's legal battles come to a close. On the news, the anchor reports that the Incheon District Court has sentenced the defendants in the Siaknam-dong murder case to 30 years in prison each. The prosecution had sought the death penalty, arguing that the defendants showed no remorse and needed to be permanently isolated from society. Back at his apartment, Kang Hanjail relaxes on his sofa, taking a long, cold drink of beer as he watches the results of his hard work unfold on screen. He notes that they really did seek the death penalty as promised. A sense of grim satisfaction settles over him as the case concludes. Though they did not get the death penalty, 30 years is a significant win. He acknowledges that John Yunji handled the case well on her own. He admits he misjudged her. She may seem sloppy, but she gets the job done. However, his mind drifts back to her comment about evidence fabrication. He thinks it might not have been just a sharp hunch she was poking at. There is a deeper layer to her intuition that he hadn't anticipated. He realizes John Yunji is someone he should be more wary of than he initially thought. Her playfulness hides a dangerous level of perception. The scene shifts to a meeting. The discussion turns to a suspect named Kim Young-suk who used a figurehead CEO to acquire a beauty business. For a year, she built trust and expanded the company, attracting investments. All transactions were made reliably with promissory notes to establish a facade of legitimacy. Then, the trap was sprung. She claimed to have a massive order and requested mass production from suppliers, leveraging the trust she had carefully cultivated. When suppliers got nervous, she introduced an employee posing as a home shopping executive to reassure them. It was a classic, calculated long con. A victim sighs in frustration, wondering how business people could trust so easily. They should have been suspicious of such a sudden, massive order. Kang Hanjail counters that it's not that simple. People judge based on appearances, and after a year of rapport, trust is a powerful weapon to exploit. The weight of that truth crashes down on Kang Hanjail as a familiar face flashes before his eyes. He recognizes her, the woman he knew as Han Seonhwa, but a chilling realization dawns. This was the woman who expertly crafted her persona, a successful businesswoman and lobbyist, a master of deception who wouldn't hesitate to lie or shed false tears for her own benefit. She was the woman he had once held close, a bond now shattered by the revelation of her true nature. Kang Hanjail, reeling from the shock, hears another name. He addresses the woman, asking if she is indeed Ms. Kim Young-suk, to which she simply confirms with a yes. His mind races, questioning everything. The truth hits him like a physical blow. The cunning fraudster, the one he knew as Han Seonhwa, was actually Kim Young-suk. He realizes that Han Seonhwa was nothing more than an alias. Still processing the layers of deceit, Kang Hanjail turns to Kim Young-suk, repeating her name in disbelief, seeking confirmation of her identity. Cold, determined smile spreads across Kang Hanjaol's face. He declares that he will handle this case alone, his resolve hardening with a personal edge. The scene shifts to a towering office building as Kang Hanjaol invites Kim Young-suk inside, signaling the beginning of their official confrontation. Within the office, Kang Hanjaol stands at his desk reviewing documents while Kim Young-suk sits calmly on a sofa, the tension palpable in the room. Kang Hanjaol, with a sharp gaze, confronts Kim Young-suk with another detail from her file, asking if she is indeed 42 years old, stripping away more of her fabricated persona. Kim Young-suk, though slightly flustered, maintains her composure, offering a simple yes to his probing question. Kang Hanjaol lays out the charges, reminding her that multiple people have reported her for fraud. Kim Young-suk feigns remorse, expressing her apologies to those she harmed. With a practiced gesture, Kim Young-suk wipes a tear from her eye, attempting to evoke sympathy by claiming to understand the difficulties of business and nurturing a company. Kang Hanjaol cuts through her act, his footsteps echoing as he delivers a pointed question. If she didn't intend fraud, why did she use a figurehead CEO? His eyes burn with intensity as he addresses her directly, using her alias, Han Xianhua, a clear sign that he sees through her charade. Leaning back with a confident smirk, Kang Hanjaol, bathed in a crimson glow, urges her to be honest. He states his weariness and directly accuses her of fraud, then hints at a potential resolution if she cooperates. Kang Hanjaol continues, stating there's no particular reason for him to send her to prison, a subtle offer that brings a knowing smile to Kim Young-suk's lips. Dropping her pretense, Kim Young-suk playfully asks how he knew, then confesses that Han Xianhua was her favorite alias, acknowledging his sharp insight. Kim Young-suk, with a flirtatious smirk, suggests Kang Hanjaol must be interested in her, while internally wondering what the handsome prosecutor truly wants in return for his leniency. As Kim Young-suk sips her drink, Kang Hanjaol's mind drifts back to a painful memory, recalling her whispered promises of sincerity that now ring hollow. Kang Hanjaol lays out his terms. She must properly compensate the victims, and in return, he won't send her to prison. Kim Young-suk, acknowledging his astuteness, muses that her lucrative scheme was caught by someone sharp. A single word hangs in the air, but Kim Young-suk hints that there might be more to her compliance than a simple agreement. Kim Young-suk challenges Kang Hanjaol, questioning if that's truly all he wants. She cynically suggests that special treatment usually comes with a price, implying the prosecutor must want something in return. Kang Hanjaol delivers a firm ultimatum. He won't wait more than 10 minutes. If she doesn't show up as instructed, he will raid her place tomorrow. At the office door, Kang Hanjaol formally apologizes to Ms. Kim Young-suk for the inconvenience and states that he will conclude the case with no charges. She politely thanks him for his hard work. The male prosecutor, still under Kim Young-suk's spell, expresses his belief that there must have been a misunderstanding, convinced that someone so cultured and kind couldn't possibly be a con artist. Kang Hanjaol, unimpressed, tells his colleague, Prosecutor Choi, that he doesn't know much. He states that in his experience, most con artists cultivate good first impressions. The man in the cap, another colleague, struggles to reconcile the facts, arguing that Kim Young-suk seemed delicate, not boastful or eloquent like typical con artists. Female prosecutor cuts through their naive observations, asking if they're simply seeing Kim Young-suk favorably because of her beauty, emphasizing that the femme fatale tactic always works on men. Prosecutor Choi, still bewildered, touches his head in confusion, unable to shake the impression of her beauty, questioning if she truly is that stunning. Still reeling from the transformation, Kang Hanjaol observes his new reflection, acknowledging the undeniable beauty. She's certainly beautiful, he thinks, admiring the flawless skin, elegant figure, and impeccable style. He notes that such natural allure is truly the mark of a master. His thoughts continue, recalling the records that stated this woman was in her 40s. Who would ever believe this face belongs to someone in their 40s? He muses, a hint of disbelief in his own assessment. Back in his own body, Kang Hanjaol crosses his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. He admits, yeah, I was fooled for a moment too, reflecting on the shocking realism of his transformation. Shaking off his bewilderment, Kang Hanjaol refocuses on his duties. Alright, let's get back to work, he states, addressing his superior. Chief, I'll handle Ms. Kim Young-suk's case, so please take care of other matters. Later, in a sophisticated bar, two men are captivated by a stunning woman. One murmurs, wow, while the other, emboldened, asks, waiting for someone. The woman maintains a composed demeanor as the man in the background continues to gaze, a subtle smile playing on his lips. With a knowing smirk, the woman hears a voice from the side, Auntie, aren't you trying too hard to seduce a young man? As the situation unfolds, Kang Hanjaol's true self, the stern prosecutor, stands behind his transformed female form, observing the unfolding scenario with a critical eye. The woman replies to the prosecutor with a confident smile, I haven't lived innocently enough to be hurt by such words. She then challenges, would you fall for me if I tried to seduce you? The woman clarifies, I have no intention of seducing you, prosecutor. She then adds, shouldn't there be manners appropriate for the place? This place has a nice atmosphere. It's not somewhere you can easily enter, right? Prosecutor observes the expensive decor, questioning, but this doesn't seem like a place a prosecutor can afford on their salary. He then dismisses the thought, suggesting, never mind that. Let's talk in detail in a private room. The woman counters, the atmosphere here is nice. Let's just have one drink and stay for a bit, clearly enjoying the public setting. The prosecutor, a hint of annoyance on his face, firmly instructs, come to the room when you finish your drink. The woman sighs playfully, remarking, sigh you're so cold, acknowledging his directness. Holding her wine glass, the woman gazes forward, a serene expression on her face as she awaits her next move. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor signals someone's departure, echoing through the bar. As the woman turns her head, another elegant figure, a blonde woman adorned with a pearl necklace, comes into view, subtly shifting the focus of the scene. The two elegant women, Kang Bareun in his transformed state and the blonde woman, now sit opposite each other at the bar, their eyes meeting in an unspoken exchange. Blonde woman delicately holds her wine glass, her fingers gracefully wrapped around the stem, a silent gesture of sophistication. From behind, the blonde woman compliments the woman, my sister, your style is really good. That dress suits you well. She continues, it's difficult to pull off that color and pattern. Where's it from? The blonde woman's smile widens as she probes, what's your relationship with the man who was with you earlier? The woman pauses, a thoughtful escaping her lips as she considers her response to the blonde woman's question. With a playful shrug, the woman dramatically replies, he's a stalker. Says he wants to keep me locked up or something, while her male counterpart is comically enraged in the background. The blonde woman, intrigued, asks, but why? Do you know him? The woman then muses, if knowing means knowing, I might, leaving the thought unfinished. The blonde woman winks, putting a finger to her lips as she confides, it's an unwritten rule to pretend not to know about things that happen in here. Blonde woman calls out, hi and young, as a new male figure with purple hair approaches, joining her at the bar. The purple-haired man gestures towards the woman, asking the blonde woman, is she your friend? The purple-haired man offers a polite smile, awaiting the blonde woman's reply. Blonde woman bids farewell, well then, I'll be going. Have a good time, as she and the purple-haired man walk away, leaving the woman to watch them depart. The purple-haired man glances back, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, leaving a lingering sense of intrigue. The woman muses aloud, he's really handsome. Looks a lot like the actor Cha Min-hyuk, doesn't he? The blonde woman turns to the purple-haired man, asking, who is he? Referring to the man who was with Kang Bareun earlier. The purple-haired man replies, I don't know. He asked where my clothes were from. Blonde woman scoffs, TSK, so vulgar, clearly annoyed by the previous interaction. She then adds, with a hint of self-awareness, I always seem to meet people like me. The blonde woman continues, her voice dropping, and in the future, even if legal issues arise, leaving a hint of foreboding in the air. A hand reaches out, grasping the glass of amber liquid, a silent affirmation of her unspoken intentions. The scene fades, leaving the lingering tension of potential future entanglements and legal battles hanging heavy in the air. The atmosphere in the dimly lit bar is suffocating. The woman leans forward, her voice a mix of curiosity and provocation as she asks how Kang Bareun wants her to approach the target, mockingly questioning if he expects her to use her feminine charms. Kang Bareun doesn't flinch. He leans back with cold authority, reminding her of her true talent, creating enticing investment opportunities. He commands her to draft a business plan that the city simply cannot refuse to support. She takes a slow sip of her drink, the amber liquid reflecting her hesitation. Securing city support is no small feat, and she knows the risks involved in such a high-stakes gamble. Kang Bareun's gaze remains predatory. He reminds her of her reputation as a powerful lobbyist, stating that if she can't secure this deal, her only other destination is a prison cell. The woman shifts the topic, her suspicion growing. She questions why Kang Bareun is so obsessed with digging into Mayor Koo Juntae's background, sensing a much deeper, darker motive behind his persistence. Silence hangs between them for a long moment, the only sound being the distant hum of the city outside. Kang Bareun remains unreadable, his expression a mask of professional indifference. He crosses his arms, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. Every second of his silence feels like a calculated move in a game she doesn't fully understand yet. Finally, Kang Bareun speaks, revealing a piece of the puzzle. He mentions a suspect he was once investigating for reconstruction fraud, a man who met a sudden, violent end in a traffic accident. The woman's eyes widen slightly. The mention of a traffic accident carries a weight that suggests it was anything but accidental. Kang Bareun continues the grim tale. The truck driver responsible for the crash was sent to prison, only to be found dead in his cell shortly after. Though ruled a suicide, Kang Bareun knows better. Someone is cleaning up the evidence. His hypothesis is as dangerous as it is bold. He believes the man pulling the strings behind these convenient deaths is none other than Mayor Koo Juntae. The realization hits her like a physical blow. She asks if the suspect was Taesan, and Kang Bareun confirms it with a cold, steady gaze. The pieces click into place. It wasn't a series of unfortunate events, it was a cold-blooded execution disguised as a tragedy. Memories of the past flicker through her mind, a silhouette of a man she once knew, now gone forever. She drains her glass, the bitterness of the drink matching her resolve. Her voice turns fierce. She agrees to the deal, promising to dig up every scrap of dirt on Mayor Koo, but only on one condition: Kang Bareun must catch the monster who killed Taesan. Kang Bareun eyes her curiously, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone as he asks if she was particularly close to the deceased suspect. She pours another drink, her hands steady despite the emotional storm brewing within. She admits they were close, very much so. Cruel smirk plays on Kang Hanjaol's lips. If they were truly that close, he wonders aloud, why was she nowhere to be found when it was time to say a final goodbye? The red glow of the room intensifies, mirroring the sudden spike in tension. Kang Hanjaol sits like a judge, his question hanging in the air like a death sentence. He presses her further, his voice dripping with skepticism. He demands to know why she didn't show her face at Taesan's funeral if she truly cared for him. The woman stares at him, her expression hardening. The red light casts long shadows across her face, highlighting the internal conflict she's trying so hard to hide. Her mind drifts back to the beginning, to when she first started her massage parlor chain. It was a business born in the shadows of the city's red light district. That territory was a high-crime zone, a place where business only survived with the right kind of protection. Taesan had been the one to provide it for a cut of the profits. Despite the nature of their arrangement, he had seemed decent. He wasn't greedy, and he kept the more dangerous elements at bay, allowing her business to thrive. As they continued to work together, her professional respect evolved into something deeper. She found herself growing fond of the man who stood as her shield. He was fearless in the face of danger, yet he possessed a gentleness that he only showed to her. She began to rely on him, not just for protection but for emotional support. But it was a one-sided connection. No matter how close they seemed, she could never truly tell how he felt beneath that stoic exterior. Even in their most intimate moments, he never truly trusted her. He always kept his guard up, maintaining a wall that she could never quite scale. To him, she feared she was just a temporary distraction, a woman to enjoy briefly before returning to his cold, isolated world. She remembers watching him stand by the window, looking out at the city he controlled, yet always feeling a profound sense of loneliness even when he was right beside her. His profile was always etched with a lingering sadness, a man who lived and died by his own rules, leaving no room for anyone else in his heart. Back in the present, Kang Hanjaol lets out a sharp, mocking laugh. He dismisses her tragic tale as pure nonsense, his eyes gleaming with a cruel intelligence. He throws her past back in her face, bringing up the affair she had with a young host while claiming to care for Taesan. He calls her out for her blatant shamelessness. The smirk on his face widens as he corners her. He repeats the question, his voice a sharp blade. If she truly cared for him, why did she hide like a coward during his funeral? The woman remains silent, the weight of his accusations pressing down on her. The red atmosphere of the bar feels like it's closing in, trapping her in her own lies. Her eyes are cold, reflecting a mix of buried grief and simmering rage. The game of cat and mouse has only just begun, and the stakes are higher than she ever imagined. The city lights shimmer against the night sky, a cold backdrop to the secrets buried within these towering glass walls. Kang Hanjaol sets his glass down with a deliberate click, his voice cutting through the lounge music as he claims he was there to witness it all. He recalls the somber atmosphere of the funeral, where the weight of loss felt almost suffocating amidst the incense and white flowers. Leaning back, Kang Hanjaol mocks her supposed grief, suggesting she was far too quick to move on and find a replacement for the dead. His eyes narrow, searching for a crack in her composure as he asks if the funeral hall was the only place she bothered to visit. He presses further, questioning if she ever once stepped foot into the ICU while he was still clinging to life. A haunting memory flashes back, the woman standing paralyzed by the hospital bed, her body trembling at the sight of the bandaged, broken man. Back in the present, she snaps, her voice trembling with a mix of fury and pain as she tells him he has no right to judge what he doesn't understand. Tears spill over as she asks how she could have possibly faced his portrait when the guilt was already tearing her apart. Kang Hanjaol flinches, the raw honesty in her breakdown catching him off guard as he wonders if her feelings were actually sincere. Softening his stance, he reaches for a handkerchief and offers a rare apology for his reckless words. The tension breaks into a moment of awkwardness as she loudly blows her nose, trying to regain some semblance of dignity. With her makeup ruined and her heart exposed, she pleads with him to catch the person responsible for what happened to Taesan. Kang Hanjaol offers a small, genuine smile, realizing that this vulnerable, messy side of her is exactly what he finds hardest to resist. He checks her reflection in a compact, muttering that she usually never fixes her makeup in front of anyone. But with him, she admits there's a strange comfort, as if they've been connected for much longer than they actually have. The atmosphere shifts to something more casual as they decide to drop the formalities, acknowledging they're both in the same boat now. She smirks, teasingly asking if it bothers him to be called an old man without the polite honorifics. Brushing off the jab, Kang Hanjaol steers the conversation back to the matter at hand, asking to hear more about Taesan. He claims it's purely for the investigation, but his gaze suggests a deeper curiosity about the man he's been tracking. She recalls their time together, a relationship built on distance and a mutual policy of not getting too attached. Despite the investigation's findings, she knows things about him that no official report could ever capture. He describes a man who, despite his intimidating presence, had a surprisingly soft side, much like a big, gentle bear. Giggling, she shares an intimate secret, a red birthmark on his back that looked just like a gummy bear, a nickname she used to tease him with. Kang Hanjaol visibly bristles at the story, imagining the embarrassment of a hardened man being called gummy bear in front of his subordinates. His eyes go cold for a split second as he corrects her. It wasn't embarrassment he felt but something far more dangerous. He wonders how he could possibly know that, but he simply notes that such a nickname would be a devastating blow to a man's image. She smiles warmly, thanking him for being such a good listener even if these stories have nothing to do with his official work. Kang Hanjaol closes his eyes, conceding that he doesn't mind the stories, acknowledging that she needs this time to mourn properly. As the night deepens, he warns her not to try and seduce him, though her playful dismissal suggests the game is far from over. Later, in the quiet of her bedroom, she drifts into a restless sleep, the shadows of the past still lingering in the corners of the room. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, a familiar touch against her shoulder that makes her whisper a name she thought was gone forever. Taesan. The familiar touch against her shoulder sends a jolt through her, making her whisper a name she thought was gone forever. Taesan. She lies in bed, eyes wide with a mix of surprise and uncertainty as a man's arm rests gently over her. Now sitting up, the woman casts a thoughtful gaze across the room, a hint of frustration clouding her expression as she processes the unexpected encounter. A playful chibi flashback, the woman joyfully declares to the grumpy-looking man carrying her on his back, "Old man, let's go for round 2. The chibi man, looking thoroughly exasperated, states, "I'm leaving." Meanwhile, the woman, now passed out on the bed, dreamily mumbles, round 2. Back in the present, the woman sighs in defeat, lamenting her failed attempts. "I tried to hook him, but he's unnecessarily well-mannered." The tears strategy didn't work either. Suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise as she utters a small huh. Her attention is drawn to something unexpected. Her gaze falls upon a bottle of green tea, prompting her to wonder aloud, did the prosecutor buy this? As the scene shifts to an establishing shot of a grand building, her thought echoes, "I'm sure I never said I drink green tea for hangovers." Male streamer grins into his phone, announcing to his audience, "Hey guys, it's me. I had to start the broadcast urgently today because there's an important event." He continues, addressing his viewers with a touch of sarcasm while a cityscape provides the backdrop. "You know how Incheon City tried to grow the beauty market overseas by nurturing beauty creators but failed, right? You guys are experts at failing, so you know failure when you see it." The streamer gives a thumbs up, emphasizing, "It's not easy to become a huge creator representing Incheon, but there's someone who reached out to help Incheon City when it was struggling." With a dramatic close-up on his eyes, he builds suspense. "I'm here at the scene where that person is joining hands with Incheon City. Who is it? Who is it?" The scene shifts to a grand hall filled with an audience as an official voice announces, "We will now exchange the agreement between Incheon City and Beauty Tech Corporation." The sound of applause fills the air. A distinguished man in a suit extends a document to the woman, stating with a polite smile, "I look forward to working with you." The woman, holding her own document, returns a flirtatious smile, addressing the man, "Mayor Ku, it's our first time meeting. You don't seem to take well to cameras. You're much more handsome in person." The man, clearly taken aback by her bold flattery, simply stares at her, a hint of surprise on his face. Leaning in conspiratorially, the woman whispers, "There are many ways to make money if you have the right information. If you get close to me, who knows, I might share some valuable intel with you." The man's initial surprise gives way to a wide, delighted grin, sparkles emanating around him as he basks in her attention. The agreement ceremony proceeds, with both the man and woman standing behind a podium, a banner proudly announcing the Incheon City and Beauty Tech Business Agreement Ceremony. A hand holds up a smartphone, displaying a clear photo of the man and woman from the ceremony, capturing the moment of their new partnership. Kang Hanjaol, with a slight smirk, observes the photo and remarks, "The photo turned out well." An assistant stands before Kang Hanjaol's desk, informing him, "Prosecutor, everything's ready. Let's go now." Kang Hanjaol, with a confident smile, responds, "All right, let's go." In the interrogation room, a man nervously scratches his head, confessing, "Yes, because of that I've been in and out of prison. When I go in, I feel remorseful." The interrogation continues as Kang Hanjaol details the crime. "Around 3 p.m., you picked a lock, broke in, and stole an envelope containing 200,000 won in cash and some jewelry from the dresser drawer." The man readily agrees, yes, that's correct." The interrogated man nods vigorously, repeating, yes, that's right." Kang Hanjaol, however, harbors a suspicion, thinking, he's just nodding and agreeing to everything I ask. Is he really remembering correctly? Kang Hanjaol's expression turns serious as he reviews the case files, muttering, "This is the last case." He scrutinizes a collection of Polaroid photos, noting a crucial detail: the entrances of the other buildings were dark, but only the last building's entrance is brightly lit. These photos must have been taken during the same daytime hours, so why are they so different? Kang Hanjaol turns to a female assistant, inquiring, "Assistant, do you happen to have the floor plans of the burglarized buildings?" The female assistant, wearing headphones, replies, "I don't have floor plans, but I can print out aerial views from Google Earth." Kang Hanjaol, reviewing the new information, confirms his suspicion, "As I thought, there's a clear difference when looking at the aerial photos." Kang Hanjaol, continuing his analysis of the aerial photos, observes that the other buildings in the area all feature entrances positioned away from the main road and facing towards the north. He deduces that these north-facing entrances would naturally remain shrouded in darkness even during the day, providing ideal cover for a burglar. The burglar's established pattern reveals a clear preference for targeting places where direct sunlight streamed in during the late afternoon. His focus was consistently on smaller apartments or modest row houses, deliberately avoiding larger, more conspicuous targets. The burglar consistently struck empty homes around 3 or 4 p.m. precisely when residential areas were at their quietest after people had left for work. Yet the last building in question sharply diverged from this established pattern, its entrance facing the busy main road where buses constantly ran, and it faced directly west. Kang Bareun mentally re-evaluates, considering the ideal scenario for a burglar, an entrance facing north tucked away from the main road. Such a secluded spot would undoubtedly make a break-in far less burdensome for a thief. However, this latest case, the one attributed to Young Taesu, glaringly stood out as an anomaly in both its timing and location. At the alleged time of the crime, the west-facing entrance would have been bathed in direct sunlight, making it a highly visible target. Adding to the strangeness, the bus stop clearly visible from that entrance would have been bustling with middle and high school students returning home after classes. Kang Bareun's gaze sharpens, a clear question forming in his mind. This is strange. Is this really the place the suspect robbed? He reads from the report, noting that 350,000 won in cash was allegedly stolen from an XX bank envelope found within the vanity drawer. Young Taesan nervously confirms the details, stating, yes. Well, that must be right. But Kang Bareun immediately challenges him, demanding, what do you mean, must be? Young Taesu attempts to brush off the inconsistency, claiming with a forced smile, I've robbed so many places, I can't remember them all exactly. Kang Bareun's gaze remains fixed on the document, his expression unyielding as he processes Young Taesu's evasive answer. The document clearly states a critical discrepancy. The incident occurred not at 3 p.m. but at 3 a.m. The report reveals that a 3 a.m. crime was cleverly inserted among a series of 3 p.m. crimes, causing the confusion. Young Taesu recoils in shock, protesting, 3 a.m. That can't be right. I only work during the day. He sighs, adding, how could I enter someone's house at night? I'm too scared for night jobs. Are you sure it's not a typo? Kang Bareun's hand gestures towards the document as he asks, didn't the police explain this to you? Young Taesu, still looking bewildered, explains, they just said 3 o'clock, so I naturally assumed it was 3 p.m. Huh? Bathed in a suspicious red glow, Kang Bareun's thoughts race. Cleverly inserting a 3 a.m. crime among the 3 p.m. crimes, he muses, concluding, something smells fishy here. Interrogation concludes for the day, with Kang Bareun stating, we'll end here for today. An unseen voice replies, okay, I understand. An officer explains the reality of the situation. When the police can't solve similar cases, they sometimes pin one or two on a habitual offender and send it to prosecution. He continues, justifying the practice. After all, he's just a petty criminal, and adding a few more charges won't significantly increase his sentence. The officer elaborates on the system, stating, so the suspects don't really pay much attention to it. He adds, if the prosecutor overlooks it when it's sent like this, they clear pending cases and earn performance points. It's a win-win situation. The officer turns to Kang Bareun, asking, should we call the police and tell them there was a mistake? Kang Bareun, deep in thought, responds, no, wait a moment. He decides to take direct action, stating, I'll call the other victim and look into it myself. On the phone, a victim recounts the incident. It was when I was away on vacation for a few days. When I came back, the door was open and I'd been robbed. The victim then asks Kang Bareun, the police said they caught the thief. Is there something else you need to investigate? Kang Bareun confirms, yes, we've caught him. He'll be indicted soon. The victim then inquires, then can I get my stolen items back? Kang Bareun's thoughts drift to the stolen goods, realizing, well, it seems they've already been used up. He then asks the victim, was the stolen amount 350,000 won in cash? The victim confirms, yes, that's fine, but their voice grows more earnest, but I really want the jewelry back. It was a wedding gift from my parents. Kang Bareun's eyes widen in surprise. Jewelry. That wasn't mentioned at all in the statement. He questions, a new layer of deception revealing itself. He quickly responds, I can't find the record right now, then politely requests, could you please tell me again in detail about the stolen jewelry? The victim meticulously describes the items. The necklace has white cubic zirconia surrounding a central sapphire, and the earrings have the same design. I understand. I'll contact you again, Kang Bareun states, ending the call. He then resolves internally, I should quietly ask Bareun to look into this jewelry. The investigation into the jewelry begins. A report comes in. We received a description of the guy who sold it at one jewelry store, but it'll take some time to narrow down similar suspects among the petty criminals in the area. Kang Bareun, back in his office, acknowledges the report, saying, alright, good work, Bareun. Kang Bareun is incensed, his mind racing. He is disgusted by the audacity of those who caught the true culprit and secured a testimony, only to brazenly release him and frame an innocent man. The injustice is unbearable. Wrapping up the interview with Young Taesu, Bareun offers a pointed farewell. Thank you for your cooperation. We may call you back for further witness statements. Young Taesu, visibly uneasy, can only mutter a hesitant, yeah, sure. As Bareun steps away from the desk, his phone vibrates. A new development is calling. Answering the call, Han Jaol's expression sharpens. Did you find him? His subordinate confirms. Boss, we've located his residence and are on our way now. Without a second thought, Han Jaol replies, where is it? I just finished up here. Let's head there together. As they move out, the subordinate explains that the target has distinctive features, making him easy to recognize. He adds that the suspect apparently lost a significant amount of money at the racetrack and is currently in debt to the organization. What's his name? Which unit? Han Jaol asks. The subordinate quickly responds, Kim Ji-nam, Unit 102 in the basement. They arrive at the building, ready to move in. A series of sharp, loud knocks echo at the door of Unit 102. When no one answers, the subordinate asks, should we wait? Han Jaol dismisses the idea. You guys are busy, so go ahead. I'll have the team stationed here to catch him the moment he returns. Suddenly, a man emerges from the basement stairs, clutching a bag and looking startled. He demands, who the hell are you? The man's face is a mask of suspicion, his eyes wide and nervous as he grips his bag tightly. Han Jaol's eyes glow with a fierce, crimson intensity as he calmly asks, are you Mr. Kim Ji-nam? The red aura around Han Jaol intensifies, his unwavering expression serving as a silent, powerful warning. Kim Ji-nam flinches, his face contorting with fear and the sudden realization that he's been cornered. Panicked, Kim Ji-nam bolts. A subordinate spots him and shouts, where do you think you're going? Han Jaol gives chase, yelling, Kim Ji-nam, stop right there. Subordinate, struggling to keep up, remarks, this guy is surprisingly fast. The chase continues as Kim Ji-nam maintains his lead, leaving the subordinate looking puzzled. Suddenly, a powerful impact shakes the ground. Han Jaol has made his move. Han Jaol descends from above, a menacing red aura surrounding him. Kim Ji-nam looks up, paralyzed by terror. Kim Ji-nam curses, you son of a, but is cut short as Han Jaol, his face shrouded in a red mask of fury, delivers a devastating kick. Where do you think you're running? Now pinned, Kim Ji-nam shouts desperately, let go of me. Struggling against the grip, Kim Ji-nam threatens, I'm going to sue you, but Han Jaol remains unmoved. The office erupts in whispers. What? He brought in a suspect himself, another worker adds, unbelievable, as Han Jaol continues down the hall. A male colleague is equally baffled. He was already questioned and released. Why bring him back now? Han Jaol knows that a simple conviction won't break this man. He confronts him directly. If you're so innocent, why did you run? Trembling, Kim Ji-nam stammers, well, there were men in black suits outside my house. I got scared, that's all. Han Jaol clears his throat and asserts his authority. I brought you here because I already know everything. If you keep lying, you'll be charged with contempt. If you want a reduced sentence, start being honest. Kim Ji-nam's hands shake visibly, the pressure of the interrogation finally getting to him. Kim Ji-nam tries to backtrack. Like I told the police, I only confessed to the stabbing because they kept grilling me. It was a lie I told out of spite. The detectives understood that, so why are you? Han Jaol's mind races. Stabbing? He thinks he's being interrogated for something other than the theft. A cold certainty takes hold. There's definitely something more here. Han Jaol presses his advantage. The situation has changed. Decisive new evidence has come to light, which is why I'm reinvestigating this personally. Think very carefully before you speak again. With his arms crossed and an unyielding gaze, Han Jaol delivers the final blow. Whether I charge you with assault or intent to kill is entirely up to my judgment. Cornered and broken by the threat of a murder charge, Kim Ji-nam can only stammer, well. Finally, the suspect cracks. I didn't mean to kill anyone. I only brought the knife to scare them. I thought the woman was alone, so I tied her up and started searching the room. But then a man came in and attacked me. The suspect's voice trembles as he recounts the night everything went wrong. He claims he was startled when the man appeared, instinctively raising his knife in the heat of a desperate struggle. Before he knew it, the line between burglary and murder had been crossed. When the chaos subsided and he finally came to his senses, the man was lying in a pool of blood. Paralyzed by shock and the weight of what he'd done, the only thing he could do was turn and run into the night. The memory of that blood-stained floor haunted him. He tells the room that the fear was so overwhelming he couldn't even bring himself to think about stealing again, at least not until now. The prosecutor leans in, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. He asks with a cold edge if the suspect really expects anyone to believe he considered abandoning a life of crime after taking a human life. The suspect pleads, his face contorted in desperation. He insists it was a freak accident and that he never intended to kill anyone. To prove his innocence, he points out that he didn't even bring a weapon this time. He explains his process, claiming he was too terrified to face anyone, so he waited until the house was completely empty. He just wanted enough to survive, a small score to keep the hunger at bay. The suspect recalls a previous interrogation where the pressure became unbearable. Surrounded by shadows and relentless questioning, he eventually broke down and confessed to the stabbing just to make the fear stop. But something about that interrogation didn't sit right with him. He noticed the detectives' reactions were off, almost as if they weren't expecting a confession at all. The prosecutor eyes him suspiciously, asking for clarification. The detectives kept circling back, asking if he was absolutely sure he did it. Their confusion gave him a dangerous idea. If they didn't have solid evidence, maybe he could still walk away from the murder charge. Emboldened by their apparent lack of proof, he did a complete 180 during the second round of questioning. He firmly denied everything, and to his shock, the detectives simply let him go with a dismissive shrug. For a moment he felt a surge of relief, thinking he'd only have to answer for the theft. But as weeks turned into months of silence, the weight of the unknown began to press down on him once more. Now, sitting across from a real prosecutor, the suspect's bravado has vanished. He begs the prosecutor to understand it wasn't intentional, desperately hoping he won't be charged with cold-blooded murder. The prosecutor remains unmoved, stating that the final charge, whether it's robbery, murder, or a lesser offense, is still up in the air. He questions how he can possibly trust a statement that serves only the suspect's interests. The suspect panics, reminding the prosecutor of a supposed promise that honesty would lead to a more lenient judgment. The prosecutor shuts him down instantly, clarifying that he only promised to listen, not to grant immunity. Deciding he's heard enough for now, the prosecutor stands up and orders the captain to take the suspect into custody for the robbery. The murder investigation will continue only after they've spoken with the victim. The officers exchange a confused look but quickly fall in line. The case is taking a turn they didn't expect, and the tension in the room is palpable as they prepare to process the suspect. Prosecutor produces a small yellow note, the key to the next phase of his plan. On it is the address of the original crime scene, a place where the truth is still waiting to be uncovered. Handing the note to his assistant, the prosecutor instructs her to track down the victim's contact information immediately. He recalls the suspect's mention of a female witness who was present during the stabbing. The sun begins to set over the city, casting long shadows across the apartment complex where the tragedy occurred. Somewhere inside those walls, a witness holds the missing pieces of this puzzle. In a dimly lit room, someone lies huddled under the covers, perhaps trying to hide from the memories of that night. The silence is heavy, broken only by the faint hum of electronics. Suddenly, a phone on the nightstand begins to vibrate, its screen cutting through the darkness. A hand reaches out tentatively, hesitant to answer a call from an unknown number. The prosecutor identifies himself as calling from the district office regarding the robbery that took place several months ago. He waits for a response, the silence on the other end stretching thin. The woman on the other end sounds wary, asking what this is about. The prosecutor informs her that a perpetrator has been arrested and that he needs her official statement to move forward with the indictment. Back at the headquarters, the full picture begins to emerge. By cross-referencing the statements, the prosecutor realizes a shocking truth. The police originally arrested the wrong person while the real killer walked free. He explains to his team that the police likely realized their mistake but chose to cover it up to save face. Instead of correcting the record, they simply pinned the crime on a convenient scapegoat and swept the truth under the rug. His assistant is visibly shaken by the revelation. She asks how they could value their reputation over a human life, disgusted by the thought of an innocent person suffering for a crime they didn't commit. The prosecutor crosses his arms, focused on the path forward. He decides to delay the investigation into the police's misconduct for now. The priority is correcting the robbery death case and ensuring the real culprit is brought to justice. Plan is clear: secure the evidence needed to indict the real killer immediately. If they can get a guilty verdict for the actual perpetrator, the wrongly accused person will be automatically acquitted in their second trial. The assistant nods firmly, ready to do whatever it takes. The stakes are higher than ever, and there's no room for error if they want to fix this massive failure of the justice system. The prosecutor begins barking out orders. He tells his assistant to find the defense lawyer and establish a connection, while the captain is tasked with digging into the real culprit's social circle for any leads. Turning to his colleague, the prosecutor tells him to get ready. They are going to confront the real culprit face to face right now. His colleague responds with a determined salute, ready for the mission. Time is running out, and every second they waste is another second an innocent person remains behind bars. With a final look at the setting sun, the prosecutor declares that they must act immediately. Kang Bareun is back at his desk, buried under a mountain of case files as he prepares for his next move. A sharp knock at the door breaks his concentration, pulling him away from the legal documents. His assistant enters the room, informing Bareun that the lawyer she contacted has just arrived. She steps aside to reveal the visitor, announcing his arrival as a man enters behind her. Bareun's mind begins to race as he wonders if he recognizes the man standing in his doorway. He looks visibly startled, his sharp eyes narrowing as he processes the visitor's appearance. Visitor, attorney Han Kyung-wook, walks into the office with a professional but curious demeanor. Han Kyung-wook pauses for a second, a look of confusion crossing his face as he stares at the prosecutor. Bareun maintains his composure, introducing himself as Kang Bareun and inviting the attorney to take a seat. The attorney introduces himself as Han Kyung-wook, a name Bareun repeats with practiced professional ease. As he sits down, Han Kyung-wook can't help but ask if they have met somewhere before. Memory flashes through the attorney's mind, a vision of a wounded man in a sling who looks just like the prosecutor. He lets out a nervous laugh, trying to shake off the strange feeling of familiarity that is nagging at him. Bareun stares back with an intense, unreadable gaze, suggesting it might just be a coincidence or a look-alike. Han Kyung-wook wipes the sweat from his brow and decides to move on to the main point of their meeting. With a serious tone, he asks if it is true that Bareun has actually found the real culprit. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment complex as the sun sets, casting long shadows over the city. Inside one of the units, a woman sits alone in the dark, her posture radiating deep-seated trauma. She curls her legs up on the couch, hiding in the shadows of her own living room. She answers a phone call with a trembling voice, only to be told that a robbery suspect has been arrested. The news hits her like a physical blow. She can't believe they found the real culprit after all this time. Her eyes widen in shock as the memories she tried to bury begin to flood back into her mind. She remembers the night it happened, lying in her bed as the darkness of the room turned into a nightmare. Waking to a strange sound, she called out for her husband, hoping for a reassurance that never came. Instead, a terrifying intruder held a knife to her throat, demanding to know where the money and jewelry were. From the other room, her husband called out to her, completely unaware of the life-threatening danger she was in. He stepped into the room, his voice filled with a confusion that would soon turn into horror. The woman screamed in terror, begging to know who the man was as her world collapsed around her. The memory ends with a piercing scream of pure agony that has echoed through the years. Back in the present, Han-jail introduces himself to the woman, maintaining his alias for the investigation. The woman offers a faint, broken greeting, her face still pale from the shock of the news. Prosecutor Choi confirms the order, moving quickly to set up the viewing for the witness. Han-jail explains that she doesn't need to meet the suspect in person, she can just watch the recorded video to confirm. Video starts, showing Kim Ji-nam being questioned about breaking into an apartment with a knife in May 2019. The woman watches as the suspect describes a struggle where the victim froze, resulting in a knife wound to the stomach. Kim Ji-nam admits that once he saw the blood gushing out, he panicked and ran away. The trauma of that night still haunts her, as she admits she doesn't even remember how she escaped the scene. It was only when she reached the safety of her home that the horrifying reality set in. Her hands and clothes were completely drenched in blood. The suspect recalls the chilling aftermath, claiming he was on the verge of stripping off his blood-stained garments to destroy the evidence. But curiosity got the better of him, and he paused to check his pockets for the spoils of his crime. What he found was pitiful, just a few meager pieces of jewelry and a single bill. A life was nearly extinguished for a handful of pocket change. The weight of his actions finally began to sink in, leaving him disgusted. He had crossed a line he could never come back from, all for a reward that wasn't even worth the effort. In the interrogation room, the witness points a trembling finger, her voice sharp with certainty. She insists that the voice matches perfectly and the stolen amount is exactly what was taken from her. Back in the office, the witness breaks down in front of the prosecutor. She confesses that her fear blinded her, leading her to believe it was better not to look too closely, never imagining the chaos her silence would cause. Regret pours out of her as she weeps, wishing she had just checked the facts properly before pointing the finger. The prosecutor leans in, his presence a steady anchor in her storm of guilt. He reassures her that it's not too late to fix the damage and tells her not to carry this burden alone. She wonders if an innocent man is rotting in a cell because of her cowardice, but the prosecutor stops her right there. He firmly declares that this isn't her fault. His fist clenches with a cold fury. The real blame lies with the police and the prosecution who failed to do their jobs. He reveals a dark truth. The authorities forced a confession out of the suspect just to make it fit her initial statement. He explains the systemic corruption. Even if she had been certain, they would have manipulated the reports to ensure the narrative stayed the same. The prosecutor stands tall, urging her to testify in court. It's the only way to catch the real predator and ensure the innocent man is finally set free. Determined to make amends, she promises to do whatever it takes to save an innocent life. The prosecutor offers a rare, small thanks, knowing the tide is finally turning. A few days pass, and the tension within the office reaches a boiling point. Prosecutor enters the lion's den, reporting to his superior as requested. The superior drops a bombshell. He orders the robbery-homicide case to be transferred back to the previous prosecutor in the original division. The prosecutor isn't having it. He calls out the blatant hypocrisy, questioning why the man who caused this disaster is being put back in charge of it. The superior doubles down, claiming that the previous prosecutor's prior knowledge makes him the best fit to correct the errors quietly. Prosecutor's expression turns icy. He knows exactly what that means. The colleague won't be correcting anything, he'll be burying the evidence. The superior sighs, accusing the prosecutor of acting like an outsider. He asks if the prosecutor even understands how things work in their world. The prosecutor fires back, refusing to sympathize with a man who ruined a life to protect his own ego. He reminds his superior of the fundamental rule, innocent until proven guilty. He delivers a brutal ultimatum. If a prosecutor can't grasp that basic principle, they have no business wearing the robe. The superior is visibly shaken, his face contorting as he asks if the prosecutor truly doesn't see the significance of what's at stake. To the office, this isn't about justice, it's about optics. Overturning a case means admitting a fatal error which would brand the entire department as a disorganized mess. He argues that such a scandal would shatter the organization's discipline. He dismisses the prosecutor's protest as a lack of understanding regarding the big picture. Superior insists that it looks better for the image of the office if the original prosecutor fixes his own mistake without further argument. The prosecutor's eye twitches. He couldn't care less about the reputation of a corrupt organization. He retorts that if they truly cared about the organization, they wouldn't let the person who failed the first time touch the case again. He argues that having a different prosecutor correct the error is the only way to prove they are a healthy, transparent organization that values checks and balances. It's all about how you frame it, he suggests. Admitting a mistake can actually build a positive public image if handled with integrity. Then comes the killing blow. The prosecutor smirks, threatening to leak the entire cover-up to the press if they force the change. The superior chokes on his words, the threat landing like a physical blow. He flashes back to his own dirty laundry, remembering a man who once held a briefcase full of cash over his head, claiming to know all his weaknesses. Defeated, the superior realizes the prosecutor is a man who cannot be reasoned with. He asks if the prosecutor can at least guarantee a guilty verdict for the real culprit. The prosecutor is confident. He promises to work closely with the trial team to ensure justice is served, knowing that a failure here would be a total disaster. He leaves his superior with one final assurance: there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Courtroom is set. The air is thick with anticipation as the trial that will decide a man's fate begins. The judge's gavel is ready to fall, signaling the start of a battle for the truth. The iron gates of the system are about to be tested. Defendant sits in his chair, looking broken. But the tide has shifted. The trial prosecutor has completely abandoned the previous false narrative, leaving the truth bare for all to see. The gavel drops, echoing through the silent courtroom. In a steady voice, the judge delivers the final blow to the prosecution's tainted case. As for the defendant, I pronounce a verdict of not guilty. The heavy atmosphere shatters as a wave of applause erupts from the gallery. It's a rare victory for justice in a room usually defined by cold bureaucracy. Kang Hanjaol stands tall, a faint, satisfied smile touching his lips. Beside him, the weight of a false accusation finally lifts, leaving only tears of overwhelming relief. The young man, broken just moments ago, cries out for his mother. The nightmare that threatened to consume his life has finally come to an end. Outside, the world moves on, but Kang Hanjaol remains a solitary figure. His victory today was absolute, yet his expression remains unreadable. A voice cuts through the ambient noise of the street. Prosecutor Kang Hanjaol. A man approaches with a professional air, noting that word has already spread about Kang Hanjaol's role in uncovering the truth behind the case. He leans in, flashing a business card with a practiced grin. How about an interview sometime? The card identifies him as Min Cheol-sung, a social affairs reporter for the KH Journal. He's a shark looking for a headline, and Kang Hanjaol is the catch of the day. Kang Hanjaol doesn't flinch. He coldly reminds the reporter that the prosecutor's office has official channels for press coverage, suggesting the deputy chief might be more interested in the spotlight. Min Cheol-sung isn't deterred. He makes it clear that he isn't after some high-ranking official. He wants the man who actually did the work. As Kang Hanjaol walks away, the reporter leaves him with a prophetic thought: you never know, you might need my help someday. Meanwhile, in the heights of Hansong town, the ripples of the trial are being felt in much more powerful circles. Woo Hyun-ju, the prosecutor general, stares down at the morning headlines. His eyes narrow as he reads about the upright prosecutor who just humiliated the department's previous narrative. The first deputy chief prosecutor stands before him, waiting for a reaction regarding their rogue subordinate. Who are you referring to? He asks cautiously. Woo Hyun-ju slams the paper onto the desk. Who else? He snaps, the image of a smiling Kang Hanjaol mocking him from the front page. He laments that the prosecution was forced to admit a mistake. A junior prosecutor acting out like this should have been a disaster, but the public reaction is the opposite. The first deputy chief prosecutor offers a sly smile. He suggests that Kang Hanjaol knows exactly what he's doing, successfully crafting the image of a hero for the masses. The image is undeniable. The media has fallen in love with the handsome and principled prosecutor who dared to stand against his own office for the sake of the truth. The deputy notes that even if Kang Hanjaol is an irritation to the higher-ups, his current popularity makes him nearly impossible to dismiss. Woo Hyun-ju dismisses the praise as nonsense. He recalls Kang Hanjaol's history, a man demoted for causing trouble in Seoul, unable to adapt to the political reality of their world. To Woo Hyun-ju, Kang Hanjaol is just a reckless upstart who fell once and should have learned to be more cautious. He wonders how long the man plans to be an outcast. First deputy chief prosecutor listens silently, knowing that the line between a troublemaker and a leader is often just a matter of perspective. Woo Hyun-ju scoffs. What's the point of this upright image? Unless he's planning to enter politics and become the president himself. The first deputy chief prosecutor lets out a small chuckle. That could be possible, couldn't it? He muses, his tone unreadable. Woo Hyun-ju pauses as the weight of that possibility hangs in the air. He realizes he can't let a talent like Kang Hanjaol remain a wild card forever. The prosecutor general leans back, his decision made. He calls the deputy a frivolous person, but his next order is anything but light. If necessary, help him discreetly, Woo Hyun-ju commands. He wants Kang Hanjaol to build up enough achievements to justify a return to the central office where he can be watched. Title card appears. The prosecutor who doesn't know the law. A journey of legal warfare and hidden agendas begins. Back in the interrogation room, Kang Hanjaol is already back to work. He faces a businessman with a long history of wage theft, reading off his criminal record with clinical indifference. The suspect laughs it off, claiming such things are unavoidable in business. He's used to the system, paying a small fine and moving on. Kang Hanjil smirks, knowing exactly what the man is thinking. Under the Labor Standards Act, prison sentences are rare. It's usually more profitable to pay the fine than the actual wages. Since the man is so willing to admit to the delayed payments, Kang Hanjil moves things along. The suspect, still arrogant, asks how much the fine will be this time. Kang Hanjil leans back, a cold light in his eyes. I don't know about the fine, but I'll be seeking a 3-year prison sentence. The suspect's jaw drops. What? He screams, his confidence evaporating. He argues that the judge will never agree to such an extreme sentence for simple wage delays. Kang Hanjil remains unmoved. He tells the man that the judge's decision isn't his concern. With 12 prior offenses, the only logical conclusion is that this is a habitual offender. He dismisses the man with terrifying finality, telling him to go back and wait for the court summons. Good luck in court, he adds with a chilling smile. As the broken suspect is led away, Kang Hanjil's phone begins to buzz. A call is coming in from someone named Byung-jin. A new storm is brewing. Kang Hanjil steps away from the legal chaos, ducking into a quiet stairwell to answer an urgent call. Pressing the phone to his ear, he asks with sharp focus, "What is it?" A tense voice on the other end responds, "Sir, we've found him." The target is Detective Park Dae-yong, a key figure in the police force who helped send Choi Taesan to the prosecution while covering up the Kim Ji-nam case. He was a man who knew how to play both sides, but he vanished into thin air just as an arrest warrant was being prepared. Investigations revealed he lived in the shadows, cozying up to criminals under the guise of using them as informants. In reality, he was a broker of secrets, leaking police information in exchange for personal gain. He wasn't just a cop, he was a criminal in uniform. Kang Hanjil's eyes narrow. Where is he? The response is immediate. His rental car was spotted in Waryong. The detective reports that the car is moving toward Songsan. Kang Hanjil asks if he's alone, and upon hearing he is, gives the order. All right, follow him as far as you can. The hunt is on. The city blurs past as the pursuit intensifies under the morning sun. On the open highway, the gap between the law and the fugitive begins to close. Kang Hanjil sits in the passenger seat, his mind racing faster than the vehicle. The driver asks for their destination. Kang Hanjil replies firmly, "We have a lead on Park Dae-yong's whereabouts. Let's go arrest him." When asked about the source, Kang Hanjil keeps his cards close. There are circumstances that make it difficult to reveal the identity of the source. They pull off the road into a desolate, grassy field where a lone white sedan sits waiting. Car is silent, its windows rolled up tight, offering no hint of the occupant's condition. A cold shiver runs down Kang Hanjil's spine. Something feels off, he mutters. He doesn't wait, sprinting toward the vehicle and fearing the worst. Inside, Park Dae-yong is slumped over, unconscious, with foam bubbling at his mouth. On the floorboard, a charcoal briquette burns, filling the cabin with lethal smoke. Kang Hanjil reacts instantly. It's carbon monoxide poisoning. Call 119. Grabs the door handle, but it's locked tight from the inside. Desperation sets in. Kang Hanjil's face contorts with effort as he prepares to force his way in. With a surge of hidden strength, he slams his fist against the reinforced glass. Captain shouts in alarm, "Prosecutor, you'll ruin your hand." But Hanjil doesn't stop. A final, powerful strike shatters the window into 1,000 pieces. The captain stands frozen in shock. Huh. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang Hanjil reaches in and grabs the dying man. He hauls Park Dae-yong out of the poison-filled car, dragging him to the safety of the fresh air. The two men lie on the grass as the captain rushes over to assist. Sirens wail as the ambulance arrives just in time to take over. Park Dae-yong lets out a weak, ragged cough. He's still alive. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Kang Hanjil exhales. Phew, looks like we saved his life. The captain looks at him with concern. You should go to the hospital too, prosecutor. Your bones might be badly damaged after that, the captain adds, still reeling from what he saw. Kang Hanjil looks down at his hand, which seems miraculously unscathed despite the impact. The captain is baffled. I clearly saw him break the car window with his bare fist. Who does that with their bare hands? He spots a rock nearby and tries to rationalize it. He must have had a rock in his hand, but I'm sure it was bare. Hanjil cuts him off. Captain, let's go. Which hospital are they taking him to? Later at the hospital, the doctor delivers a grim prognosis. It's a miracle he survived at all, but I doubt he'll ever regain consciousness. The doctor explains that while the duration of the gas inhalation was brief, the damage was already done. He emphasizes that the concentration of the gas is what truly matters in a case like this. Even though the victim's breathing has stabilized, the resulting brain damage is far too severe to ignore. The doctor delivers the final blow to their hopes, stating that more than half of the brain's functions have ceased. Kang Hanjil's blood boils. He can't believe the suspect took so much in bribes only to lack the guts to survive for questioning. He reminds himself that these are corrupt officers who framed an innocent man. He has no room for sentimentality. His colleague asks the obvious question. If the man is declared brain dead, does the entire investigation end here? Kang Hanjil isn't ready to quit. They need to squeeze every bit of information out before the final declaration is made. He sets his sights on a new target, the young detective who served as Park Dae-yong's partner. With a cold, determined smirk, Kang Bareun decides they will summon the partner for questioning immediately. Meanwhile, at a high-end corporate building, a different kind of power play is unfolding. Xianhua boasts about her progress, nurturing 30 high-potential beauty creators in the city of Incheon. She claims these creators are already skilled enough to sign exclusive contracts with her company, Beauty Tech. The man across from her, the mayor, admits that her achievements are quite impressive for such a short time. But Xianhua's ambitions go beyond the domestic market. She knows the real money is in going global. She points out that China is currently the largest consumer of the Korean beauty wave. With a playful glint in her eye, she asks the mayor if he's curious about how they'll select their top talent. The mayor laughs it off, admitting he knows very little about the inner workings of the beauty industry. Xianhua leans in, her smile widening as she prepares to reveal her master plan. She proudly announces a partnership with Taesan to create a massive creator selection program. The mayor begins to see the scale of her vision as she describes the upcoming production. The plan is to launch a high-stakes survival show to find the next big stars of the industry. They will whittle the competition down to the top 100 based entirely on viewer engagement and reactions. The mayor takes a sip of his tea, finding the prospect of such a massive venture increasingly interesting. Xianhua highlights the potential of the Chinese population, planning an exclusive shop on Taobao to coincide with the show. She predicts that sales will explode instantly, with plans to expand further into Vietnam and the North. Brief silence hangs in the air as she lets the gravity of the potential profits sink in. She directly offers the mayor a chance to seize this golden investment opportunity before anyone else. The mayor ponders, noting that while many want in, he prefers to give the chance to those who need to be impressed. He mentions that even major shareholders from Alibaba are interested, but his phone suddenly interrupts the meeting. As the mayor steps away to take the call, Xianhua's expression sours. She was so close to closing the deal. She wonders why he would answer so urgently, suspecting this could be the vital information Kang Bareun needs. She quietly moves into position to eavesdrop on the mayor's private conversation. She overhears him discussing a lost asset and his desire to bury the topic permanently. The mayor instructs the person on the other end to wrap things up nicely, addressing them as commissioner. Xianhua is stunned. Was it the police or the tax service? Suddenly, the mayor turns around and catches her off guard. She quickly puts on a fake smile, laughing off the near collision as she tries to hide her suspicion. She maintains her composure as she slips away, claiming she was simply on her way to the restroom to avoid any further confrontation. The man she was speaking with, an assemblyman, tries to bring up their previous conversation, reminding her of his status as a public official. The assemblyman knows that investing in a city-supported project for a massive profit would be a major scandal if it ever came to light. She offers a sharp, condescending smile, mocking him for finally realizing the obvious risks involved in their little game. He turns to leave, telling him that there are plenty of ways to bypass the rules if he's willing to put in the effort. With a playful wink, she suggests they continue their discussion later, leaving the assemblyman in a state of nervous uncertainty. In the interrogation room, the corporal offers a hollow apology, claiming he was merely a pawn following the detective's lead. He pleads his case, insisting that any opinions or objections he had were immediately shut down by his superior. Prosecutor leans in, his gaze piercing. He brings up the arrest of the suspect, asking the corporal if he didn't realize then that something was wrong. The corporal deflects, pointing out that the victim's statement was vague and constantly changing, making it impossible to be certain. Unimpressed, the prosecutor demands to know why they tried to pin the case on a habitual offender just to protect the suspect. The corporal continues to hide behind his orders, repeating that he was simply doing exactly what the detective told him to do. Prosecutor watches him, disgusted. He knows the corporal is using the comatose detective as a convenient shield for his own actions. With the detective in critical condition and unlikely to recover, the truth remains buried beneath layers of bureaucratic excuses. The prosecutor shifts his focus, asking the corporal exactly how long he had been working alongside the detective. He probes deeper, mentioning rumors that the detective was a big spender and asking if there were signs of him selling info to criminals. Corporal claims he was always left behind in the car while the detective went into entertainment establishments alone. The prosecutor's eyes narrow as he searches for any crack in the corporal's story, sensing a lie hidden in plain sight. The corporal keeps his expression neutral, insisting that he just thought he needed to work harder to earn his partner's trust. Interrogation is hitting a wall. The prosecutor realizes that if the corporal keeps distancing himself, they won't make any progress. Suddenly, the prosecutor pulls out a piece of evidence, a high-end watch found hidden in the corporal's locker. With a cold smirk, the prosecutor points out that it's quite an expensive accessory for someone on a corporal's salary. The corporal stammers, his composure finally shattering as he stares at the incriminating evidence on the desk. Door swings open as a man in a trench coat enters, addressing the prosecutor directly and interrupting the session. The prosecutor turns, surprised by the sudden intrusion into his interrogation room. The newcomer introduces himself as an inspector from Internal Affairs, declaring that they are taking over the case. He explains that the police were already conducting their own internal investigation into the corruption within the force. Tempers flare as the inspector reacts sharply to the prosecutor's questioning, but the prosecutor remains calm, asking to speak quietly. The two men move to a private office to discuss the explosive new developments in the investigation. The prosecutor is stunned by the revelation. He asks for clarification. Is the corporal actually an undercover agent? The inspector sips his coffee, explaining that the operation was highly confidential to protect the agent's safety. Internal Affairs had long suspected the detective of being dirty and had been tracking the scale of his illegal activities. To get proof, they took an elite police academy graduate and disguised him as a new corporal to be the detective's partner. Plan was working, and they were finally making progress until the situation spiraled out of control. The prosecutor is troubled. He asks how they could just stand by while an innocent murder suspect was being framed. The inspector sighs, admitting that even the corporal wasn't certain of the truth at that moment, and intervening would have ruined the entire sting. He laments that because of the prosecutor's aggressive pursuit, the detective ended up in a coma and their carefully planned project has gone up in smoke. Rubbing his temples, the prosecutor apologizes for his sharp tone, understanding the complexity of the mess they are now in. The inspector insists on taking full control of the case to protect the corporal's safety, and the prosecutor reluctantly agrees to cooperate. The weight of the agreement hangs heavy in the air as Kang Hanjail stands alone, his sharp gaze fixed on the case files that now dictate his next move. He knows that cooperating with the inspector is a double-edged sword, but the safety of his team remains his top priority. Adjusting his tie, Kang Hanjail prepares to face the lions in the upper echelons of the prosecution office. Every step he takes down the sterile hallway echoes with the grim reality of the political minefield he's walking into. Doors to the conference room swing open, revealing a tense gathering of the city's most powerful legal minds. At the head of the table sits Woo Hyun-ju, his gray hair and stern expression radiating an aura of absolute authority. Beside him, the first deputy chief prosecutor adjusts his glasses, his eyes scanning Kang Hanjail for any sign of weakness. The atmosphere is suffocating, a silent battle of wills where one wrong word could end a career. Kang Hanjail breaks the silence, presenting his findings with a clinical precision that leaves no room for doubt. Woo Hyun-ju leans forward, his deep nasolabial folds tightening as he absorbs the gravity of the corruption charges. First deputy chief prosecutor interjects, questioning the validity of the evidence with a cold, calculating tone. Meanwhile, in a secure holding room, Young Tae-soo sits hunched over, the pressure of the investigation finally taking its toll. Sweat beads on Young Tae-soo's brow as he realizes his corporate empire is crumbling under the weight of his own greed. He looks up, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for a way to bribe his way out of this nightmare. Back in the meeting, Kang Hanjail activates his focus, his mind processing the legal variables at an superhuman speed. The analytical insight skill triggers, highlighting the contradictions in the first deputy chief prosecutor's argument. With a calm but firm rebuttal, Kang Hanjail dismantles the opposition, leaving the room in a stunned silence. Woo Hyun-ju observes the young prosecutor, a flicker of recognition in his eyes for the talent standing before him. The first deputy chief prosecutor falls back, his rectangular glasses reflecting his growing frustration. Kang Hanjail doesn't celebrate, he knows this is just the first layer of a much deeper conspiracy. He recalls the image of the blonde man in the hospital, the physical toll of this case personified in a single victim. A system notification chimes in his mind, willpower fortified. His resolve hardens into steel. He turns his attention back to the files, the names of the corrupt officials burning into his memory. Young Tae-soo, sensing the shift in momentum, begins to tremble as the weight of justice draws closer. The CEO's round face is pale, his receding hairline slick with the cold sweat of a man who has lost everything. Kang Hanjail walks toward the window, looking out over the city that he has sworn to protect from men like Young Tae-soo. The lights of the metropolis flicker like a heartbeat, vulnerable to the shadows lurking in high places. He knows that the inspector's control is a temporary barrier, one he must navigate with extreme caution. Woo Hyun-ju stands up, signaling the end of the meeting and the beginning of a new phase of the investigation. The first deputy chief prosecutor gathers his things, his expression a mask of professional indifference that hides his true intent. Kang Hanjail meets his gaze, a silent declaration that he will not be intimidated by titles or rank. The hunt for the truth is no longer just a job, it has become a personal crusade for the young prosecutor. As he exits the room, the system displays a new objective, expose the hidden hand. Path ahead is fraught with danger, but Kang Hanjail's focus has never been sharper. He walks through the lobby, his presence commanding respect even from those who wish for his failure. With the deal struck and the lines drawn, the real battle for the soul of the city is about to commence. Kang Hanjail steps into the night, ready to face whatever shadows the system throws his way. Inside the cold atmosphere of an interrogation room, the defense attorney for Mr. Oh Seon-young argues that his client is suffering from severe alcohol withdrawal while in detention. The attorney explains that Mr. Oh attacked the lead prosecutor because he suffered a hallucination, hearing his wife's voice belittling him during the questioning. Kang Hanjail finds the claim preposterous, questioning if the man's alcoholism could truly manifest such a convenient and severe excuse. The defense attorney calmly notes that Mr. Oh is undergoing a psychiatric evaluation, the results of which will soon be available. Kang Hanjail replays the suspect's claim in his mind, scoffing at the idea that hallucinations caused the attack on the prosecutor. He demands to know if this is really the defense's stance. The defense attorney interjects, advising Mr. Oh Seon-yong that he does not need to answer if the questioning is too difficult. Kang Hanjail is internally frustrated by the attorney's coddling, feeling he's being forced to babysit a criminal. Despite his lawyer's move to block the question, Mr. Oh Seon-yong confirms the story, clenching his hands in apparent distress. Kang Hanjail presses for details on the hallucination. Mr. Oh Seon-yong insists he heard his wife's voice speaking to him. A distorted flashback shows Mr. Oh Seon-yong recollecting how his wife's voice spoke to him with utter contempt. Distraught, Mr. Oh Seon-yong describes how the voice called him a useless, freeloading drunk. Kang Hanjail's skepticism grows. He wonders if the suspect's anger was actually directed at the female prosecutor's style rather than an imaginary wife. He considers the possibility that Mr. O simply took offense to the young prosecutor's dismissive tone during the interrogation. The defense attorney asserts that the symptoms align with persecutory delusions found in schizophrenia, pointing to his client's mental health history. The attorney accuses Kang Hanjail of bias, suggesting he is viewing a mental health crisis as a calculated, intentional attack. Kang Hanjail pivots to the murder itself, asking why Mr. O stabbed the victim multiple times. The suspect claims he was too drunk to remember. Mr. Oh Seon-yong maintains his defense, stating that his memory of the event is a complete blur due to his drinking. Kang Hanjail references the police report, noting that the suspect's story hasn't changed, highlighting his selective memory. Kang challenges the convenience of Mr. O's memory, remembering his illness perfectly but forgetting the act of murder. The suspect stammers, unable to respond. The defense attorney steps in again, telling Mr. Oh Seon-yong to stop responding to Kang Hanjail's aggressive questioning. With a smug smile, the attorney tells Kang that some questions simply aren't worth an answer. Standing up, the defense attorney declares that they are ending the interrogation as they see no hope for a fair proceeding. The attorney signals for Mr. Oh Seon-yong to leave, ending the session abruptly. Kang Hanjail watches in silence as the suspect and his lawyer walk out of the room. As they exit, the defense attorney casts a mocking, triumphant look back at Kang. Mr. Oh Seon-yong flashes a chilling, satisfied grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. Kang Hanjail's face tightens with suppressed rage at the suspect's blatant manipulation. His determination only grows. Kang Hanjail vows to ensure Mr. Oh Seon-yong pays for his crimes regardless of the legal hurdles. Back in his office, Kang Hanjail reflects on the core of the defense. Was Mr. Oh truly mentally incapacitated during the crime? The first deputy chief prosecutor dismisses the concern, suggesting the validity of the incapacity claim doesn't change their objective. Kang Hanjail is shocked, arguing that mental state is a central factor that cannot be ignored. He explains that the claim of mental incapacitation is a direct attempt to reduce or eliminate criminal liability. Kang stresses that if the court accepts the defense's argument, the suspect could be acquitted entirely. Furious, Kang remains committed to his goal, believing Mr. O is fundamentally a criminal who must be imprisoned. First Deputy Chief Prosecutor agrees with Kang's resolve despite the legal complexities. The prosecutor mentions that Mr. O's daughter testified for leniency, supporting the claim that her father's actions were the result of his mental state and alcoholism. Intrigued by this development, Kang Hanjail decides to summon the daughter, Oh Seon, to hear her testimony firsthand. Kang Hanjail prepares to meet Oh Seon, hoping her statement will provide the breakthrough needed to dismantle the defense. Kang Hanjail begins his interrogation, confirming with Oh Seon that she was the one who reported the crime to the police. Oh Seon confirms, her gaze downcast, identified as the child of the suspect Oh Seon-yong. Kang Hanjail recounts her earlier statement where she claimed to have hidden in her room, calling for help only after hearing a scream. He presses, asking if she directly witnessed the crime scene, to which Oh Seon quietly replies no. Kang Hanjail reminds her that she stated her father was unconscious from drinking, then questions her about Oh Seon-yong's typical alcohol tolerance. Oh Seon responds that she doesn't know, explaining that once her father starts drinking, he rarely stops. Kang Hanjail persists, suggesting there must be a limit to how much Oh Seon-yong could drink while remaining conscious, but Oh Seon admits she isn't sure. Kang Hanjail observes the difficulty of the situation, noting Oh Seon's appearance strongly suggests she is a chronic victim of violence. He internally grapples with the paradox that she is pleading for leniency for the very father who murdered her mother. Kang Hanjail concludes that Oh Seon's current statement will ultimately be favorable for Oh Seon-yong's defense. He then directly asks Oh Seon about the amount Oh Seon-yong drank on the day of the crime. Oh Seon recalls her father being very drunk when she returned from work. However, the investigation only found one, not even fully empty, bottle of soju at the crime scene. Oh Seon hesitates, prompting Kang Hanjail to question why she judged her father to be completely drunk if she didn't know his exact tolerance or the amount he consumed. Oh Seon reveals her father was mumbling strange things. Kang Hanjail presses for specifics and she vaguely recalls him mentioning hearing some voice. A chilling flashback shows Oh Se-yeon muttering kill, kill, his eyes glowing with dark intent. Oh Se-yeon recounts how terrifying it was, driving her to retreat to her room. Oh Se-yeon sits in silence, her expression etched with lingering fear and distress from the memory. Kang Han-jaeol remarks on the inherent danger of such a situation, questioning why she merely retreated to her room. He reveals Oh Se-yeon's history of mental illness and 2 prior police calls for domestic violence. Oh Se-yeon interjects, defending her father by stating he was a good man when sober. Kang Han-jaeol challenges her, asking why she took no action despite the volatile situation. He points out that fleeing with her mother could have prevented the murder. Oh Se-yeon bursts out, confessing she was simply too scared to act, overwhelmed by the impossible situation. Kang Han-jaeol maintains his composed posture, observing Oh Se-yeon's emotional outburst. Suddenly, Oh Se-yeon enters the room, calling out to Oh Se-yeon with a smile. Oh Se-yeon asks if she's doing well, mentioning he heard she requested leniency from the police. He thanks her, expressing hope that he might be released soon thanks to her statement. Oh Se-yeon's eyes widen in terror and shock, the weight of her father's words crushing her. The tension in the interrogation room becomes palpable as all 3 individuals are now present. Oh Se-yeon maintains his unsettlingly cheerful demeanor, unaware of the internal turmoil he causes. Oh Se-yeon shrinks into herself, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Kang Han-jaeol, observing the interaction, confirms his suspicion. Oh Se-yeon did not voluntarily provide testimony favorable to Oh Se-yeon. With a determined expression, Kang Han-jaeol declares that they will now begin the direct confrontation. Kang Han-jaeol immediately turns to Oh Se-yeon, asking about his usual alcohol tolerance. Oh Se-yeon responds casually, stating he doesn't stop once he starts drinking, making his tolerance hard to gauge. Kang Han-jaeol reminds him that he claimed to remember nothing about the crime, to which Oh Se-yeon confirms with a simple yes. Kang Han-jaeol probes further, asking if Oh Se-yeon drank outside before returning home on the day of the crime. Oh Se-yeon denies it, insisting he only started drinking once he was home. Kang Han-jaeol challenges him, pointing out he didn't even finish 1 bottle of soju and questioning if such a small amount could cause a blackout. Oh Se-yeon counters that with age, even a small amount can affect him depending on his condition. Kang Han-jaeol internally acknowledges that Oh Se-yeon's statement isn't significantly different from Oh Se-yeon's, and further pressing them would only torment Oh Se-yeon without yielding more information. Kang Han-jaeol states his understanding and dismisses them, allowing them to leave. A chilling thought echoes in the mind of a man imprisoned, bathed in the stark light from a high window. He grapples with the terrifying possibility that his tormentor, the one who even took his mother's life, could someday walk free. Who will protect him then? Kang Han-jaeol confronts a distressed Oh Se-yeon, laying out the grim reality. If her father's mental incapacity is recognized, she will forever remain trapped by his shadow. But a proper testimony, he assures her, could grant her at least 10 years of freedom. A single tear escapes Oh Se-yeon's eye, reflecting the immense pressure and fear she carries. The weight of her decision is palpable. Kang Han-jaeol, maintaining a firm gaze, acknowledges the harsh truth that he cannot guarantee her father will be imprisoned indefinitely. Yet he extends a solemn promise. With unwavering resolve, Kang Han-jaeol declares his personal commitment. He will take full responsibility and exert every effort to ensure her father receives the heaviest possible sentence. Oh Se-yeon, her expression hardening with newfound determination, finally agrees. She asks Kang Han-jaeol to help her remain steadfast and not waver. As the city skyline looms, Oh Se-yeon steels herself to be brave and reveal the truth. Kang Han-jaeol reassures her, promising to be by her side in court, urging her not to be afraid. Later, as the sun begins to set, Kang Han-jaeol stands in the office while his colleagues, a male and female prosecutor, discuss the case. The female prosecutor expresses her deep sorrow for Oh Se-yeon. Her male colleague adds that even if Oh Se-yeon is imprisoned, Oh Se-yeon will forever be haunted by the guilt of her mother's murder. Kang Han-jaeol, overhearing their empathetic conversation, wears a subtle, almost cynical smirk. Leaning back with an air of detached confidence, Kang Han-jaeol articulates his harsh philosophy. The weakness of the vulnerable lies in their inability to blame others sufficiently. They cower when attacked, only blaming themselves instead of striking first. His eyes narrow, a sharp, almost predatory glint appearing as he delivers the chilling conclusion. That is precisely why they become prey. His colleagues, depicted in a comical chibi style, recoil in shock from his cold words. The male prosecutor quickly interjects, urging them to simply focus on their work. The 2 prosecutors, clearly unsettled by Kang Han-jaeol's unsettling remarks, make their exit from the office, the door clicking shut behind them. Outside, the female prosecutor ponders if Kang Han-jaeol's disheartening way of speaking is normal. Her male colleague shrugs, suggesting Kang Han-jaeol has always been a cold person. The male prosecutor smiles nervously, admitting he doesn't know much about Kang Han-jaeol's past self. The female prosecutor, however, insists that the former Kang Han-jaeol would never have blamed the victim for a crime, implying a profound change in his character. As the female prosecutor reflects, Kang Han-jaeol's image flickers, his suit dissolving into shimmering particles, a visual manifestation of a systemic shift or hidden power at play within him. The female prosecutor sits, arms crossed, a look of deep concern etched on her face, troubled by the stark contrast of Kang Han-jaol's past and present self. The male prosecutor, adjusting his tie, attempts to rationalize, suggesting that Kang Han-jaol is merely stating that victims shouldn't blame themselves despite his harsh delivery. The female prosecutor, surprised by his defense, questions his reasoning. He playfully teases her, noting her obvious admiration for Kang Han-jaol makes everything he says seem good to her. The male prosecutor chuckles into his phone, clearly enjoying the playful banter. He presses the female prosecutor, asking if she denies her admiration, to which she responds with an embarrassed laugh, confirming his playful accusation. Next day dawns, signaling a new phase in the ongoing legal battle. Kang Han-jaol enters the office, his presence sharp and alert, ready to face the day's challenges. Noticing the unusual commotion, Kang Han-jaol questions his colleagues about the matter. Female prosecutor informs Kang Han-jaol that Oh Seon-young's defense has submitted a new list of evidence. Kang Han-jaol calmly prompts her to continue. The critical detail is revealed. A psychiatric evaluation is included in the evidence list, a strategic move by the defense to mitigate Oh Seon-young's culpability. Oh Seon-young, the perpetrator, is seen in his prison cell, a sinister smile on his face, his eyes glowing red with malevolence. He mockingly suggests that the case is now going to be difficult. In court, Kang Han-jaol, composed and sharp, presents his counter-argument. He highlights Oh Seon-young's habitual tendency for violence when drinking, a fact even his neighbors noticed, directly challenging the psychiatric evaluation. Defense attorney, enraged by Kang Han-jaol's aggressive cross-examination, slams his hand on the table and vehemently protests to the judge. The screen displays the manhwa's title, a stark declaration in Korean, the prosecutor who doesn't know the law. The judge, presiding over the tense courtroom, calmly inquires if the evidence examination procedure can now be concluded. Kang Han-jaol looks up, a subtle, confident smirk playing on his lips, hinting at further strategic maneuvers yet to be unveiled. That subtle smirk now translates into action as Kang Han-jaol steps forward in the courtroom, confidently declaring to the judge that he has additional evidence to submit. The judge, visible in the background, immediately challenges Kang Han-jaol, questioning why the evidence wasn't submitted beforehand and reminding him that such a late submission violates the defendant's right to defense. Kang Han-jaol calmly explains that there were unavoidable circumstances, holding up the envelope containing the new evidence. He reveals the contents, copies of Choi Myung-soon's medical records for the past year, detailing a grim reality. The visuals shift to a haunting depiction of the victim, illustrating Kang Han-jaol's somber narration that she was habitually assaulted, forced to treat her own severe wounds in secret until the violence escalated beyond her ability to cope. Kang Han-jaol continues, explaining the difficulties in obtaining these records because the victim, fearing discovery due to the duty to report domestic violence, sought treatment at various distant hospitals. He concludes his explanation by stating that it took considerable time and multiple procedures to finally gather these crucial documents. The first deputy chief prosecutor, seated at the defense table, internally scoffs, observing that a prosecutor could easily access such medical information without a warrant if they truly wished. He thinks Kang Han-jaol is merely trying to dramatize the situation, acting like a complete thug in court. Kang Han-jaol then presents the medical records to the court, emphasizing that it's a miracle the victim was still alive given the extent of her injuries over the past year. The first deputy chief prosecutor vehemently objects, accusing Kang Han-jaol of imposing his personal sentiments onto the court. The judge sustains the objection, instructing Kang Han-jaol to restrain himself and proceed with caution. The court moves on, with the judge announcing that they will now proceed with questioning the defendant, instructing him to come to the center. Young Tae-soo, the defendant, appears at the stand, looking visibly distressed and burdened. The first deputy chief prosecutor begins his questioning, asking Young Tae-soo to testify directly about his feelings at the time of the incident. Young Tae-soo recounts his shock upon hearing his wife had died, stating he repeatedly questioned the police if it was truly real. He continues, explaining that the police confirmed her death, stating she was stabbed by the knife he wielded. Young Tae-soo expresses deep regret, wishing he had quit drinking at that moment. He apologizes to both his deceased wife and their child, Seon. Kang Han-jaol listens, a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his lips, hinting at his impending cross-examination. Kang Han-jaol begins his cross-examination, acknowledging Young Tae-soo's portrayal of the event as an accident but then sharply contrasts it with the autopsy report which clearly states her abdomen was stabbed 6 times. Young Tae-soo, flustered, claims he doesn't remember, only that's what they say. Kang Han-jaol's expression hardens as he challenges Young Tae-soo, pointing out the absurdity of claiming he merely swung the knife when the victim suffered multiple stab wounds to the abdomen. Kang Han-jaol pauses, observing the defendant's silence, then presses further, questioning why Young Tae-soo stopped his psychiatric treatment, especially when his doctor had sufficiently warned him of the dangers. Young Tae-soo dismisses the gravity of the situation, claiming he was too busy living to take the treatment seriously. Kang Han-jaol then directly confronts him, asking why he actively stopped treatment and if he wasn't tacitly accepting the terrible consequences that would inevitably follow. Young Tae-soo, visibly cornered, weakly responds that he didn't think that deeply about it. Kang Han-jail, his expression stern, asserts that the defendant was clearly aware of his violent tendencies when intoxicated, a fact corroborated by neighbor testimonies. Young Tae-soo avoids direct eye contact, his face showing clear distress as Kang Han-jail demands confirmation. Kang Han-jail presses him, ordering him not to avoid answering the question. Young Tae-soo reluctantly admits that it's correct, then Kang Han-jail follows up, asking if he also knew the intensity of his violence was gradually increasing. Young Tae-soo tries to deny it, but Kang Han-jail, with a sharp gaze, directs him to look closely at the medical records. Kang Han-jail then asserts that, given the evidence, Young Tae-soo's claim of complete ignorance can only be considered a lie. He continues his relentless cross-examination, questioning why Young Tae-soo never sought treatment for alcoholism despite repeatedly harming his family while intoxicated. Kang Han-jail directly challenges Young Tae-soo, suggesting he had no real intention of getting treatment. Kang Han-jail leans forward, a chilling implication in his voice, asking if Young Tae-soo simply didn't care whether he assaulted his family when drunk, concluding that it wouldn't have mattered to him either way. Young Tae-soo's face contorts in a furious grimace, his jaw clenched tight as Kang Han-jail's cutting words hit their mark, implying his utter disregard for his own family's safety. Suddenly, Young Tae-soo's lawyer leaps up, his voice echoing through the courtroom, vehemently objecting to Kang Han-jail's line of questioning, calling out, "Your Honor." Unfazed, Kang Han-jail presses on, his gaze unwavering as he asserts that on the day of the crime, Young Tae-soo knew his drunken state could lead to an accident. Kang Han-jail's voice sharpens, accusing Young Tae-soo of deliberately drinking, thereby accepting any potential consequences, challenging him, "You still drank, accepting whatever might happen, didn't you?" Young Tae-soo's lawyer vehemently shouts his objection once more, demanding the court's intervention against the prosecutor's aggressive questioning. The judge, his expression severe, rules to sustain the objection, ordering Kang Han-jail to immediately cease his line of questioning. Kang Han-jail, with a subtle gesture, adjusts his ear, his expression unreadable as he momentarily complies with the judge's command to halt his interrogation. The judge declares the questioning of the defendant concluded, then turns his attention to Kang Han-jail, instructing him to present his final opinion to the court. Below the table, Kang Han-jail subtly shifts, the sound of fabric rustling indicating his readiness to deliver his closing arguments. Kang Han-jail's eyes narrow with fierce resolve, his focus unwavering as he prepares to deliver his final, damning statement. Standing tall, Kang Han-jail begins his closing statement, asserting that Young Tae-soo is a habitual domestic violence offender who has shown absolutely no inclination to reflect on or improve his destructive behavior. Kang Han-jail reveals a critical detail: Young Tae-soo had unilaterally ceased his treatment at a mental hospital, further demonstrating his lack of commitment to change. The scene shifts to a stark image of a figure reminiscent of Young Tae-soo, kneeling in despair, hinting at the depths of his past struggles and the treatment he abandoned. Back in the courtroom, Kang Han-jail allows a faint, confident smile to play on his lips, observing the effect of his carefully constructed arguments. Young Tae-soo's lawyer grinds his teeth, his composure cracking under the weight of Kang Han-jail's relentless and damaging disclosures. The judge remains stoic, but subtle lines around his mouth betray a deep consideration of the gravity of Kang Han-jail's accusations. Kang Han-jail's inner thoughts resonate with a sense of triumph, it's all unfolding precisely as he anticipated. Kang Han-jail continues, painting a grim picture of the defendant's pattern, drinking to excess, then inevitably committing a crime. The chilling image of a figure trapped behind bars, screaming in silent despair, underscores the inevitable fate of those who follow this destructive path. The sharp crack of the gavel emphasizes Kang Han-jail's next point: those who commit crimes under self-induced diminished capacity must face the same punishment as individuals with full criminal responsibility. Kang Han-jail, his expression serious, acknowledges the harsh reality that, despite its legal validity, this theory is regrettably seldom applied in practical court proceedings. An internal monologue from a fellow prosecutor expresses astonishment, admitting they never expected Kang Han-jail to invoke such a rarely used legal argument. Young Tae-soo's lawyer, visibly shaken, processes the implications, realizing that even if they concede to diminished capacity or temporary insanity at the time of the crime, Kang Han-jail's argument still holds weight. With fierce conviction, Kang Han-jail declares that, regardless of any mitigating factors, Young Tae-soo must be held fully and completely responsible for his actions. Prosecutor General Woo Hyun-ju listens intently, his thoughts echoing the prosecutor's words, acknowledging the undeniable fact that Young Tae-soo habitually inflicted long-term pain and violence upon his own family. The first deputy chief prosecutor's gaze remains fixed downwards, his expression unreadable as he absorbs the full weight of Kang Han-jail's powerful closing statement. Kang Han-jail's voice rises, condemning Young Tae-soo for showing absolutely no remorse and for actively attempting to evade responsibility for his heinous acts. Kang Han-jail looks directly at the judge, his voice firm as he declares that, given the circumstances, a heavy and unavoidable sentence must be imposed. With unwavering resolve, Kang Han-jail delivers his final, most severe request: a sentence of life imprisonment for Young Tae-soo. Kang Han-jail's face remains etched with a grim intensity, the weight of his demand for life imprisonment hanging heavy in the air. Outside the imposing courthouse, bathed in the bright light of day, the legal battle concludes, leaving its profound impact on all involved. Standing outside, one of the prosecutors expresses awe, remarking on Kang Hanjail's audacious move to invoke the rarely used act free from its cause legal principle, admitting they truly couldn't have imagined such a strategy. The female prosecutor nods thoughtfully, acknowledging that Kang Hanjail's legal maneuver was impressive on multiple levels. The first deputy chief prosecutor comments on the audacity of Kang Hanjail's argument, noting it's the kind of abstract theory that could easily be dismissed by a judge as impractical, causing embarrassment. First deputy chief prosecutor continues, musing that such an argument feels like something a naive law student might rashly present, expressing his astonishment that it came from an experienced figure like Kang Hanjail, who merely offers a subtle smirk in response. While Kang Hanjail's subtle smirk hinted at deeper machinations elsewhere, prosecutor On's brow furrowed in thought, conceding, "Yeah, I guess so," yet her mind still grappled with an unanswered question, "But what is it?" Kang Hanjail leans back, a satisfied sigh escaping him as he relaxes in his office chair, bathed in the warm sunlight. Prosecutor's office, usually a hub of tension, finds a rare moment of peace as Kang Hanjail reviews a document, the day's work seemingly concluded. Kang Hanjail scans the document, a faint smile playing on his lips as he notes the 30-year heavy sentence, finding it quite satisfactory. His gaze sharpens, a new thought emerging as he considers the Incheon detention center. Kang Hanjail answers his glowing phone, simply stating, "It's me," as a voice on the other end responds with a deferential, "Yes, boss. What can I do for you?" Kang Hanjail continues, confirming if they have some of our guys in the Incheon detention center, then issues a chilling command, "Look into it and prepare the craziest one." A sinister intent hangs in the air as Kang Hanjail declares he's sending a toy, instructing the recipient to ensure he has fun with it. The command delivered, the scene shifts, hinting at the unsettling consequences set in motion. The screen displays the series title, a stark declaration, "The prosecutor doesn't know the law." Frantic prosecutor On approaches Kang Hanjail, pleading for his assistance. "Prosecutor, I know you're busy, but could you please help with interrogating a suspect?" Kang Hanjail's thoughts betray a hint of curiosity, wondering what's so urgent that prosecutor On is asking for this favor. Before he calmly agrees, "Yes, all right." Kang Hanjail directs her, suggesting they go to my office for now. Prosecutor On gasps in disbelief. What in the world? Explaining the chaotic situation, 8 suspects barged in at once. They plan to finish all the interrogations at once. Amidst the rising clamor, a voice struggles to command, "Calm down," and another pleads, "Just a moment," as the chaotic scene is declared a complete mess. Then, a desperate cry rings out, "Prosecutor!" Waryong, one of the women, vehemently protests their situation, demanding to know why they are being sued when he's the bad guy, asserting, "We're the victims here." Waryong continues, revealing that Eun-hyo just did what I told her to, before Kang Hanjail interjects, clearing his throat, "Ahem, let's all have a seat first." Kang Hanjail, now seated with the women, summarizes the situation with a direct question. "So, the boyfriend was two-timing 8 women and you all joined forces for revenge. Is that correct?" Waryong replies with a smug smile, suggesting, 8 would be lucky, there's probably more. A dark, unsettling atmosphere descends as the gravity of the situation becomes clearer. The narrative reveals the core of the conflict. Seo Eun-seop was in a relationship with a total of 8 women. Enraged, Waryong discovered the full extent of Seo Eun-seop's deception and proceeded to contact all the women he was dating. The story unfolds further, detailing Waryong's act of revenge. She cleared out Seo Eun-seop's residence. Meanwhile, Kim Eun-hyo executed her part of the plan, stealing Seo Eun-seop's phone and car keys while he was in the shower. She then fled, immediately sending messages to all his saved contacts. These messages exposed Seo Eun-seop's extensive misdeeds to everyone he knew. Kang Hanjail assesses the situation, noting internally that the charges are clear and the suspects are readily admitting to their actions. He concludes that it should be over once we summarize the facts in the statement. A furious voice cuts through, demanding, "Do you know how much he swindled from us?" as the visual depicts a mountain of ill-gotten gains. The voice continues, challenging the legal premise. "How is it a crime to take back even a little bit of what was taken from us?" Kang Hanjail closes his eyes, his voice steady as he delivers a hard truth. Legally, the ownership of a gifted item belongs to the recipient. Therefore, all those luxury gifts are indeed Seo Eun-seop's property. He looks at the 2 women across from him, one trembling with rage and the other buried in her hands. He explains that since they took back those belongings, it is naturally classified as theft. The woman in the pink cardigan snaps back, arguing that the office-tel was in her name. Her face is twisted with defiance. To her, she was simply reclaiming what was hers from a man who used her. Kang Hanjail sighs, presenting a hypothetical scenario to break her logic. If a landlord sneaks into a girl's room at night and insists it's his house just because he owns the building, would she ever accept that? He acknowledges that while he understands their emotional circumstances, this was a premeditated act carried out by multiple people. The severity of the crime makes it nearly impossible to simply drop the charges. The atmosphere in the office is heavy. Kang Hanjail advises them that while a judge might consider their situation, their best course of action is to try and reach a settlement with the victim. He begins to summarize the specific actions of each woman. Ms. Waryong was the one who used her name to open the door to the office-tel, and after the group took the belongings, she was the one who changed the password. Reviewing the files, Kang Hanjail notes that the individual responsible for taking the car is currently being processed in Prosecutor On's office. The list of stolen goods continues to grow as he cross-references their statements. Next on the list is Ms. Song Ji-hyun, who was responsible for taking the home appliances. A woman with short brown hair looks down, her expression a mix of guilt and lingering resentment for the man who tricked her. Then there is Ms. Eom Seon-young. Her contribution to the retrieval involved taking clothes, bags, and various other high-end accessories. Kang Hanjail's eyes narrow as he analyzes the pattern. The way the man lied and meticulously hid his tracks proves that Seo Eun-seop is far from an amateur. He is a clever criminal. The items he extracted from each woman never overlapped, ensuring he maximized his gain from every single target. This wasn't just a string of bad breakups. It smells like a cold, premeditated operation. Turning his attention to Ms. Kim Eun-hyo, Kang Hanjail asks if she gave anything to the plaintiff. She looks up, her eyes brimming with tears, explaining that she is still young and wasn't particularly well off to begin with. She recounts how he played on her sympathy, claiming he was broke while preparing for the civil service exam. She ended up giving him pocket money and covering his living expenses in cash. Her devotion went even further. Worried that he might neglect his health while studying, she took it upon herself to keep his fridge fully stocked. She did all of this because she was thinking about their future together. She had every intention of supporting him until the day he finally passed his exams. In the quiet moments they shared, he promised to repay her and treat her well once he succeeded. To her, those words felt like a solemn promise of marriage. Now, with the cold light of the investigation shining on his lies, she realizes the devastating truth. He never actually mentioned the word marriage at all. Kang Hanjail probes further, asking the other women if they had a similar experience with the suspect's vague promises. Ms. Yu Waryong shakes her head. She never even considered marriage an option, especially since she was 10 years older than him. The other women agree. He always spoke of repayment but never of a life together. They simply thought he would be deeply grateful for their help. Kang Hanjail leans back, processing the discrepancy. To most of them, he was careful never to utter the word marriage, not even in passing. He wonders if this was a calculated move, an intelligent response designed to protect himself against any potential legal fallout in the future. The more he looks at the evidence, the more certain he becomes. This isn't just a man who made mistakes, this is the work of a professional con artist. However, Ms. Kim Eun-hyo's situation is different. Because he consistently hinted at marriage to her specifically to obtain funds, they might be able to apply fraud charges against Seo Eun-seop. The legal distinction is thin but vital. By creating a false expectation of a future together, he manipulated her into giving him financial support. She firmly believed in his lies, handing over her hard-earned money under the impression that it was an investment in their upcoming marriage. The interrogation draws to a close. Kang Hanjail looks at the women one last time, asking if they have anything else they wish to add to their statements. Ms. Kim Eun-hyo stands up, bowing slightly. She thanks him for his time and for listening to their side of the story, her voice still thick with exhaustion. Once the women leave, Kang Hanjail turns to his colleague. He can understand their perspective to some extent, but he wants to know her professional opinion on the matter. The woman doesn't mince words, her tone dripping with disdain. She finds the whole situation pathetic. In her eyes, if they fell for a guy like that, they should have just dusted themselves off and moved on. Her eyes are cold as she looks away. To her, by taking the law into their own hands, they've only created unnecessary trouble for themselves and the prosecution. Despite his sharp professional exterior, his gaze betrays a hidden layer of concern. While his words may be cold, his eyes reflect a deep-seated worry for the suspects caught in this legal web. The gavel falls with finality. The determination to punish is absolute, and the crimes committed are far from light. With the suspects refusing to settle, the professional realizes he must emphasize their motives to secure a minimum sentence, hoping the judge will show some leniency. Back in the office, the air is thick with complexity. He notes that this isn't a simple case of romance gone wrong, though he admits they lack the grounds to charge the man with fraud just yet. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he asks if he can take charge of the plaintiff, his mind already spinning with a new strategy. His colleague hesitates, a flicker of worry crossing her face. She warns him not to pressure the man excessively, reminding him that, in this specific case, the individual is the victim. He leans back, his expression unreadable. He plans to bring the man in under the pretext of a simple victim statement, keeping his true intentions hidden. He reassures her that he'll handle it delicately, ensuring the man never suspects he's actually under the microscope. With a heavy sigh, she tells him to do as he wishes. The office door stands ready as he prepares for the arrival of his key witness, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. A young man with a polite smile enters, asking if he has found the right office. He looks unassuming, but the professional knows better than to trust appearances. Recognition sparks in his eyes. Internally, he curses the man, seeing through the facade of the victim standing before him. A memory flashes back, a scene of desperation. The same man is on his knees, trembling and begging for his life as a massive shadow looms over him. He grovels at the feet of a powerful, imposing figure, his hands clasped in a frantic prayer for mercy. The large man looks down with a terrifying, calm smile. He mocks the cowardice, asking if the boy really thought he would be killed. The brute scoffs, dismissing the entire conflict as a trivial matter over what he calls a measly woman. Woman in question stands nearby, her face twisted in hurt and anger. She cries out that they only talked, accusing the man of never treating her with sincerity and leaving her isolated. The large man's smile widens, cold and predatory. He doesn't care about her feelings, he only cares about the perceived disrespect. He leans in close, his voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. He tells the boy that laying hands on another man's woman comes with a heavy price. The young man's face is a mask of pure terror. He realizes that the price is about to be extracted in the most brutal way possible. With a sudden, violent motion, the brute grabs a handful of the boy's hair, yanking his head back with bone-chilling force. A devastating blow lands. The impact is sickening, sending the boy reeling as the red haze of violence fills the room. The agony is absolute. It feels as if his very essence is being shattered, a metaphorical egg cracking under the weight of the assault. The brute turns to leave, tossing out a final, cruel remark. He claims he'll leave the boy with just enough to still do business, a mockery of his manhood. Left broken on the floor and foaming at the mouth, the boy hears the final command: live modestly and stay out of sight forever. Back in the present, the man, now acting as the plaintiff, stands in the office, looking like a different person. He claims he was told to come here, playing the part of the cooperative victim. The interviewer greets him with a practiced, sharp smile. He invites the man inside, the trap beginning to close. The nameplate on the desk gleams. The lawyer reveals that new criminal allegations have surfaced during the ongoing investigation. He slides a cup of coffee toward the man, casually mentioning that some of the other suspects are now claiming to be victims of marriage fraud. They allege that they gave him expensive gifts under the explicit premise of a future marriage. The professional watches for a reaction. The man panics, waving his hands frantically. He calls it nonsense, swearing that he never once mentioned the word marriage to any of them. He insists he never threatened or forced anyone. In his eyes, they willingly showered him with gifts, and calling it fraud now is simply ridiculous. The professional counters, noting that the victims claim he promised to repay every cent once he passed his exams and secured a high-paying job. The man takes a nervous sip of his coffee, trying to justify his actions. He claims he only meant he'd have more financial freedom later to settle his debts. His voice trails off as he looks toward the ceiling, admitting that he only casually mentioned repayment if his circumstances allowed. The line between a gift and a scam has never been thinner. A cold voice cuts through the silence, shattering the target's composure. "Seop, you haven't changed a bit," the man remarks, his tone dripping with a dangerous familiarity. Seop freezes, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and mounting dread. "Pardon," he stammers, the coffee cup in his hand suddenly feeling like lead. The prosecutor leans in, a predatory glint in his eyes. "Even with one side left, you're still out here fooling women," he says, exposing a secret that should have stayed buried. Sharp, calculated smirk spreads across Kang Hanjail's face. He has the upper hand, and he knows exactly how to use it. Seop chokes, coffee spraying from his mouth in a violent spray of shock. How do you know about that?" he gasps, his face turning a sickly shade of pale. Kang Hanjail brings up the past, mentioning his knowledge of the underworld figure Taesan. "You still haven't kicked the habit," he notes, recalling the brutal beating Seop once endured. Mention of that name sends Seop into a full-blown panic. Trembling like a leaf, he whispers, "Does Mr. know I'm here?" He waits for a response, his jaw quivering. The fear of Taesan's retribution is clearly more terrifying than any legal consequence. Kang Hanjail slowly pulls out his smartphone, the screen glowing with a sinister promise. "I could let him know," he offers, his voice devoid of empathy. Seop lunges across the table, desperate to stop the call. "Please keep this a secret from Mr. Im. I really won't be able to live if he finds out." Kang Hanjail watches the man crumble with a look of utter boredom. "I'll decide after seeing what you do," he says, laying out his terms. His orders are absolute: withdraw the lawsuit immediately and apologize sincerely, and pay back the money. The ultimatum hangs over the city like a heavy fog. As the moon rises, the high-stakes game of manipulation moves from the interrogation room to the private shadows of the night. The city lights flicker through the windows of the prosecutor's office, but the real work is happening elsewhere. Back in his own apartment, Kang Hanjail sits in his pajamas, his mind still tethered to the complex web of the case. His eyes are sharp, reflecting the glow of his phone as he prepares to make a call to a very specific contact. Line connects. "It's me," he says, his voice cutting through the late-night silence. On the other end, a woman in an elegant nightgown answers with a playful lilt. "Oh my, who do we have here? Did you miss me?" Kang Hanjail skips the pleasantries. "Do you know Seop?" he asks. Her response is a short, puzzled "Who?" He sighs, leaning back. "Honey, as a businesswoman, I meet a lot of people. You can't expect me to remember every face." She continues painting her nails, completely unbothered. "But I really don't remember any Seop. Are you sure we know each other?" Kang Hanjail provides a hint, reminding her of a host who once took a beating from Taesan just for being connected to her. Realization hits her instantly. "Ah, Justin," she cries out, the name finally clicking into place. Kang Hanjail looks mildly annoyed by her sudden outburst. What's so childish about this?" He continues his report mentioning that Justin was caught swindling 8 different women. How did he end up at the prosecutor's office, she asks, intrigued. He breaks into a laugh. He really hasn't changed. If he had just followed what I taught him, he wouldn't have gotten caught by the law. Kang Hanjayol is stunned. Taught him what? He asks. Her answer is chillingly practical. How to fleece them without getting caught. A flashback shows her mentoring the young man, but never ask for anything directly. She had instructed, teaching him the art of the subtle con. Her eyes in the memory are cold and calculating. The word marriage is absolutely taboo, she warned, knowing it was the quickest way to trigger suspicion. Kang Hanjayol can't believe his ears. Don't tell me that guy was your student, he exclaims, while she just laughs at the absurdity of it all. Well, he didn't say it exactly like that, Kang Hanjayol mutters, realizing the depth of the deception involved. He tries to piece it together. Are you saying Taesan went crazy over nothing? He asks, looking for the truth behind the violence. She recalls the incident with a shrug. That's right, I clearly said we just talked, but he didn't believe me. Some men are just like that. She almost sounds sympathetic. Poor Justin, he was so talented. If Taesan hadn't crushed his spirit, he could have been really successful. He concludes that it's better he was stopped early. Kang Hanjayol notes that the line between a con artist and a businessman is paper-thin. She lets out another hearty laugh at his observation. Like you mean? She retorts, her wit as sharp as ever. As the call ends, a car speeds through the night, the wheels of justice and deception continuing to turn in the dark. The silence of the night is shattered by the glare of headlights in the rearview mirror. Corporal Yoon Chanyol narrows his eyes, realizing he's no longer alone on this winding road. Chanyol grits his teeth, his grip tightening on the steering wheel as he wonders who would have the audacity to tail a police officer so blatantly. The two sedans maintain a tense distance, the predator following the prey through the desolate landscape. Chanyol reaches for his radio, his voice cold and professional as he requests an immediate vehicle check on the black sedan trailing him. The system pings back with a result that sends a chill through the cabin. The vehicle belongs to Taesan Construction. Black car looms larger, its grille resembling a predator's maw as it closes the gap. Taesan Construction. Chanyol's mind races through his case files, connecting the dots to a much darker organization. He recalls the rumors that Taesan is nothing more than a front for the ruthless gangsters of WB Holdings. His thoughts turn to the power vacuum left behind after the death of Taesan and the young executive who stepped into the blood-stained shoes. Chanyol pulls over, stepping out into the cool night air to confront the shadow following him. His fist clenches at his side, ready for whatever violence is about to unfold on this empty stretch of road. He demands to know who is inside, his posture defensive as the black sedan comes to a halt. The rear door clicks open, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the silence. A man sits calmly in the back, recognizing Chanyol immediately as the corporal from the Michihol police station. The chillingly polite smile, the man introduces himself as Kim Bareun, the CEO of Taesan Construction. Chanyol doesn't waste time on pleasantries, demanding to know exactly what a man like him wants in the middle of nowhere. He stares down the CEO, his eyes searching for any sign of a weapon or a threat. Kim Bareun leans back, explaining that in business, connections are everything and he's here to build a relationship with the law. Chanyol scoffs at the transparency of the move, asking if this is how gangsters openly lobby the police these days. Bareun's smile widens, a predatory glint in his eyes that suggests he's far more dangerous than his expensive suit implies. Elsewhere, in a room bathed in the cold blue light of a monitor, a different kind of predator is at work. Rhythmic clicking of keys fills the air as a malicious commenter prepares to launch a digital assault. A sinister grin spreads across the troll's face, fueled by the anonymity of the internet and a heart full of spite. The target is Eun Hyeon SEO, a woman whose life is about to be dismantled one comment at a time. First strike lands. Isn't Eun Hyeon SEO a has-been now? LOL. The digital poison begins to spread. The insults grow more personal, attacking her appearance and her body with a cruelty that knows no bounds. In the darkness of her own home, Eun Hyeon SEO watches the screen, each notification a fresh wound to her soul. Must be nice making easy money, the screen mocks as her world continues to crumble around her. The pressure becomes too much. The phone hits the floor, the screen shattering just like her spirit. Tears stream down her face as she huddles in the dark, a victim of a faceless enemy she can't fight back against. The cycle of law and lawlessness continues as the title card fades in, the prosecutor who doesn't know the law. Morning light hits the facade of the prosecutor's office where the gears of justice are about to turn on a new case. Junior prosecutor bursts into the room, breathless with excitement. He asks if it's true they've been assigned to Eun Hyeon SEO's case. To him, she isn't just a celebrity, she was his first love, the star that guided his youth. He gushes about her talent, calling her a million-seller actress who swept every award in the industry. His eyes sparkle with fanboy adoration as he shouts her name, clearly overwhelmed by the prospect of working for his idol. Kang Hanjayol remains unmoved, leaning back in his chair. He dismisses the hype, noting that it's just a routine case of suing malicious commenters. Kang Hanjayol sits in his office, the weight of the routine case pressing against his temples. Despite the mundane nature of the lawsuit, something about it feels heavy. A bead of sweat rolls down his face as he closes his eyes, perhaps trying to block out a memory that refuses to stay buried. In a dimly lit theater, a woman questions Taesan about his unusual suggestion to watch a movie featuring Underworld. She teases him with a knowing smile, asking if he has a particular fondness for the actress. Her tone turns sharp, suggesting that if he likes her that much, he should simply date her instead of just watching her on screen. The tension in the memory is palpable as Taesan stands frozen, unable to respond to her biting remark. Back in the present, Kang Bareun focuses on the files. He specifically wanted to handle this case, driven by a motive only he understands. He sits amidst stacks of prosecution files, his posture rigid and his eyes fixed on the desk before him. The office door swings open, breaking the silence of the room. She removes her hat, greeting the room with a simple hello as her face is finally revealed. Prosecutor Choi Jin-woo steps forward, confirming her identity as Underworld and introducing himself. He gestures toward his colleague, identifying Kang Bareun as the lead prosecutor on the case. Kang Bareun offers a professional apology for the inconvenience of the summons, promising to keep the confirmation of facts brief. Underworld smiles brightly, expressing her gratitude and saying she's in their good hands. The interrogation begins. Kang Bareun asks if it's correct that the suspect, Young Eun-ho, wrote 1,000 malicious comments over 3 years. He confirms the details as they review the compiled evidence together in the meeting room. She notes that while he claimed to be a fan in his comments, she never had any personal connection to him. Kang Bareun probes deeper, asking if she can think of any reason for his sudden shift from fan to malicious commenter. Underworld looks away, admitting that she only has a guess as to why his behavior changed. She remains calm, her expression unreadable as she prepares to elaborate on the strange messages she received. She mentions that she was busy, but many of the messages were undeniably strange, filling her phone screen. Choi Jin-woo hesitates, worried about the severity of the content he's about to show her. Underworld is resolute, stating she will look at the comments herself. She takes the clipboard, scanning the vitriol with a steady hand and a silent focus. Kang Bareun watches her closely, noting her lack of reaction to the harsh content. Something about her composure feels off. The repetitive nature and unique writing style of the comments all point directly to the suspect, Young Eun-ho. Kang Bareun remarks on the sheer endurance required to face such vulgar words for 3 years. She dismisses it as part of the job, a burden she must accept due to the nature of her profession. She explains that she initially didn't want to sue, but her company insisted on making an example of the worst offender. Kang Bareun confirms her stance. She has no intention of settling with the suspect. Her answer is a firm and final no. Choi Jin-woo reacts with a start, surprised by the intensity of her refusal. His hands hover over the table, emphasizing the gravity of the legal path they are now committed to. Kang Bareun explains that while prison time is rare for malicious comments, the severity here makes it a real possibility. He promises to do his best to ensure that appropriate punishment is delivered for the crime. Underworld thanks him with a polite smile, preparing to conclude the meeting. As she prepares to leave, Kang Bareun drops a sudden, heavy question: "Are you receiving any psychiatric treatment?" The weight of 3 years of relentless, malicious attacks hangs heavy in the air as Underworld reflects on the severe comments she's endured. She offers a weary, fragile smile, admitting that while it would be a lie to say it had no impact, she tries to convince herself it isn't that serious. Kang Bareun doesn't let it slide, firmly reminding her that being a celebrity doesn't mean she has to endure such pain, and he urges her to seek medical help. In the corner of the office, another prosecutor watches the exchange, his face a mask of intense, nervous energy. He can barely contain himself, his eyes darting toward the famous actress with a mixture of awe and desperation. Finally, the dam breaks. He confesses with explosive enthusiasm that he's a massive fan of hers and that meeting her is the greatest honor. Kang Bareun's expression turns sharp. The unprofessional display is clearly starting to grate on his nerves. He looks at his colleague with a cold, questioning gaze, wondering if such behavior is even remotely appropriate in this setting. Despite the tension, the fanboy prosecutor suggests taking a secret photo, desperate to capture this moment regardless of the rules. Outside, the sky glows with the orange hues of sunset reflecting off the glass of the surrounding office buildings. The group decides to make it a team effort, inviting everyone outside to join in the photo opportunity. The team gathers in the hallway, the atmosphere shifting from a serious investigation to a brief, awkward social moment. Prosecutor Choi holds his phone up like a prize, declaring that he will treasure this photo with Eun Jang forever. Kang Bareun stands back, his arms crossed as he watches his colleague's total fanboy transformation with pure disdain. Once they are alone, Kang Bareun's voice drops to a low, dangerous tone as he asks if the other prosecutor even considered how his pressure affected the victim. The younger man stutters, completely caught off guard by the sudden shift in mood. Kang Bareun explains the power dynamic. When someone in their position makes a request, a victim often feels they have no choice but to comply. His eyes burn with a cold intensity as he delivers the final blow. That kind of pressure is nothing less than a form of violence. Realization hits the fanboy prosecutor like a physical shock, leaving him speechless and trembling. He bows his head in shame, admitting that he had never once looked at his actions from that perspective. The scene shifts to the deep of night, the moon hanging cold and indifferent over the silent city. Inside a quiet apartment, the only light comes from a television screen, casting long shadows across the room. Kang Han-jaol sits on his sofa, the silence of his home a stark contrast to the chaotic energy of the prosecutor's office. He pulls out his phone, looking at the group photo they took earlier. A strange, nagging feeling of unease begins to settle in his gut. Something feels off. The smiles in the photo seem hollow, and the silence in the room suddenly feels heavy. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden, jarring alert on the TV. Breaking news flashes across the screen in bold, aggressive letters. The anchor's voice is grim as he announces the unthinkable. The beloved actress Eun Seo has been found dead at her home. Kang Han-jaol is paralyzed, his eyes wide with shock as the reality of the news sinks in. Elsewhere, in a dark, unassuming house, the atmosphere is far from somber. A man sits in the dark, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he talks on the phone, mocking the dead actress with heartless cruelty. He scoffs at his computer screen, showing no remorse. His only concern is that he might be the one to suffer the consequences of her death. He leans back in his chair, complaining to his lawyer that even though the impact might be small, the whole situation still feels shitty for him. With a twisted laugh, he wonders why she had to die right now, of all times, viewing her tragedy as nothing more than a personal inconvenience. Back at the office, the fanboy prosecutor is broken. He buries his face in his hands, crushed by the weight of his own words. Kang Han-jaol, deep in thought, laments his past words, wishing he had been more assertive, even if it was just to promise the culprit a future of prison food. He knows the grim reality: even a maximum sentence would amount to mere months, or perhaps just a fine if the suspect feigned remorse. Suddenly, Prosecutor Choi slams his hands down, his voice raw with anguish as he screams that a person has died. Tears stream down Prosecutor Choi's face as he turns to Kang Han-jaol, consumed by rage and vowing to personally kill the perpetrator. Kang Han-jaol, maintaining a cold and professional distance, reprimands Prosecutor Choi and reminds him of his duty to the law. He warns Prosecutor Choi that such emotional bias could severely compromise the entire investigation, a critical error that a defense lawyer would easily exploit in court. As a haunting image of the victim, Eun Seo, appears, Kang Han-jaol coldly states there is no concrete evidence linking her death directly to the suspect's actions, urging calm. Calling Kang Han-jaol's own past assessments, Prosecutor Choi challenges him, pointing out that Han-jaol himself had previously noted Eun Seo's unstable state and even recommended psychiatric treatment. Enraged, Prosecutor Choi demands to know how Kang Han-jaol can now declare the perpetrator is not at fault. Kang Han-jaol firmly reiterates that prosecutors operate solely on evidence and causal relationships, advising Prosecutor Choi to recuse himself if he cannot uphold that standard. Prosecutor Choi's eyes widen in shock at the cold logic, and he gasps out Kang Han-jaol's title in disbelief. Kang Han-jaol's expression hardens, his eyes flashing with a stern warning: do not talk back. Defeated and crestfallen, Prosecutor Choi slumps, his earlier fury replaced by a heavy sense of despair. Kang Han-jaol watches in silence as Prosecutor Choi rises and walks away, the tension in the room remaining palpable. A moment of quiet descends as Kang Han-jaol lets out a heavy sigh, his arms still crossed as he sinks back into thought. A sharp knock at the door breaks the silence, drawing Kang Han-jaol's focused gaze toward the entrance. The suspect, Young Eun-ho, enters the room looking nervous and apprehensive as he addresses Kang Han-jaol. Kang Han-jaol confronts Young Eun-ho, presenting him with a stack of documents detailing 3 years of malicious comments left for Eun Seo, demanding to know if he remembers them. Visibly uncomfortable, Young Eun-ho claims he doesn't recall every single comment but concedes that if the records show it, then they must be true. The first deputy chief prosecutor, observing the interrogation, offers a knowing and condescending smile. Kang Han-jaol asks point-blank if he is admitting to the malicious comments, and Young Eun-ho reluctantly confirms that he is. Kang Han-jaol presses further, asking Young Eun-ho about his transition from a fan to a malicious commenter. Young Eun-ho offers his excuse: the intense stress of medical school, which he relieved by lashing out online. He offers a weak, belated apology. Kang Han-jaol's eyes narrow skeptically, his internal monologue questioning if Young Eun-ho is simply attempting to portray himself as a misguided kid. He speaks his thoughts aloud, stating bluntly that Young Eun-ho's excuse is far from convincing. Overwhelmed, Young Eun-ho buries his face in his hands, admitting his words were a cowardly and vile act. A flashback reveals how Young Eun-ho's initial admiration for Eun Seo twisted into hatred as his obsession grew. He confesses to hating her for not replying, for dating, and for the pleasure he took in her controversies, always convinced he was in the right. However, he then claims he never intended for his comments to inflict such profound pain on Eun Seo. Young Eun-ho breaks down in tears, revealing his shock and regret. He believed she wouldn't read the comments and never expected her to take her own life. The first deputy chief prosecutor intervenes, acknowledging the tragedy but asserting that a direct causal link to Young Eun-ho's comments is difficult to establish. He admonishes Kang Hanjail, urging him not to place excessive blame on the suspect. Kang Hanjail's face contorts in a grimace. He internally retorts that a knife isn't the only way to commit murder. With a stern glare, the first deputy chief prosecutor warns Kang Hanjail that using such harsh terminology as murder again will result in formal disciplinary action. Noting Kang Hanjail's agitation, the first deputy chief prosecutor declares the interrogation over for the day and prepares to leave with Yong Eun-ho. As the others depart, Kang Hanjail remains seated, his expression unreadable as the weight of the case settles heavily upon him. His gaze sharpens, his mind already 3 steps ahead as he prepares to dismantle the web of lies surrounding the case. A phone vibrates in the darkness, a call signaling that the gears of a shadow operation are finally in motion. On the other end, a voice answers with chilling compliance. The hunt has officially begun. With a predatory smirk, the order is given to seize the first witness. It's time to bring them to the light of truth. Under the cold glow of a full moon, a skeletal construction site stands as a silent witness to the impending interrogation. A man lies sprawled on the cold concrete, his consciousness slowly returning to a nightmare he cannot escape. His eyes snap open, the haze of sleep replaced by the sudden, piercing realization of his surroundings. Disoriented and gasping for air, he struggles to sit up while his heartbeat thunders in his ears. The terrifying truth dawns on him as he looks at the steel bars and shadows, realizing he has been kidnapped. Sweat beads on his forehead as he tries to make sense of the absurdity of his situation. Panic turns into a desperate calculation as he fears the physical toll his captor might take. A voice cuts through the dark like a jagged blade, threatening him with severe violence. He scrambles backward, his survival instinct kicking into overdrive as a shadow approaches. He bolts into the darkness, a primal scream tearing from his throat as he pleads for his life to be spared. He stops and spins around, searching the void for any sign of another person. From the heights of the scaffolding, a masked figure descends like a vengeful spirit, mocking the man's desire to survive. He collapses, pointing a shaking finger at the intruder and questioning his identity. The masked man holds up a pair of sharp scissors, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light as he claims to be a messenger from the dead. He begins to recount a scene from a movie where a traitor was punished for leaking secrets. The masked man looms over him, his voice a low, menacing crawl, asking if he remembers the price of betrayal. The terror on the man's face is all the confirmation the captor needs. His pupil dilates in pure horror as the psychological trap snaps shut around him. The masked man delivers a final blow to his sanity, describing a brutal and permanent punishment. He gestures to a keyboard and a phone, symbols of modern betrayal, and threatens to maim the man as a consequence. Desperation breaks the man's resolve as he screams his innocence, denying any role in the victim's death. The image of a man in a professional suit flickers in the mind's eye, a reminder that indirect involvement can still be seen as murder. The masked man seizes him by the throat, cutting off his pleas as the interrogation reaches its violent climax. A gloved finger is pressed against his lips, demanding a terrifying silence. A final, agonizing scream echoes through the construction site, marking the end of the man's resistance. Later that night, in a quiet room, a mother stands over her son's bed, her heart breaking at the sight of his broken condition. She leans in, her voice thick with worry, asking who is responsible for the state he is in. He hides beneath the covers, his body racking with tremors as the trauma of the night refuses to let go. His mother pleads for the truth, promising that he can trust her with his fear. A single word escapes his trembling lips, identifying the one who tormented him. His mother recoils in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief at what she is hearing. The memory of the masked man haunts him, his words regarding the victim and the accusation of murder etched into his soul. The memory of the masked man and his accusations haunt him. He trembles under his sheets, the terrifying image of a predator hunting for another victim flashing through his mind. Suddenly, a woman in a sharp red suit bursts in, asking if this is about the prosecutor. The man recoils, burying himself deeper into the bed while desperately stammering that he hasn't said a word to anyone. Tension in the room is thick as she reaches out, her hand gripping the blanket. She rips the blanket away, demanding to know if he's referring to the prosecutor in charge of his questioning. Her eyes bore into his, commanding him to stop talking and simply nod if he's confirming her suspicions about that specific prosecutor. He gives a frantic nod, pleading with her to keep this a secret, his voice barely a whisper as he begs her not to tell a soul. She pulls him into a protective embrace, her voice softening as she reassures him that he doesn't need to worry about a thing. Behind the comfort there is a chilling resolve. She promises that she will take care of everything, no matter what it takes. Her gaze turns cold and sharp, revealing a dangerous side that belies her maternal warmth. Night falls over the city, and the shadows grow long as the scene shifts to a quiet apartment complex. In the dim light of a parking garage, the man stands alone, the sharp beep of his car alarm echoing through the concrete space. He isn't as alone as he thinks. From the darkness, a hooded figure watches his every move with predatory focus. The man doesn't even turn around, his voice calm and steady as he mocks the professional hiding in the shadows. The assassin steps forward, his eyes narrowed as he confirms the identity of his target. The man glances back with a smirk, acknowledging the presence but signaling that the conversation is already over. In a blur of motion, the assassin strikes. A combat knife slashes through the air, aimed directly at the man's throat. But the target is no ordinary victim. He moves with supernatural fluidity, leaning back as the blade whistles past his face. The assassin's eyes widen in shock. He has never seen a civilian move with such calculated precision. The man's eyes turn cold, a predatory glint appearing as he prepares his counterattack. He lunges forward, delivering a brutal blow that sends the attacker crashing into the pavement. The power behind the strike is absolute. The hooded man gasps for air, the force of the impact leaving him stunned and broken on the ground. Standing tall over his failed assassin, the man looks down with an expression of pure, unadulterated dominance. The scene shifts to a skeletal construction site, a perfect place for a private interrogation away from prying eyes. The assassin is now bound to a chair, his hood removed to reveal a scarred, bald head hanging in defeat. Footsteps echo against the concrete as the man approaches his captive, the power dynamic completely reversed. The man's eyes snap open, filled with a mixture of fear and defiance as he realizes he's at the mercy of the man he tried to kill. The man smiles thinly, noting that his guest is finally awake. He was just about to use a more forceful method to rouse him. The assassin remains silent, his jaw set, though the sweat on his brow betrays his growing anxiety. The man holds up the assassin's own knife, mocking him by saying he kept it safe, knowing it belonged to him. Leaning in close, the man drops the pleasantries. He wants to know exactly who hired a professional to take him out. To emphasize his point, he drives the blade into the chair between the man's legs, the steel vibrating with lethal promise. The assassin flinches, his breath hitching as the reality of his situation sinks in. This target is more dangerous than any client. The man sighs, disappointed that the assassin is still choosing silence over cooperation. The assassin finally speaks, claiming that his professional reputation depends on never revealing a client's identity. The man scoffs, asking if his work is really more important than his life. The assassin simply replies that either way, he's a dead man. Captured assassin reveals his predicament. If word spreads that he exposed his client, all his former employers will hunt him down to protect their secrets. Closing his eyes with a resigned sigh, the assassin acknowledges that his life was forfeit the moment he entered this profession. He simply tells Kang Hanjail to end it. Kang Hanjail's shadowy figure looms over him, a cold glint in his eye. He grips a knife and delivers a chilling warning. Don't say I didn't warn you. In a sudden, brutal motion, Hanjail lunges. The knife flashes toward the bound assassin, bathed in a menacing red aura. The assassin's eyes widen in terror as the blade slices past his head, a deliberate near-miss that leaves him gasping. The razor-sharp edge of the knife hovers mere millimeters from the assassin's eye, a stark reminder of his precarious situation. Hanjail's intense gaze bores into the assassin, demanding to know if he truly intends to die without revealing his client. Hanjail stands tall, his posture composed yet radiating an undeniable authority as the threat hangs heavy in the air. The assassin looks up at Hanjail, a single question mark hanging over his head, unsure of Hanjail's true intentions. Hanjail then makes a surprising proposal. The assassin doesn't have to reveal who hired him. Hanjail clarifies that while there will be no payment, this deal is in exchange for sparing the assassin's life. With a piercing gaze, Hanjail urges him to consider carefully which holds more value, the client's money or his very life. Sweat trickles down the assassin's face as he asks what Hanjail will do if he's released but fails to keep his end of the bargain. Hanjail reveals his leverage. While the assassin was unconscious, he secured all the evidence needed for a nationwide warrant regarding the attempted murder of a prosecutor. With a chilling smile, Hanjail asks what would happen if the media got wind of a murder-for-hire plot against a prosecutor, then offers a final ultimatum: accept a job and live, or face the consequences. Panicked and sweating profusely, the assassin immediately accepts the offer to save his own life. Hanjail drops the knife, which spins in the air. He explains that since he doesn't know the target yet, a specific mark will be needed to identify the assassin's work. The assassin looks up, his face etched with confusion and dread, questioning the nature of this mark. The scene shifts to a dark, rainy night, establishing a sense of foreboding over a quiet suburban house. Inside, a younger Hanjail sits alone on his bed, wrapped in a blanket and clearly disturbed by the storm outside. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the silence. Hanjail gasps in shock, wondering what just happened. He quickly throws off his blanket, his body tensing as he reacts to the alarming sound. He peers out the window into the rainy night, his gaze falling upon a chilling sight: a hooded figure standing over someone lying motionless on the ground. Close-up reveals the masked face of the hooded figure, their eyes glinting with a cold, predatory intensity. Hanjail's horrified eyes remain fixed on the scene below as the rain blurs the grim reality of the hooded assailant and their victim. The masked face of the hooded figure is shown again, a silent and menacing presence in the downpour. Hanjail's face contorts in raw horror as the realization of what he's witnessing dawns upon him. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, Hanjail collapses to the floor and lets out a guttural scream. The masked assassin looms behind the younger Hanjail, a chilling specter of terror appearing to confirm his worst fears. Sweat beads on Hanjail's face as a terrifying thought echoes in his mind: he's definitely trying to kill me. The relentless rain continues to fall against the window, mirroring the torrent of emotions within Han Jaeol. His eyes, wide with terror, peek cautiously over the windowsill, unable to tear himself away from the horrific scene outside. The full tragedy is revealed. A figure in red lies lifeless on the ground in a growing pool of blood, with a knife discarded nearby. Close-up on the victim's vacant eyes hints at the profound loss Han Jaeol is about to confront. Han Jaeol's face contorts in a heartbreaking scream as he cries out, "Moem." Barefoot and distraught, Han Jaeol bursts out of the house and rushes toward the devastating scene. His face is a mask of pure agony and disbelief as he stumbles forward, his world shattered by the sight. Han Jaeol finally reaches his mother, lying lifeless in a pool of blood, a scene forever seared into his memory. The silence of the courtyard is shattered by a desperate cry as Young Yunho collapses beside the body, screaming for his mother. Tears stream down his face as he shakes her, pleading for her to wake up, refusing to accept the cold reality before him. He pulls her into a tight embrace, his voice cracking as he begs for a miracle that will never come. Suddenly, the heavy click of a door lock echoes through the courtyard, signaling an unwelcome arrival. Young Yunho snaps his head toward the sound, his eyes wide and bloodshot, filled with a sudden, jagged intensity. The door swings wide, revealing the dark, rain-soaked night outside and framing a scene of pure horror. A blood-stained kitchen knife lies discarded on the pavement, the primary witness to the violence that has just unfolded. Young Yunho grips the handle tightly, his knuckles white as he mutters a dark vow, "This won't end here." A terrifying grin spreads across his face. I'll kill him first," he whispers, his mind finally fracturing. Standing in the doorway, the live-in housekeeper stares in disbelief, her voice trembling as she asks if something is wrong. Her gaze drops to the floor, her pupils shrinking in terror as the full weight of the scene hits her. In the pouring rain, Young Yunho stands over his mother's body, the knife in his hand dripping with fresh blood. A blood-curdling scream erupts from the housekeeper, piercing the stormy night and echoing through the neighborhood. The tragedy of the Young family is only the beginning of a much deeper, darker conspiracy. Days later, the news breaks. Young Yunho, once a suspect in a cyberbullying case, is now facing murder charges. Inside the prosecution office, the air is thick with tension. The charge is parricide, the ultimate betrayal of blood. One official shakes his head, noting how the boy seemed fine before his sudden descent into murderous insanity. Kang Han Jaeol listens in silence, processing the irony. The woman who tried to have him killed was murdered by her own son. He realizes that Young Yunho likely confessed everything, and that confession became the catalyst for his mental collapse. The investigation records are extensive, including a psychiatrist's report and the housekeeper's haunting statement. The medical files reveal a history of self-harm and severe persecution delusions leading up to the night of the incident. Housekeeper's words paint a vivid picture of the garden, Young Yunho, drenched in blood, standing over his employer. A prosecutor points out the forensic evidence. Only Young Yunho's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. But one detail remains baffling. Why would he carve a Y onto the corpse of his own mother? In a dark room, a man tied to a chair stares at a mark, his face etched with confusion and fear. When asked why he left the mark, the culprit simply smiles. "Just because," he replies with chilling indifference. Back in the office, the female prosecutor scoffs, agreeing that a madman's actions rarely require a logical reason. The first deputy chief prosecutor sighs, noting that with such clear evidence of insanity, a guilty verdict for parricide will be nearly impossible. He explains that regardless of the verdict, the boy will be committed to a medical facility for life, which is justice in its own way. The female prosecutor admits she feels a sense of divine retribution. The woman who thought she could slip away ended up in misery. Kang Han Jaeol offers a subtle, knowing smile. He knows exactly how this divine justice was orchestrated. Upholding justice isn't the work of a god. It is the heavy, grinding work of humans who refuse to look away. The statue of Lady Justice stands tall, blindfolded and holding the scales, yet the system she represents is flawed. Since the dawn of civilization, humans created laws to reach for justice, but the system often fails to deliver it. And that is exactly why Kang Han Jaeol stepped in, to bridge the gap where the law falls short. It wasn't a grand sense of morality that drove him, but a cold, calculated necessity to see the guilty pay. City lights flicker as the night deepens, the prosecution building standing like a silent monolith over the streets. Kang Han Jaeol waits for the elevator, his expression unreadable. One case is closed, but the war for justice never truly ends. Ever since I woke up in Kang Bareun's body and inherited this superhuman strength, I've been intoxicated by the thrill of absolute power. I felt as if I could reshape the world to my every whim. But seeing how even my smallest actions ripple into unpredictable and dangerous consequences, it leaves a cold, unsettling knot in my stomach. Power isn't as simple as I once thought. Familiar voice breaks my train of thought. Prosecutor An is standing by the elevator, asking if I'm finally heading home for the night. I turn to face her, acknowledging her with a tired nod. "Ah, Prosecutor An," I reply, noticing the exhaustion clearly etched into her features. I offer a small, knowing smile. "You look just as troubled as I feel. It seems we both had an incredibly long day." Sensing the heavy atmosphere, I make a sudden suggestion. If you're up for it, would you like to grab a drink? Her eyes widen in genuine surprise. Quickly add that food is an option as well. It's clear she's had a rough shift, and sometimes the best remedy is a shared meal and a moment of peace. A soft smile finally touches her lips as she agrees. Sure, let's have a drink together, she says, the tension in her shoulders finally beginning to ease. As we walk out, I insist on paying since it was my idea, but she playfully counters, insisting that the bill should be on her this time. We settle into a quiet local restaurant. The warm glow of the lights and the hum of other diners provide a much-needed change of pace from the cold office. First glass is poured, the bottle clinking softly against the rim. The night is young, but the weight of our profession is never far behind. Prosecutor On looks down at her glass, her voice low. You know that most of the parties in my cases are women, right? I listen intently while preparing a lettuce wrap, waiting for her to elaborate on what's truly weighing on her mind tonight. I point out that since everyone in Office 504 is female, it makes sense that cases involving women would be funneled to them to facilitate better empathy and communication. The higher-ups likely viewed it as a matter of efficiency, pairing female prosecutors with female victims to streamline the sensitive nature of their investigations. On sighs, her expression darkening. Normally, victims are supposed to be pitiful, right? That's how the world expects us to perceive them. She watches the meat sizzle on the grill. But in our office, we often encounter cases where the suspect is actually the one who deserves the most pity. When a victim is truly sympathetic, she can just do her job. But when the person accused of a crime is a victim themselves, the line between duty and justice becomes a blur. I'm supposed to be a prosecutor, she whispers, but how am I supposed to fight when my heart wants to take the suspect's side? I realize she's more intoxicated than she appears. I remind her that while we oppose suspects in court, we are ultimately representatives of the public interest. I emphasize that we shouldn't take anyone's side. Our role is to maintain absolute objectivity, regardless of how tragic the circumstances may be. My curiosity is piqued by her distress. I lean in and ask her directly, what kind of case is it that has you this shaken? She falls silent for a long moment, the weight of the secret hanging heavy in the air between us as she stares down at the table. A grim image flashes through her mind, a dark room, a blood-stained knife, and a life extinguished in an instant of pure desperation. She remains quiet, the trauma of the evidence she saw today clearly playing on a loop behind her eyes. Finally, the words escape her. A murder case, she says, the gravity of the crime chilling the warm air of the restaurant. Facts are brutal and simple. A wife killed her husband. A domestic tragedy turned into a capital crime. I cross my arms, unmoved. The wife killed her husband, and you feel sorry for her. Then it's likely the usual story, a cycle of violence. On confirms my suspicion. The woman had been abused for years. Her body was a roadmap of old scars and systematic cruelty. I look at her, analyzing the legal angle. Is there any chance the court will recognize it as a legitimate act of self-defense? She shakes her head. The beating had already ended. The husband was asleep when she struck. In the eyes of the law, the immediate threat had passed. I close my eyes, recalling the strict statutes. For self-defense to apply, there must be an ongoing attack. A sleeping man isn't an active threat. On notes the physical disparity. The wife didn't even weigh 50 kilos. She was frail and broken. I ask if there were any drugs involved in the incident. I stare at her, my mind working through the evidence with cold prosecutor logic. Then isn't the solution simple? She looks up, confused by my sudden change in tone. Sorry, what do you mean by simple? I lean forward, my voice dropping to a whisper. You just have to find out who actually stabbed him, because it might not have been her. Prosecutor On freezes, her eyes wide with shock as the implication of my words sinks in. A new, darker possibility has just been opened. Her voice trembles as she asks the one question that matters. How did he know? Crossing his arms, he explains the cold reality. Killing someone with a precise strike to the heart isn't something even a seasoned thug can pull off easily. A silhouette of the violence plays out. For a small woman, landing such a lethal blow instantly is a physical impossibility. He narrows his eyes, concluding that there was either an accomplice involved or the real culprit is someone else entirely. Her mind races as she wonders who the suspect could possibly be trying to protect at the cost of her own freedom. The suspect had already confessed to the crime, sitting across from the investigators with a heavy, resigned silence. Since there were no signs of a break-in, the police handed her over to the prosecution without a second thought, satisfied with the easy confession. Despite the clean confession, she notes that the case file was riddled with inconsistencies that just didn't add up. Driven by these doubts, the investigator decided to conduct a much more intensive interrogation to break through the suspect's facade. During the questioning, the suspect could recall every detail after the crime, yet her memory went completely blank regarding the actual moment of the murder. Her story began to crumble, her statements about how many times she stabbed the victim and where exactly the blade went kept shifting. The final piece of evidence was the pajamas she claimed to be wearing. They were almost entirely clean, with barely a drop of blood on them. That was the moment the truth became clear to her. The woman sitting in that cell was not the real killer. He leans in, asking if she has a specific person in mind who could be the true perpetrator. The investigation revealed a son who had fled the home years ago, driven away by the constant turmoil within the family. The suspect went to great lengths to avoid mentioning him, visibly shaking whenever his name was brought up in the interrogation room. Across the table, he listens intently as the pieces of this tragic puzzle finally begin to lock into place. The son, unable to stand by and watch his mother suffer another moment of abuse, finally snapped and killed his father. Now, the mother is desperately trying to take the fall to save her child from a life behind bars. That is the current assumption. His response is blunt: if that's the case, they should simply move forward with the investigation and indict the son. She hesitates, her heart heavy as she considers the immense emotional weight the suspect is carrying. She looks away, the moral dilemma of the situation weighing on her more than the legal facts of the case. He stares back at her, his gaze sharp as he asks a single, piercing question: why? The mother had made a choice to sacrifice everything, reaching for her phone to call for help only after the deed was done to protect her son's future. A woman who lived like a slave her whole life finally made a choice to stake her life on something, and now he is the one who has to crush that decision. He knows the court would show her leniency because of the years of abuse she endured. But for the son, there will be no such mercy. He will face a heavy sentence that will ruin his life forever. If her son ends up in prison after everything she's suffered, the mother's sacrifice will have been for nothing. He argues that there is no law stating a parent's life must be destroyed just because their child made a mistake. He looks her straight in the eye and reminds her, life isn't over until it's actually over. Even if the child goes to prison, the parent still has the right to live a life of their own, free from the shadow of their past. With the tormentor finally gone, her life might actually have a chance to blossom for the first time in decades. He warns her not to assume that self-sacrifice is the only way for the suspect to find happiness. She sits in silence, her hands clenched as she processes the harsh but necessary logic of his words. Finally, she looks up with a faint smile, admitting she let her emotions cloud her judgment, and vows to proceed as he suggested. Under the neon glow of a late-night eatery, she admits her judgment was clouded, vowing to follow his lead. He simply chuckles, noting how unexpected it is to hear her of all people preaching about sticking to principles. Morning light hits the imposing facade of the prosecution office, a place where high-stakes decisions are made every single day. Inside the sterile walls of a high-ranking office, the young prosecutor sits across from a superior, the silence between them heavy with the weight of an impending career shift. The first deputy chief prosecutor takes a slow sip of his coffee, his eyes fixed on the young prosecutor before him as he prepares to deliver significant news. Breaking the silence, the first deputy chief prosecutor points out that the prosecutor has been in this post for nearly 2 years. He suggests with a steady gaze that it's finally time for a change of scenery. The conversation shifts to the chaos brewing in the city streets. Distribution wars between existing gangs are reaching a boiling point, and new, more dangerous channels are beginning to emerge. As the supply of illicit substances floods the market, prices are plummeting, making the poison more accessible than ever to the public. Intelligence reports are clear: the heart of this infection is flowing directly out of the city's docks. The government has seen enough. They're ready to launch a scorched earth policy against drug offenders, aiming to dismantle these new syndicates before they take root. To spearhead this assault, a specialized narcotics task force is being formed. While technically under the local office, this unit will operate with total independence, answering to a higher authority. The first deputy chief prosecutor leans in, explaining that this unit won't report to the local chief prosecutor. It's a direct line to the top. This squad will effectively answer only to the Minister of Justice and, ultimately, the presidency. It's a position of immense power and immense risk. The prosecutor remains skeptical. He knows that while it sounds prestigious on paper, the political reality will be a far uglier beast. Legally, the prosecution is an arm of the executive branch, yet it prides itself on acting like an independent pillar of the judiciary, much like the courts. The prosecutor general isn't fond of taking marching orders from the administration. Whenever a reformist administration tries to wield the sword of prosecution reform, the friction becomes explosive. The prosecutor recalls the numerous times the prosecution has butted heads with the presidency, clinging tenaciously to its autonomy against any outside interference. This new unit will be seen as an outsider squad. They'll have zero support from the chief prosecutor and will be met with nothing but cold glares from their own colleagues. It's a suicide mission, a job that requires someone with nothing to lose and everything to prove. The first deputy chief prosecutor believes the young man is the only one who can handle the heat. With the cards on the table, the offer is made plain. How about it? Are you interested in joining the narcotics task force? The prosecutor doesn't flinch. He asks the one question that matters: has a leader been chosen for this unit yet? The answer comes quickly. A chief from the Violent Crimes Division has been tapped to lead the charge. The leader is a notorious Don Quixote type, a man who charges headfirst into trouble without a second thought for his own career. He's essentially given up on promotions, holding the rank of deputy chief in name only. The prosecutor's gaze sharpens as he processes the information. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to fall into place. A cynical smirk plays on his lips. He realizes this isn't just a task force, it's a way for the higher-ups to bundle all the troublemakers together and ship them off to the front lines. But if these criminals have truly entered the drug trade, then the game has changed. The prosecutor knows he is the only one who can and must put an end to it. There is no hesitation, no doubt, just a cold, hard no to any further deliberation. There's nothing more to think about, he declares with finality. I'll go. Decision is made, setting a series of events in motion that will shake the very foundations of the local underworld. Back at his current office, his team is in an uproar. His female colleague slams a paper down, demanding to know when this transfer was even decided. The prosecutor scratches his head, offering a sheepish grin as he admits he volunteered for the position a few days ago. His team feels betrayed. They can't believe he'd volunteer for such a dangerous post without saying a single word to them. The hurt is visible on their faces. He tries to explain that it all happened so fast, but they aren't listening. They only have one question: is he taking them with him? She argues that a team that already works in perfect sync will be far more effective in the field. It's only logical that they stay together. With a determined smile and a thumbs up, they make it clear, wherever the prosecutor goes, his team follows. The hunt for the drug lords is officially on. Kang Hanjaol's gaze sharpens, his mind already calculating the risks of the upcoming operation. The weight of the task ahead is visible in his eyes. A subtle, confident smirk plays on his lips. He knows the dangers, but he's never been one to back down from a fight. Standing before rows of case files, Kang Hanjaol lays it out straight. This path is going to be brutal. He questions if his team is truly prepared for the fallout. The junior prosecutors resolve waivers, his eyes welling up as he asks if he can truly handle the burden of joining the front lines. The room remains silent, the tension between the veteran leadership and the inexperienced youth becoming palpable. The reality check is harsh. Prosecutor Choi is still in training. Drug cases are a meat grinder that will chew up anyone who isn't ready. The discussion shifts to the narcotics task force. It turns out Prosecutor On has already volunteered, a move that catches the team off guard. A veteran colleague stares in disbelief, wondering if Kang Hanjaol had already cleared this transfer behind closed doors. Kang Hanjaol looks genuinely surprised. He had no idea Prosecutor On was planning to dive into the deep end with them. The veteran leans in, his brow furrowed. He senses a problem, or perhaps just a complication he didn't anticipate. He voices his concern, noting that the narcotics unit is a rough environment, especially for a young woman starting her career. Kang Hanjaol's expression turns cold and professional. He makes it clear, in the pursuit of justice, gender is irrelevant. Only results matter. Veteran backpedals, realizing his old-fashioned views are clashing with the modern reality of the prosecutor's office. Kang Hanjaol remains skeptical, his wide-eyed stare demanding more than just a simple excuse for the colleague's bias. The veteran warns him that he doesn't understand the magnitude of Prosecutor On's decision. This isn't just a job change, it's a life sentence. He reflects on the past, a time when violent crimes and public security were the golden tickets to a fast-track promotion. But those days are long gone. Now, it's the one department everyone avoids like the plague. Kang Hanjaol listens intently, trying to grasp why the prestige of the unit has withered away over the years. The work is grueling and requires a level of expertise that most are too afraid to develop. It's a specialized hell. He explains the trap. Once you become experienced in this field, you're stuck. You become too valuable to move anywhere else. Kang Hanjaol realizes the weight of the sacrifice. To join the narcotics unit is to accept a career of dealing only with the worst scum of society. The veteran delivers the final blow. By joining, Prosecutor On is essentially killing her chances of ever reaching the top of the ladder. While a maverick like Kang Hanjaol might not care about politics, Prosecutor On's career trajectory is now in serious jeopardy. We see Prosecutor On working late into the night, her silhouette framed by the dim light of her desk lamp. She's already committed. Kang Hanjaol is left stunned. He can't fathom why she would throw away such a promising future for a life in the trenches. The veteran stands up to leave, urging Kang Hanjaol to reconsider if he had any influence on her decision. He doesn't want her to regret this. Alone in the office, the silence is deafening. The burden of leadership starts to feel like a physical weight on Kang Hanjaol's shoulders. He clutches his head in frustration. The complexity of his team's loyalty is becoming more dangerous than the criminals they hunt. He knows he needs to have a serious talk with Prosecutor On before things go too far. The clock is ticking. As the sun sets over the city, the prosecutor's building stands like a monolith, housing the secrets and sacrifices of those within. Later that evening, Kang Hanjaol takes a moment to splash cold water on his face, trying to wash away the stress of the day. He checks his phone. Dinner plans are already set with her. It's time to face the music and find out the truth behind her transfer. He pauses, catching his reflection. Even in the midst of a crisis, he can't help but notice his own sharp appearance. A rare moment of vanity strikes. He strikes a pose in the mirror, acknowledging that he does look quite impressive in his suit. The scene shifts to an upscale restaurant, the perfect setting for a high-stakes conversation between two dedicated prosecutors. Under the glow of elegant chandeliers, Kang Hanjaol waits. The hunt for the drug lords might be on, but tonight the investigation starts closer to home. Across a table spread with a lavish French feast, Kang Hanjaol sits in silence, the weight of the investigation still heavy on his mind. Prosecutor On stares at the gourmet dishes, her expression unreadable as she avoids eye contact. Noticing her hesitation, Kang Hanjaol asks if the French cuisine is to her liking. Prosecutor admits that while the food looks incredible, the setting feels far too extravagant for their current situation. Kang Hanjail instantly brushes off her concerns, reminding her that since he suggested the place, he will be the one paying. She remains skeptical, admitting that receiving such an expensive meal for free feels awkward. With a nonchalant shrug, Kang Hanjail tells her to enjoy it without feeling burdened as he has plenty of money to spare. Prosecutor notes that his wealthy background is no secret, with some even claiming his confidence comes entirely from his family's money. Kang Hanjail's gaze sharpens as he detects a subtle sting in her words. She clarifies that she does not care about his wealth, she simply refuses to accept kindness that lacks a clear reason behind it. Her eyes lock onto his, demanding to know if there is another motive for this dinner. Kang Hanjail crosses his arms, thinking to himself that she is incredibly rigid and lacks any sense of charm. She warns him that being too flexible is exactly how one ends up as a corrupt bribe-taking prosecutor. Kang Hanjail scoffs at her intense idealism, mockingly praising how perfectly upright and pure she is. Prosecutor decides to drop the argument for now, agreeing to eat but making it clear she won't let him treat her a second time. As the meal progresses and the plates are cleared, Kang Hanjail notes that for someone so uncomfortable, she certainly finished her meal. Wiping her mouth, she retorts that since the opportunity was rare, she might as well fully enjoy the experience. She sets her napkin down, the playful banter fading as the conversation turns toward their professional future. Kang Hanjail leans back, acknowledging her attitude before getting straight to the point. He brings up a rumor he heard, asking if it is true that she volunteered for the narcotics task force. Prosecutor pauses, the gravity of the department choice weighing on the moment. She looks up and confirms it without hesitation, she did indeed volunteer. Kang Hanjail is genuinely surprised, wondering why she would choose such a rough and dangerous department of all places. She turns the question back on him, reminding him that he was the one who volunteered first. Kang Hanjail explains that he simply thought it would suit him, though he considered several factors before deciding. A sudden thought crosses his mind and he reddens, wondering if Prosecutor unfollowed him because she has a crush. He hesitates over his wine glass, finally asking the awkward question, "Is it because of me?" Prosecutor freezes, sweat beading on her forehead as she stares at him in absolute shock. Kang Hanjail continues, telling her that if she made this choice based on emotional feelings, she should rethink it. He delivers a cold rejection, stating that even if she does feel that way, he cannot return those feelings. Prosecutor slams her hands on the table and stands up, asking if he seriously thinks she is that unprofessional. Kang Hanjail is taken aback by her fury, realizing he might have made a massive, ego-driven mistake. She looks down, her face dark with frustration as she mutters that he is absolutely impossible to deal with. The embarrassment of the moment hangs thick in the air as she fumes in silence. Kang Hanjail can only offer a weak apology, his face flushed with the shame of his assumption. She looks at him with intense focus, confirming that her reason for going with him was indeed because of him, but for a much darker purpose. Against a blood-red backdrop, she delivers the chilling truth: from this moment on, they are officially accomplices. The weight of her words settles in Kang Hanjail's gaze, sharp and unyielding, as he processes the gravity of their new pact. He looks down at the photo of the socks, the silent evidence that sealed the Sung Chunhwa case and bound their fates together. Soyoung admits the bitter truth: she knew the reality and chose to look away, turning a blind eye to the corruption. Her principles lie shattered like glass against a crimson void. By forcing her to compromise, Kang Hanjail has become her greatest vulnerability. Kang Hanjail listens in silence, his posture rigid as she vows to stay by his side, acting as both a shadow and a restraint. She isn't finished, reminding him that his own reputation was far more legendary for its cold, unbending nature. The image of the former Kang Hanjail, a man defined by his stiff adherence to the rules, flickers in her mind as a point of respect. A lot has changed since that fateful accident, a moment that fractured more than just bone and metal. Trauma of the past looms large, birthing a man who no longer recognizes his own reflection in the mirror of justice. The version of Kang Hanjail that the world once knew died in that hospital bed, replaced by something far more calculating. A faint, knowing smirk plays on his lips, a ghost of the man he's become, mocking the rigid prosecutor he once was. A shift in his demeanor leaves Soyoung grasping for meaning, her confusion etched clearly on her face. With a calm air, he notes her stubbornness, seeing a reflection of his own past self in her rigid stance. She finds it jarring, the way he speaks of his former self as if he's describing a complete stranger from another life. Her gaze softens but remains firm, ready to face whatever this new, dark partnership brings to their doorstep. A final toast to the murky path ahead, the red liquid shimmering under the dim light of the restaurant. Kang Hanjail raises his glass, the mask of the cold prosecutor momentarily replaced by a rare, genuine smile. She accepts the challenge, her resolve forged in the fire of their shared secrets and the blood-red wine. With a clink of glass, the pact is sealed and a new, dangerous alliance begins to take shape. Prosecutor's oath hangs on the wall, a stark reminder of the duty they are now bending to their own ends. The season turns, and Kang Hanjail begins the tedious task of packing up his life in Office 506. Time slips through his fingers as he prepares to leave the familiar walls behind, moving toward a new horizon. Case files and personal effects are tucked away into cardboard boxes, the physical remnants of his tenure here. Outside, the first snow of the year begins to fall, blanketing the city in a cold, silent white through the office window. As the new year approaches, the grand machinery of the prosecution office undergoes its annual personnel reshuffle. The orders are finalized. Kang Han-jail is headed to the narcotics task force as lead prosecutor. He won't be alone. On Soyoung is joining him, their fates intertwined in this new, high-stakes department. Young Choi Jin-woo finally sheds his trainee status, beaming as he holds his very own nameplate for his new office. And just like that, the room that saw so many legal battles, Office 506, stands empty and silent. Kang Han-jail takes one last look around, leaning against the whiteboard that once held the blueprints of his investigations. His eyes land on a solitary cabinet, the final piece of the puzzle left in the room, sparking a sudden curiosity. A sharp pang of frustration crosses his face as he realizes there's still one loose end he hasn't fully accounted for. The chief interrupts his thoughts, reminding him of a personal case he had been obsessively documenting in secret. He pauses, his mind racing through the details of the investigation he almost let slip through the cracks. Name Kang Bareun echoes in his mind, a death that still haunts him and demands a justice that only he can provide. As the lights dim on the rest of the building, a single desk remains illuminated, the hunt for the truth beginning anew. Sifting through a mountain of information, Kang Han-jail groans, noting that the case is a complete mess and impossible to figure out. He remembers a specific item, admitting he hasn't touched it once since the incident. Searching through old records, Kang Han-jail meticulously sifts through a storage box filled with forgotten files. He carefully pulls out a black binder that has remained undisturbed for a long time. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he muses, "Let's see." His eyes narrow, a spark of intense focus igniting as he prepares to delve deeper into the files. Unexpectedly, a small USB drive tumbles out, landing near the storage box. Kang Han-jail picks up the unexpected drive, questioning its presence. A USB drive. With a decisive motion, he inserts the USB drive into his computer's port. Back at his desk, Kang Han-jail begins to type, ready to uncover whatever secrets the drive holds. As the screen illuminates, his expression shifts to confusion upon seeing an empty folder. What is this? A wave of disappointment washes over him as he confirms the obvious. It's empty. His eyes narrow once more, a cold suspicion hardening his gaze. Suspicious. Picking up his phone, Kang Han-jail calls his contact. "Baeum-jin, got a minute?" "Yes, boss," comes the prompt reply. Night falls over the city as snow drifts softly outside a towering residential building. A door creaks open, offering a glimpse into a private apartment. Inside, Kang Han-jail sits on a couch with his back to the door, gazing out at the snowy night. A man wearing glasses, Baeum-jin, steps inside with a polite smile. "Have you been well, boss?" Baeum-jin explains his visit, mentioning that he brought some fine liquor for the end of the year. Kang Han-jail looks surprised, a bead of sweat forming as he simply stares in silence. A chilling image of Han-jail's past is juxtaposed against the present, eyes cold and dangerous, a knife in hand, and blood staining his arm. With a smirk, Kang Han-jail addresses his guest. "Kim Baeum-jin, you punk. I hardly recognize you like this." Baeum-jin chuckles, tapping his head. "Does the look not suit me?" Kang Han-jail eyes the bottle in the bag and replies, "You finally look like a decent human being." The two men settle onto opposing couches, the atmosphere relaxing as they prepare to talk business. Baeum-jin holds up the USB drive, his expression turning serious. "So this is the drive." Han-jail explains that he needs a tech expert to decipher the contents and asks Baeum-jin if he knows anyone suitable. Baeum-jin considers the request, tapping his chin. "There is one guy." His expression darkens as he reveals the catch. The expert is affiliated with director Park Jung-seong. Baeum-jin elaborates, identifying the expert as the architect of Director Park's online gambling system, the same operation Han-jail dismantled. Baeum-jin continues, providing the name. "I don't know him personally, but his name is Song Il-gwan." Kang Han-jail repeats the name, Song Il-gwan, a hint of recognition in his voice. He pictures Song Il-gwan, a distressed figure with messy blonde hair, and thinks, "Look at this guy." Baeum-jin notices his reaction and asks, "Do you know him, boss?" Kang Han-jail's expression turns predatory as he issues a cold command, "Find him. Find him before Park Jung-seong does." The search leads to a nondescript building housing the Power PC Zone, a place where secrets are buried in lines of code. Inside the dimly lit room, rows of monitors glow with digital life, but one terminal sits at the center of a much larger conspiracy. Target laughs to himself, mocking someone's inability to tell the difference between 2 and 10 o'clock, unaware of the shadow closing in. A hand clad in a sharp suit suddenly taps him on the shoulder, breaking his concentration and sending a chill down his spine. The young man freezes as Kang Han-jail looms over him like a demon from the abyss, a terrifying smile plastered across his face. Kang Han-jail whispers a chilling ultimatum, "You'll follow me before you die, won't you?" Terrified and trembling, the man can only stammer out a weak "sir" as his world begins to crumble. The legal battle is about to take a dark, unconventional turn as the prosecutor steps outside the bounds of the law. They arrive at Taesan Construction, a towering structure that hides the dark dealings of the underworld. The man panics, realizing they are at a Waryong stronghold. This place belongs to the Waryong, doesn't it? Kang Hanjail doesn't even look back, simply confirming the fact and ordering him to follow quietly. Desperate, the man yells out, asking if this is all because he didn't admit to designing the illegal gambling site. A smirk plays on Kang Hanjail's lips as he thinks to himself, this bastard is finally confessing. He shuts down the protest, telling the man to get inside because it's the safest place he could possibly be. The realization hits the programmer hard. The USB drive he thought was white was far from empty. Inside the office, the atmosphere is heavy as Kang Hanjail watches the man take his seat at the computer. Staring at the screen, the programmer asks the question that's been haunting him, what's on it? Kang Hanjail notes that the file is protected by a sophisticated encryption algorithm that won't be easy to crack. He leans in, applying the pressure. This won't be done quickly, but you can do it, right? Man agrees, knowing he just needs time, while Kang Hanjail orders him to hide out here and work until the job is done. The programmer is stunned, letting out a confused "huh" as the reality of his new, safe house sinks in. He looks around the room, questioning if he is truly expected to stay and work in a place like this. The accommodations are sparse, a simple bed in a cold, grey room that feels more like a prison cell than a sanctuary. Cobwebs hang from the ceiling near the ventilation fans, emphasizing the isolation of this hidden office. He points out that this is a WB Holdings affiliate, a company directly under the thumb of the Waryong. His mouth goes dry just being in the building. He can't believe he's being told to work inside the tiger's mouth. Kang Hanjail counters with a sharp smile, asking what he's so afraid of. Did Park Jung-seong find out he was the snitch? He reminds the man that when he was being threatened they promised him witness protection, and this is it. The programmer scoffs, accusing Kang Hanjail of acting like it's someone else's problem while he was the one sweating bullets. He explains how he pretended to be a low-level manager just to survive the interrogation and escape with his life. Kang Hanjail asks if they actually bought that lie, and the man confirms that it was the only thing that saved him. If they ever discovered he was the mastermind programmer, a heavy prison sentence would be the least of his worries. Kang Hanjail admits he's surprisingly quick on his feet but then pushes further. Why exactly are they still chasing him? A bead of sweat rolls down the man's face as the pressure from the prosecutor becomes almost unbearable. With a cold, calculating look, Kang Hanjail pulls out his phone and asks, should I give Park Jung-seong a call? Man breaks, screaming that they want him to rebuild the gambling site, while Kang Hanjail watches his breakdown with clinical interest. The informant notes that the interest of their pursuers has shifted completely, suggesting that even if they attempt to restart their operations, it won't be anytime soon. He reveals the chilling new objective. They've demanded he establish and manage a marketplace on the dark web. His eyes sharpen with immediate suspicion. Don't tell me drugs, he asks, the weight of the word hanging heavy in the air. The informant confirms it with a grimace. He admits that while he's no saint, dealing drugs is a line he refuses to cross. He listens as the man explains his flight. If he were caught, he'd be forced into the trade, leaving him no choice but to stay on the run. He admits that this moral boundary makes the man look a bit more respectable in his eyes, though the informant still feels the chills of the close call. He recalls the ironclad rule established with his chairman: no human trafficking and absolutely no drug dealing. A faint, knowing smile touches his lips as he realizes the man literally risked his neck to uphold that single principle. He assures the informant that the current location is the safest place for him, noting that the fierce rivalry between opposing factions provides a natural shield. He points out that dragging him out of here would be an open declaration of war, questioning if the man is truly worth that much risk to their pursuers. The informant stands in silence, the harsh reality of his situation and his relative value to the criminal underworld sinking in. Resigned to his temporary sanctuary, the man concludes that he'll be fine staying put for now. The scene shifts to the heart of the legal battleground, the headquarters of the Narcotics Task Force. Prosecutor arrives at the office, his posture professional and ready for the new assignment. Inside the office is a flurry of activity as investigators move boxes of evidence and files. Introducing himself as the new prosecutor, he asks if the rest of the team has arrived yet. A colleague from the Violent Crimes Division looks up briefly, stating that the chief will be arriving a bit later. He immediately returns to his work, his dismissive attitude creating a palpable tension in the room. The prosecutor is taken aback by the cold reception, wondering if the man is even capable of a proper greeting. A female colleague enters the room, checking to see if she's the last one to arrive. He politely informs her that he just arrived himself, maintaining his professional composure. The colleague suddenly looks flustered, his face reddening as he fumbles with the evidence box in his hands. He watches the awkward display with confusion, noting the surprisingly normal yet frantic reaction from his new colleague. A group of investigators approaches, asking if they are the new prosecutors assigned to the task force. He starts to introduce himself again, ready to begin the formal integration into the team. He scans the room, gauging the atmosphere and the personalities he'll be working with to dismantle the drug ring. The office is cluttered with investigative boxes, a testament to the massive scale of the investigation ahead. The team gathers in the center of the room, the air thick with the silent appraisal of one another. He can't help but smirk internally at the childish staring contest unfolding between the various divisions. A new voice breaks the silence, announcing that it looks like everyone has finally gathered. A man with a calm, confident smile enters the room, his presence immediately commanding attention. He walks toward the center of the office, his stride steady and purposeful. He introduces himself as the deputy chief, the leader who will be heading the narcotics task force. The deputy chief turns to him, recognizing him from his previous division and mentioning he's heard quite a bit about him. He meets the deputy chief's gaze, his expression unreadable as he processes the mention of his reputation. Vowing to give his all to the mission, he formally accepts his place in the task force. The deputy chief's smile remains, but he admits with surprising candor that he's actually a bit worried about the road ahead. He doesn't miss a beat, looking the deputy chief in the eye and asking exactly what it is that worries him. Gu Taeho doesn't hide his skepticism, whispering that Kang Hanjail looks far too soft to handle the brutal reality of violent crimes. Kang Hanjail meets the insult with a sharp, piercing gaze that suggests there is a much colder edge beneath his composed exterior. The chief of the department sighs, admitting that he also harbors some genuine concerns about the team's chemistry. Unfazed by the hierarchy, Kang Hanjail demands to know exactly what it is that has everyone so worried about his presence. Gu Taeho doubles down, mocking Kang Hanjail's clean-cut appearance and questioning if he's ever even seen a real crime scene. A dangerous smirk plays on Kang Hanjail's lips as he realizes just how much his new colleagues are underestimating him. The two men stand at an impasse, the air in the small office crackling with an immediate and undeniable rivalry. Chief finally intervenes, telling Gu Taeho to check his attitude and reminding him that such rudeness is unacceptable for a first meeting. Gu Taeho scoffs, his frustration boiling over as he tries to wrap his head around why a prosecutor like Kang Hanjail was assigned here. The chief shuts down the bickering with a stern command, ordering everyone to take their seats so they can get down to business. Pivots to the mission at hand, noting that the distribution of illegal pills has seen a massive and alarming spike recently. Intelligence reports are flooding in, and every single piece of evidence points toward Incheon being the primary hub for the operation. He emphasizes that this growing threat is the exact reason their specialized department was established in the first place. The chief looks each of them in the eye, stressing that their role in eradicating domestic drug offenders is absolutely critical to public safety. Kang Hanjail processes the information, his mind already beginning to map out the legal and tactical complexities of the Incheon hub. Deciding that's enough heavy talk for one morning, the chief switches gears to the logistical arrangements of their new workspace. Due to the lack of space, the team will be split between two rooms, with the chief and Gu Taeho taking over room 610. To bolster their strength, the chief reveals he's brought in two of the most hot-blooded young members from the violent crimes unit. Kang Hanjail isn't impressed, wondering if the higher-ups are just using his team as a dumping ground for inexperienced rookies. Chief admits that cramming 6 people into a single office will be tight, but expects everyone to endure it for the sake of the mission. The sight of prosecution service boxes piled high in the hallway underscores just how under-resourced this new department truly is. Gu Taeho continues to complain, finding it ridiculous that they're expected to take down major cartels while working in such poor conditions. Kang Hanjail watches the veteran's outburst with a quiet, observant silence, already calculating how to navigate these internal politics. Clapping his hands together, the chief decides that since the whole team is finally assembled, it's time to go out and grab some food. They head to a nearby restaurant, the bright daylight doing little to mask the tension still simmering between the team members. The group settles into a table, the atmosphere shifting from the sterile office to the casual, yet forced, environment of a team dinner. The sound of soju being poured into small glasses fills the air, a traditional attempt to break the ice and build some camaraderie. Gu Taeho takes a deep breath, the first sip of alcohol seemingly helping him relax after a morning spent venting his frustrations. Kang Hanjail looks at his glass with clear disapproval, questioning the wisdom of drinking heavily in the middle of a workday. Chief laughs it off, pointing out that since they have no work scheduled for their first afternoon, there's no harm in a few drinks. One of the investigators turns to Clerk Huang, insisting that she join them for a drink to celebrate the official launch of the department. She waves her hands in a frantic refusal, clearly uncomfortable with the idea of drinking while they're still technically on the clock. The men eventually concede, realizing that forcing the women on the team to drink at this hour is a step too far even for them. The atmosphere at the table shifts instantly as a cold, sharp gaze cuts through the room. One of the female team members has clearly reached her limit with the condescending remarks. With a resounding thud, she slams a bottle of soju onto the wooden table, the impact echoing her frustration. Without a second thought, she knocks back a shot in one go, her eyes never leaving the men who dared to question her stamina. The empty glass hits the table with a sharp click. She isn't just drinking, she's making a statement. She looks them dead in the eye and clarifies that her refusal wasn't about being a woman or an inability to drink but the sheer unprofessionalism of day drinking during work hours. One of the men from the Violent Crimes Division just laughs it off, mockingly suggesting that those without real field experience simply don't understand their culture. She doesn't back down, reminding him sharply that she handled violent crime cases herself back in Criminal Division 3. He dismisses her experience with a wave of his hand, claiming that dealing with gangsters and junkies all day creates a level of stress that office-bound prosecutors can't fathom. Kang Hanjao listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he observes the blatant elitism on display from the other division. Man continues his tirade, questioning how they can even work together if the team from Division 3 is going to be this inflexible about a few drinks. The tension reaches a boiling point. The female prosecutor snaps back, demanding to know exactly what he meant by that insulting insinuation. Finally, Kang Hanjao speaks up, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips as he begins to piece together their true motives. He asks with chilling calm if it's normal for the Violent Crimes Division to look down on his team so openly, his eyes narrowing with intent. Man is taken aback by the sudden challenge, stammering that his insults were just an excuse for their behavior, though it's a weak defense. A man in an apron, likely the manager, steps in with a smug look, telling them that having a high rank doesn't give them the right to run their mouths like this. Another glass is slammed down. The verbal sparring is no longer enough. They need a different way to settle this dispute. The manager sighs, noting how men always find the weirdest ways to establish a hierarchy and flex their muscles when they feel threatened. To clear the air, he suggests a classic test of strength, an arm wrestling match to serve as entertainment for their first team dinner. The idea catches on immediately. One of the larger investigators grins, finding the prospect of a physical contest much more appealing than legal debates. Kang Hanjao looks at the man, wondering if he's truly prepared for what's about to happen or if he's just looking for a show. The challenge is accepted. They decide that investigator Park Jae-young should represent their side, given his massive build. Kang Hanjao stands up and sheds his suit jacket, his movements methodical and deliberate as he prepares for the match. He rolls up his sleeves, revealing a surprisingly lean and powerful frame. With a confident look, he declares he'll take on every single one of them. A burly investigator steps up to the plate, fueled by pride, while the manager prepares to act as the referee for this impromptu duel. The two men take their seats across from each other, hands locked in a tight grip. The rest of the team gathers around, sensing the shift in power. The referee gives the signal. The tension in their arms is palpable, the air thick with anticipation as they wait for the word. Start. In a flash of explosive power, Kang Hanjao slams the investigator's hand into the table before the man can even react. The investigator's eyes bulge in pure shock. He didn't even have time to exert his strength before it was all over. He stares down at his defeated hand, sweat dripping from his brow as the reality of Kang Hanjao's overwhelming strength sets in. Without breaking a sweat, Kang Hanjao looks at the rest of the group with a piercing gaze and simply says, "Next." Another challenger tries his luck, thinking the first win was a fluke, but the result is exactly the same. Another thud, another victory. Kang Hanjao is systematically dismantling the pride of the Violent Crimes Division, one arm at a time. Crowd goes wild as Kang Hanjao claims yet another victim. His speed and technique are far beyond anyone else in the room. Prosecutor Kang wins again. The momentum is entirely on his side now as he dominates the table. Kang Hanjao turns his attention to the last man standing, Prosecutor Gu Taeho, asking if he's ready to put his strength to the test. Gu Taeho remains calm, his eyes sharp as he evaluates the man who just swept through his entire team. He claims he isn't very good at arm wrestling, but his smug expression and the way he rolls up his sleeve suggest otherwise. The two final competitors lock hands. This isn't just a game anymore, it's a battle for the ultimate authority within the team. The atmosphere in the room is thick as eyes lock in a silent clash of wills. The opponent sports a confident smirk, clearly underestimating the man sitting across from him. The signal is given to start, and the table instantly groans under the explosive pressure as the two men collide. The muscular challenger's face turns a deep shade of crimson, his veins bulging as he realizes he has hit a brick wall. The other man maintains a terrifyingly calm expression, acknowledging his opponent's grit while remaining completely unmoved. With a sudden surge of power, he slams his opponent's hand onto the table, ending the struggle in a single, decisive motion. The room erupts in laughter. There is simply no stopping him when he is focused on a goal. The games end there, as the real battles of the prosecution are fought behind closed doors. Later that day, the chaotic energy of the locker room is replaced by the sterile, heavy silence of the office. A senior official looks up from his desk, leaning back with a curious expression to acknowledge his visitor. The visitor stands firm, his posture radiating a sense of urgency as he prepares to deliver his report. The senior official gestures for him to proceed, his relaxed demeanor shifting into professional focus. A report is delivered. A crime syndicate is attempting to open new distribution channels on the dark web. The mention of narcotics causes a heavy silence to hang in the air like a poisonous cloud. It is confirmed that the intel came from a reliable source and is considered solid. The official laces his fingers together, his eyes narrowing as he inquires about the specific organization involved. A heavy pause follows as the identity of the target is prepared for disclosure. Shadow of a massive organization looms over the investigation, suggesting a disciplined and lethal hierarchy. The current situation warns of a storm brewing within the halls of justice. Back in the office, the weight of the revelation settles in. This group isn't typically known for dabbling in narcotics. The senior official notes the anomaly, questioning why such a group would take a sudden interest in the drug trade. He warns that they cannot strike yet, despite the frustration and the visitors' demand for immediate action. The dark web is a labyrinth. Moving too early means catching only the small fry while the true monsters vanish into the digital abyss. The argument for speed is made, noting that every second of delay results in more victims falling into a cycle of addiction. The counter-argument focuses on cold logic. If the core of the network isn't severed, the long-term body count will only continue to rise. The order is final. They must wait and gather enough strategic information to ensure a total collapse of the syndicate. Frustrated but understanding the tactical necessity, the visitor prepares to take his leave. He strides out of the office, his mind already racing with tactical possibilities to corner his prey. In the hallway, he runs into his earlier opponent, who is now sporting a prominent green cast on his arm. He notes the injury and the late hour, commenting on the state of the man's arm. The man scratches his head sheepishly, admitting to the injury, while the other simply shakes his head at the outcome. The weight of the situation hangs heavy in the air, mirrored by the fading colors of a sunset that seems to bleed into the very walls of the city. Standing tall against the darkening sky is a monolith of corporate power, a construction giant that hides more secrets than its polished facade suggests. Inside one of its secluded rooms, a young specialist sits hunched over a glowing monitor, the blue light reflecting off his tired eyes as he endures another night of isolation. He reaches for a bag of chips, his mind drifting as he wonders exactly how many days he's been trapped in this digital prison. Chewing slowly, the exhaustion is visible in every line of his face. The pressure of the task at hand is clearly starting to take its toll. His solitude is broken when the door swings open, and he immediately asks if there's any excuse he can use to finally get out of here. A supervisor enters the room with a sharp professional gaze, cutting straight to the point by asking how the work is progressing. The specialist sighs, admitting that while he's giving his all, the difficulty of the task is beyond anything he expected. He explains that the files aren't just protected, they've been encrypted with a custom-built program, unlike any common security he's encountered before. With a nervous scratch of his head, he warns that breaking through this layer of defense is going to take a significant amount of time. The supervisor looks around the drab, spiderweb-filled room and asks if there's anything else needed, to which the specialist mentions a few specific parts for the job. The specialist suggests dropping by the electronics market to grab what's necessary, hoping for a brief moment of freedom outside these walls. However, the supervisor's eyes narrow with a cold, piercing intensity that immediately halts any thoughts of a casual stroll. Feeling the sudden chill in the room, the specialist quickly backtracks, stammering that he'll just write down a list of what he needs instead. Supervisor offers a thin, warning smile, telling him it's a good choice and to make sure he doesn't get any funny ideas about leaving. As night fully claims the city, the rooftop of the building looms like a silent sentinel under the deep blue sky. The streets below are quiet, but the tension inside the facility is only beginning to reach its breaking point. At the security desk, the guard has long since succumbed to boredom, his head lolling back as he snores away his shift. Seizing the golden opportunity, the specialist peeks through the door, his heart racing as he prepares to make a move while the guard is out cold. He fumes internally, cursing the people who think they can lock him up like a common criminal when all he wants is a simple trip to the store. The bright neon sign of a convenience store marks his destination, a beacon of normalcy in his otherwise restricted life. Sliding glass doors hiss open, inviting him into the brightly lit aisles of snacks and drinks. He scans the shelves with a sense of urgency, his eyes darting between the various brands of chips as he looks for his favorite comfort food. He convinces himself that there's no real danger in this little excursion, picking up a bag of shrimp crackers with a satisfied smirk. His relief is short-lived as two menacing figures loom over him, their presence turning the quiet store into a potential trap. One of the men, sporting a bandage across his nose and a predatory grin, leans in close, making it clear that this encounter is no coincidence. Meanwhile, in a luxurious lounge far from the convenience store, three powerful men sit around a table, the amber liquid in their glasses catching the light. Hand swirls the whiskey over ice, a silent gesture of calculated confidence before the conversation begins. The chairman raises his glass, praising the two men across from him as the true pillars holding their entire organization together. A director listens with a polite but measured expression, his sharp suit and glasses giving him the air of a man who values precision above all else. A CEO sits quietly, his eyes hidden behind the glint of his spectacles as he acknowledges the host's praise for filling the void left behind. Chairman declares that he couldn't have asked for a more solid team, calling for a toast to their continued success and dominance. As they drink, the CEO watches the director over the rim of his glass, his mind racing with suspicion about why this specific meeting was called. Director's face tightens, the mask of professional courtesy slipping for a brief second to reveal a deep-seated resentment. He openly voices his disappointment, claiming that despite his track record and the size of his business, he's being treated as if he's on a lower level. The chairman dismisses the business talk with a wave of his hand, insisting that this gathering is meant for allies to speak openly and share a drink. The CEO offers a subtle, knowing smirk, well aware that in their world, a friendly gathering is often just a prelude to a much more dangerous game. Heavy silence of the corridor sets the stage for a meeting where every word carries the weight of a death sentence. Young Taesu leans back with a predatory grin, admitting it's been quite a while since he allowed himself to get this intoxicated. The first deputy chief prosecutor adjusts his glasses, noting that with good liquor and even better company there isn't much more a man could ask for. The conversation takes a sharp turn as young Taesu declares that in his eyes there is only one man he considers a true brother, Taesan. Tension in the room thickens, the air vibrating with unspoken threats and hidden agendas. The first deputy chief prosecutor stares at his glass, the grim realization sinking in that he is currently sharing a table with the very men who likely orchestrated a murder. Young Taesu notices the shift in atmosphere, asking if something is bothering his guest, noting that he doesn't look particularly pleased. Quickly masking his suspicion, the first deputy chief prosecutor dismisses the concern, claiming it's nothing of importance. Another guest, CEO Kim, chimes in with a sharp rebuke, asking if they intend to kill the mood of such an expensive gathering, prompting a swift apology. Suddenly, a phone on the marble table begins to vibrate violently, cutting through the forced pleasantries. The first deputy chief prosecutor's eyes widen as he catches a glimpse of the caller ID, Mayor Gu. Young Taesu picks up the device, offering a brief excuse to step away and take the call. As the CEO exits, the room feels colder, the remaining men left in a state of suspended animation. The first deputy chief prosecutor's mind races, confirming the identity of the caller as Gu Junti, the powerful mayor of Incheon. He recalls a warning from Prosecutor Seo that the mastermind behind the accident was likely a politician with a deep legal background. Chilling thought takes root. Could the man at the top of this conspiracy be the mayor himself? Elsewhere, the investigation continues as a contact reports that their first case involving propofol distribution seems relatively minor. Kang Hanjail counters immediately, warning that propofol is never a light matter and its casual misuse is a growing social plague. Contact sighs, admitting he was hoping for a high-profile scandal rather than a medical malpractice lead. The office door opens as an aide announces that the primary suspect for the interrogation has finally arrived. A woman enters the room, her face pale and her eyes darting nervously as she faces the prosecutor. Kang Hanjail fixes her with a piercing gaze, his mind instantly cataloging her features. Flash of memory hits him, a hospital uniform, a medical cart, and this very woman standing over him. He remembers the disorientation of waking up in this body and the nurse who was there at that pivotal moment. Back in the present, Kang Hanjail remains composed, his silence exerting a crushing pressure on the woman. Trembling, she stammers out a question, asking if they have met before. Kang Hanjail confirms her suspicion, reminding her of her role as a nurse during his recent hospitalization. She breaks out in a cold sweat, her hands clenching as her composure begins to fracture. Kang Hanjail's eyes narrow, he is searching for the truth behind her presence in his hospital room. He realizes that she wasn't even his assigned nurse, raising the question of why she was the one entering his room the moment he woke up. Logic is simple, those who failed to kill Kang Hanjail once would find his bedridden state the perfect opportunity to finish the job. Overwhelmed by guilt or fear, the woman bows her head, tears beginning to stream down her face. She begins her confession, explaining that a decade ago she started working at the Taesan plastic surgery clinic on a director's recommendation. Kang Hanjail interrupts, noting that the director, Lee Jong-hwan, is already under investigation for illegal drug distribution. She hesitates before admitting that their initial meeting was strictly professional, a doctor and his patient. But the professional boundaries soon dissolved, leading to a romantic involvement that would eventually drag her into a world of crime. Kang Hanjail's gaze pierces through the woman as he states, "It seems Lee Jong-hwan didn't value you at all." She recalls how Lee Jong-hwan frequently recommended propofol for her fatigue, so she began using it without a second thought. At the time, propofol hadn't even been designated as a psychotropic drug yet, leading her to believe it was harmless and that she could quit easily. But the drug's insidious grip quickly took hold and she found herself utterly unable to stop. With each dose, her miserable life was transformed into a fleeting heaven, making her wonder, how could I ever give that up? Initially, the drug was offered for free, a reward for her obedience, almost like pocket money. Kang Hanjail's eyes narrow as he absorbs the chilling truth. And this continued for 10 years. Reviewing the evidence, Kang Hanjail reveals that based on the suspect's statement and ledgers from Taesan plastic surgery, she had been administered propofol over 100 times in the past year alone. He then calculated the staggering cost at 500,000 won per dose, that's at least 50 million won. He pressed her, where did all that money come from? Sweating profusely, she stammered, well, I had some savings, and I borrowed from here and there. Kang Hanjail pointed out the glaring inconsistency. You've been addicted to propofol for 10 years, yet you still have savings. By now, you shouldn't have anywhere left to borrow from. Clearly unsettled, the woman demanded, what are you trying to say? Kang Hanjail, arms crossed, asserted, I'm saying you must have been in serious financial trouble to the point where you do anything for money. Her eyes widened and she gasps as the weight of his accusation settled in. With chilling directness, Kang Hanjil demanded, "Who told you to kill prosecutor Kang Bareun?" The direct accusation sent a jolt of terror through her, her face contorting in pure horror. Slumped in defeat, she murmured, "So you knew everything after all." Kang Hanjil laid out the terms. "You'll have to face proper punishment for the propofol case. But if you reveal who was behind it, we can make the attempted murder charge disappear. I'm not interested in the hands, I want the head." Startled, she stammered, "A attempted murder. It's true I was paid to do it and received an advance, but I didn't actually go through with it." Kang Hanjil mused. That's why he was perfectly fine when he woke up. The scene shifts to a hospital room where Kang Hanjil explains that the assailant never got the chance to act because the victim had woken up first. She explained her limited knowledge, stating, "I don't really know who it was. The director introduced me to him. He said he didn't want to meet with me directly anymore and that he'd connect me with a propofol supplier instead." She covered her face, horrified by the realization that the victim had been wide awake. "I was so shocked. I almost killed someone who was completely healthy." Kang Hanjil's gaze sharpened as he questioned her. "Ms. Jo Hyojin, was it you who anonymously tipped off the prosecution about the illegal propofol use at Taesan plastic surgery?" Ms. Jo Hyojin, desperate, declared, "If I can dream of a future again with a clean body and mind, I'll do anything." Kang Hanjil considered her actions, noting the fact that she made the anonymous tip knowing she could go to prison means she genuinely wants to break free from her addiction, he concluded. Shifting focus, Kang Hanjil steered the conversation back to the dealer who hired her. "What do you know about his identity?" She revealed the dealer's name. "His name is Baek Junyoung, mid-40s. He introduced himself as the president of a trading company." She admitted she didn't recall the company name well but added, "I think I still have his business card somewhere." Kang Hanjil surmised that the company name was likely fake. He then asked, "Do you clearly remember what he looked like?" Rising to his feet, Kang Hanjil declared, "Then let's create a composite sketch." As Kang Hanjil exited the interrogation room with a clerk, he confirmed, "It seems there's a propofol dealer doing business with Taesan plastic surgery." Kang Hanjil issued clear orders. "Clerk Hwang Sujin, please request a composite sketch artist from the Incheon police. Investigator Woo Hyangjin, take the suspect to the interrogation room and help with the sketch once the artist arrives." Standing amidst the stacks of files, the prosecutor deduces a chilling possibility. This dealer's reach likely extends to other hospitals as well. He immediately escalates the scope, ordering a full-scale tracking of pharmaceutical sales records through the relevant regulatory agencies. The weight of the situation sinks in for the team. What started as a minor case is rapidly spiraling into a massive conspiracy. While general hospitals have strict oversight, the vulnerability lies in smaller, less regulated entities. Prosecutor pivots the strategy, focusing the investigation's crosshairs directly on private clinics. A confident smirk plays on his lips. For the first time since the case began, the momentum is finally on their side. As the sun sets over the city, the prosecution office remains a hive of activity, burning the midnight oil to crack the code. Inside the quiet office, the prosecutor waits, knowing the next piece of the puzzle is about to arrive. A sharp knock at the door breaks his concentration, signaling a breakthrough. An investigator bursts in with the news they've been waiting for. The composite sketch of the suspect is ready. The team huddles around the monitor, eyes scanning the digital rendering of a face that could hold all the answers. The prosecutor studies the image intently, his sharp eyes searching for any familiar detail. One investigator notes the suspect's distinctive, untrustworthy features, a face that practically screams guilty. The prosecutor's expression hardens into a predatory grin. He knows exactly who this is. When asked if they should move in for the arrest immediately, the prosecutor stays his hand. He won't risk the clinics destroying evidence before they can strike. The pieces are moving into place, but the real battle is just beginning in the interrogation room. The scene shifts to the heart of the legal district where the final confrontation is set to unfold. The prosecutor begins his line of questioning, noting a glaring discrepancy in the year-end pharmaceutical reports. The wholesaler's records show a staggering amount of the substance was sold to the clinic during the same period. Sweat beads on the suspect's lip as he stammers a desperate denial. The pressure is mounting. The prosecutor slams the document down, pointing to the undeniable proof found in the records. Trapped in the spotlight, the suspect can only offer a weak excuse about a potential mistake in the paperwork. Clinic director's carefully constructed facade is crumbling under the scrutiny. With a cold, calculating tone, the prosecutor asks if the director is accusing the wholesaler of tampering with their own sales figures. He offers a terrifying alternative, a face-to-face confrontation with the sales manager to settle the truth once and for all. The prosecutor's eyes burn with a cold fury. He has no patience for liars who think they can outsmart the law. He barks an order to get the pharmaceutical company on the line immediately, calling the director's bluff. Terrified, the director finally cracks. He admits to keeping a secret private ledger that contains the real purchase numbers. The prosecutor leans in, his voice a low, dangerous whisper. He demands to know exactly where that ledger is hidden. The digital smoking gun sits on a laptop. The prosecutor demands its voluntary submission right here, right now. Leaning back with the ease of a master strategist, he tells the director they have all the time in the world to wait for the truth. Broken and defeated, the director can only whisper his compliance. The trap has snapped shut. The prosecutor stares at the glowing laptop screen, his mind racing as the pieces of the puzzle finally begin to align. He looms over the suspect like a predator, savoring the moment his prey realizes there is no escape from the trap. A cold, confident smirk plays on the prosecutor's lips. He has the suspect exactly where he wants him. The silence in the interrogation room is heavy, punctuated only by the frantic, shallow breathing of the defeated suspect. The suspect stammers, trying to dismiss the discrepancies as mere miscalculations, but his trembling voice betrays his absolute terror. Prosecutor thrusts a photograph forward, exposing the face of a co-conspirator and questioning the suspect about their illegal transaction. The suspect freezes. His eyes widen as he realizes his secret buyer is no longer a secret. Beads of sweat roll down his face. The pressure is mounting, and the walls of his lies are crumbling around him. The scale of the operation is massive, a large quantity of illicit substances divided into hundreds of ampoules for the black market. The prosecutor scoffs at the greed, noting the outrageous profit margin of the illegal operation. His gaze turns razor-sharp, cutting through the suspect's remaining defenses with unwavering intensity. The suspect swallows hard, the weight of the prosecutor's stare becoming an unbearable physical burden. With a sharp slam, the prosecutor pins the photo to the table, demanding the suspect reveal everything he knows about the man. Broken and cornered, the suspect slumps in his chair, the last of his defiance draining away into the cold floor. He identifies the man as the CEO of a trading company, a connection forged during a seemingly innocent golf gathering. Prosecutor leans in, his voice low and dangerous as he questions the other man's involvement in the smuggling. The suspect nods weakly, confirming the dark partnership that fueled their illicit trade. The scope of the crime was international, with frequent trips abroad used as a smokescreen for their activities. What started as a simple request for illicit substances on the green spiraled into a massive criminal enterprise. Back at his office, the prosecutor is surrounded by mountains of evidence, but the path forward is finally clear. He snaps a photo of the evidence, ready to mobilize his team and bring the entire network down. He immediately calls his colleague, sending the image over to initiate the next phase of their relentless pursuit. On the other end, the colleague acknowledges the lead, urging the prosecutor to head over to the office for a critical update. The colleague is working with a specialist who is on the verge of cracking the encrypted files that hold the gang's deepest secrets. The prosecutor's expression brightens, the final piece of the puzzle is about to fall into place. The prosecution building stands tall against the night sky, a beacon of impending justice for the city. Down on the quiet streets, the gears of the legal system are turning at a relentless and unstoppable pace. Every light in the facility represents another hour spent dismantling the criminal empire piece by piece. The prosecutor and his colleague walk through the courtyard, discussing the rapid progress of the decryption effort. Colleague reveals that keeping the specialist focused has significantly boosted their productivity, bringing them to the finish line. The prosecutor pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the mention of the specialist's intense working conditions. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the underworld, the very dealers they are hunting are unaware that their time has run out. While the hunters close in, the informant explains that one of Park Jung-seong's goons nearly compromised the operation, forcing him to take drastic measures to handle the situation personally. With the threat neutralized, he confirms that the search for Song Il-kwon is officially over, the trail has been scrubbed clean. Kang Han-jaol offers a cold, brief acknowledgement of the success. Good work, he says, his mind already moving to the next phase of the plan. The scene shifts to a secure room where the digital heavy lifting is taking place. Kang Han-jaol enters, his presence demanding immediate attention from the hacker on site. Kang Han-jaol gets straight to the point, asking if the decoding process is complete. The hacker confirms it's done, though he admits the data is unlike anything he's seen before. The source of the mystery lies within a single USB drive. Its blue light flickers, holding secrets that could dismantle entire hierarchies. Kang Han-jaol stares at the screen, his expression unreadable as he processes the raw data being pulled from the drive. On the monitor, a complex spreadsheet scrolls by. It's a dense wall of numbers and names, a digital paper trail of corruption. This isn't just data, it's a ledger of shame. It meticulously lists high-ranking officials who have been lining their pockets with bribes from WB Holdings. Kang Han-jaol remains silent, knowing that this recording of who got money when and how much was intended to be WB Holdings' ultimate insurance policy. Ledger is a perfect record of bribery, but its unique origin makes it an even more dangerous piece of evidence. It wasn't written by those giving the bribes. The hacker is puzzled. He notes that the file only contains dates, amounts, and names, no context, no explanations, just cold facts. A faint smirk plays on Kang Han-jaol's lips. For a prosecutor, these cold facts are more than enough to start a fire that will burn the city's elite. He grips the USB tightly. So what on earth is this ledger? Really, he muses, knowing full well he's holding the keys to the kingdom. Satisfied with the results, Kang Han-jaol informs the hacker that his payment will be transferred immediately. He's free to go wherever he likes. Recognizing the risk the man took, Kang Han-jaol offers him a safe haven. If he's worried about Park Jung-seong's men, Taesan Construction will provide protection. The informant hesitates, the weight of the situation visible on his face. He argues that even with protection, he can't live like a prisoner, unable to even move freely. Kang Hanjaol's associate steps in to reassure him. They've reached an understanding with Director Park. No one will be coming for him anymore. The news hits the informant like a wave of relief. The fear that had been clouding his eyes vanishes instantly, replaced by sheer disbelief and hope. Kang Hanjaol gives him one final instruction: keep your phone on. I'll contact you again if something comes up. Night falls over the city. The informant returns to his modest apartment, the quiet of the evening a stark contrast to the high-stakes digital warfare he just survived. Lying in bed, he stares at his phone screen. The adrenaline is finally fading, leaving behind a sense of peace he hasn't felt in weeks. He sighs contentedly, realizing that despite the danger, home really is the best place to be. His thoughts drift to Kang Hanjaol. He grumbles to himself, calling the prosecutor a bastard and vowing never to answer his call again. He refuses to be anyone's dog. Suddenly, a notification pings. His eyes nearly pop out of his head as he sees the balance transfer, 100 million won. Pride vanishes in an instant. I am now fully prepared to be your loyal dog, he shouts to the empty room. Just call me, woof woof.